What if the most terrifying conspiracy wasn't hidden in the stars but buried beneath our feet? What if the government wasn't covering up visitors from another world, but something we created ourselves? Something that refused to stay dead? Before we dive into tonight's story, I want to give a thank you to Marker 9410, Jackman and Tyler Bailey, and so many others who suggested this topic. Your ideas keep this channel going, so please keep leaving your suggestions in the comments below. Tonight we're heading to northern New Mexico, to a place where the desert keeps secrets, and where one man's curiosity may have cost him everything. This is the story of the Archuleta Protocol. Part 1. The Forgotten Files. Daniel Reeves had spent 46 years trying to forget Dulce, New Mexico. He'd been largely successful until the morning of March 12, 2025, when the past arrived in his email inbox disguised as a PDF. At 67, Daniel lived alone in a modest ranch house outside Alamogordo, where the desert stretched endlessly, and neighbours were measured in miles rather than feet. Retirement suited him. He'd spent his career as a geotechnical engineer, drilling holes into the earth for the Department of Energy, Los Alamos National Laboratory, and various contractors whose names changed more often than their security clearances. He'd mapped fault lines, assessed geological stability, and kept his mouth shut about things that didn't concern him. The email came from the Veterans History Archive Initiative, a grant program encouraging former military contractors to digitize their old project records for historical preservation. Daniel had applied 6 months earlier, mostly out of boredom. They'd sent him a scanner and simple instructions: catalogue everything, upload what wasn't classified, flag anything that might be. He'd been working through boxes of yellowed documents for weeks: soil composition reports, hand-drawn survey maps, photographs of drilling equipment caked in red desert clay. Most of it was mind-numbingly dull, the kind of technical minutiae that only another engineer could appreciate. But that morning, scanning a stack of Department of Energy environmental cleanup files from a 2025 public records release, his hands stopped moving. The coordinates were unmistakable: 36.9428 degrees north, 106.9931 degrees west. Archuleta Mesa, Dulce, New Mexico. The report was dated February 2025, stamped with multiple agency seals: DOE, Department of Homeland Security, EPA. The language was bureaucratic and vague, designed to bore anyone who bothered reading it. Ground instability due to deep-bore tunneling activities and implementation of biological containment protocols following undisclosed 1979 incident requiring remediation. Daniel read it 3 times, his coffee growing cold in his hand. Biological containment. Archuleta Mesa. He'd been there. He'd been part of whatever this was. Daniel pushed away from his desk and walked to the window. Outside, the morning sun painted the Sacramento mountains in shades of amber and rust. His reflection stared back at him. A lean man with silver hair and sun-weathered skin, eyes still sharp behind wire-rimmed glasses. He looked like someone who'd earned a quiet retirement. He looked like someone who'd successfully buried the past. But memory is a stubborn thing. He returned to his filing cabinets, pulling open drawers he hadn't touched in years. His fingers walked through labelled folders until he found it. A thin accordion file marked LANL. MISC Projects 1978 to 1980. Inside were pay stubs, travel vouchers, equipment requisition forms. But the daily logs from August 1979, the detailed survey notes, the incident reports, the photographs, were gone. He remembered keeping them. He remembered filing them carefully, the way he filed everything. But at some point in some year he couldn't quite recall they'd vanished, or been taken. Daniel sat back down at his computer and opened his blank document. From memory he began typing: Project Gaslight, August 1979, Archuleta Mesa, Dulce, New Mexico. Team lead, Daniel Reeves. Assignment: Geothermal survey and structural assessment of subsurface cavern system. That was the official story anyway. Part 2. The 1979 operation. The past came back in fragments, sharp and bright against the dark backdrop of forgotten years. Summer 1979. Daniel had been 31 years old, newly married, working contract jobs for Los Alamos National Laboratory. The pay was excellent, the work was interesting, and he had learned not to ask too many questions. When you worked for LANL during the Cold War, you understood that curiosity was a luxury you couldn't afford. The call came in late July. A supervisor Daniel had worked with before, a man named Gordon Voss, asked if he was available for a 6-week project in northern New Mexico. Geothermal assessment, Gordon said. Straightforward drilling and core sampling. The location was remote, the pay was double his usual rate, and secrecy protocols would apply. Daniel said yes, without hesitation. He arrived in Dulce on August 5th, driving a rental truck loaded with seismic equipment and diamond-tipped drill bits. The town was small, quiet, nestled in high desert country, where the Jicarilla Apache Reservation sprawled across mesas and canyons. Archuleta Mesa rose to the north, a massive table of rock and sparse vegetation that looked like a sleeping giant. The project site wasn't in the town proper. Daniel followed dirt roads for another 40 minutes, past cattle gates and washouts, until he reached a temporary encampment. 3 aluminum trailers, 2 industrial generators, and a drilling rig positioned near the base of the mesa. A chain-link fence had been erected around the perimeter, topped with warning signs about blasting zones and geological testing. Gordon Voss was waiting for him, clipboard in hand, looking exactly as Daniel remembered. Stocky, balding, with the permanent squint of someone who'd spent too many years reading technical specifications in bad light. "Right on time," Gordon said, shaking Daniel's hand. "Let me show you what we're working with." Inside the main trailer, geological surveys covered every wall. The maps showed an extensive cave system beneath Archuleta Mesa, tunnels that supposedly connected to an abandoned 1950s nuclear shelter built during the height of Cold War paranoia. The official story was that they were assessing the stability of these tunnels for possible geothermal energy extraction. Daniel nodded along, examining the depth readings and soil composition reports. Everything looked standard, professional, boring. "Any problems?" Daniel asked. Gordon hesitated just for a second. "We've had some unusual readings. Temperature fluctuations, minor seismic activity that doesn't match known fault patterns. Probably nothing, but we need someone with your experience to make sense of it." They started drilling on August 8th. The first week was routine. They expanded an existing shaft, pulling up core samples of sandstone, limestone and volcanic rock. Daniel supervised the drilling crews, adjusted their angle and depth, monitored seismic sensors placed throughout the cave system. Everything proceeded according to plan. The second week things changed. On August 23rd at approximately 2:47 p.m, the temperature sensors spiked. Daniel was in the trailer reviewing data when the alarm went off, a shrill electronic beep that made everyone jump. He rushed outside to the drill site. The rig had stopped. The crew stood back, staring at the shaft opening. One of them, a kid named Tommy who couldn't have been more than 22, looked pale. "Something's wrong with the drill," Tommy said. "It hit resistance at 340 meters, but it's not rock. I don't know what it is." Daniel climbed onto the rig platform and checked the readouts. The drill bit had stopped advancing, but the motor was still pulling full torque. The temperature sensor attached to the bit read 127 degrees Fahrenheit, which was at least 40 degrees hotter than it should have been at that depth. "Pull it up," Daniel ordered, slowly. It took 20 minutes to retract the drill. When the bit finally emerged, everyone went silent. The tungsten carbide tips were scorched black, as if they'd been exposed to extreme heat. But more disturbing was the residue coating the bit, a thick, dark substance that looked organic, almost like tar, except it seemed to shimmer with faint iridescence in the afternoon sun. When Daniel reached out to touch it, Gordon grabbed his wrist. "Don't," Gordon said quietly. That was when Daniel noticed the other men, 3 of them, standing near the fence line watching. They wore civilian clothes, jeans, work boots, plain shirts, but they carried themselves with military precision. Daniel hadn't seen them arrive. Gordon saw Daniel looking. "New safety inspectors," he said too quickly. "From Kirtland Air Force Base. Standard procedure." It wasn't standard procedure. Daniel knew that. But he also knew when to keep his mouth shut. They shut down drilling for the day. Gordon sent the crew back to town while he and Daniel stayed behind to examine the drill bit more carefully. In the trailer with the door closed, Gordon swabbed a sample of the dark residue onto a glass slide and examined it under a portable microscope. "Jesus Christ," Gordon whispered. "What is it?" Gordon didn't answer immediately. He adjusted the microscope focus, his face tight with something Daniel couldn't quite identify. Fear, maybe, or recognition. "It's moving," Gordon finally said, "at the cellular level. This isn't geological, it's biological." Before Daniel could respond, the seismic monitors erupted with activity. The needle on the primary unit swung wildly as a low-frequency vibration rolled through the trailer. Deep, rhythmic, almost like a pulse. The lights flickered. Daniel's coffee cup rattled across the desk. Then, as suddenly as it started, everything stopped. Silence. Gordon and Daniel stared at each other. Outside they could hear the generators humming, the wind moving across the mesa. Everything sounded normal. Daniel walked to the window and looked toward the drill site. The three men from Kirtland were making phone calls, their faces grim. "Gordon," Daniel said slowly, "what are we really drilling for?" Gordon was already packing the microscope away, sealing the sample slide in a plastic evidence bag. His hands shook slightly. "Nothing good," he said. "Nothing good at all." That night Daniel couldn't sleep. He lay in his rented room at the Dulce Motor Lodge, staring at the ceiling, listening to the distant hum of the desert. Around 3 a.m. he heard helicopters. Not the small civilian kind, but heavy military transports, their rotors beating the air like war drums. The next morning, when Daniel arrived at the site, everything had changed. The drilling rig was gone. The trailers were being dismantled. A dozen new personnel had arrived overnight, all wearing black tactical uniforms with no insignia. They'd erected a large military tent over the drill shaft, and armed guards now patrolled the perimeter. Gordon met him at the gate, his face haggard, eyes bloodshot. "Project's over," Gordon said, "effective immediately. You'll be compensated for the full contract period, plus a completion bonus. Sign here." He handed Daniel a stack of documents, non-disclosure agreements, security protocols, a new contract that superseded everything he'd signed before, citing national energy security as the reason for termination. Daniel read through them carefully. The language was dense, threatening. He would never discuss the project, he would never return to the site, he would surrender all notes, photographs and samples. Violation would result in federal prosecution. "What did we find down there?" Daniel asked quietly. Gordon looked at him for a long moment. "Nothing," he said finally. "We found absolutely nothing. That's the official story, and you'd be smart to believe it." Daniel signed the papers. 2 days later, he left Dulce, driving back to Alamogordo with a check for $15,000 and a head full of questions he'd never be able to answer. Within a month, he heard that Tommy, the young driller who'd first noticed something wrong, had died in a hiking accident in the Sangre de Cristo Mountains. Another crew member, a geologist named Patricia Mills, was killed in a car crash on Highway 84. Daniel never spoke to Gordon Voss again, and for 46 years he tried very hard to forget that August in Dulce ever happened. Part 3. The Interference. The retired supervisor living under a new identity wasn't hard to find. Daniel had kept a list, not written down, never written down, but memorised, of everyone he'd worked with during those years. Gordon Voss had been important enough to remember. It took Daniel 3 days of searching, using genealogy databases and property records, before he found a match. Gordon Vance, age 72, living in Montrose, Colorado. The photographs on social media, a Facebook account belonging to Gordon's daughter, showed the same stocky build, the same permanent squint, just older and greyer. Daniel didn't call first. He drove the 6 hours north to Montrose, rehearsing what he'd say, and knocked on the door of a modest bungalow with a well-tended garden and a view of the San Juan Mountains. Gordon answered the door, took one look at Daniel and went pale. "Jesus Christ," Gordon whispered. "You're supposed to be forgetting." "So are you," Daniel said. "Can I come in?" They sat in Gordon's kitchen, drinking coffee that neither of them touched, while Gordon's wife, a pleasant woman named Ruth, who had no idea what her husband used to do, ran errands in town. The house was quiet, filled with the comfortable clutter of a long retirement, travel photographs, grandchildren's drawings, a half-finished puzzle on the dining room table. "Why now?" Gordon asked finally. "After all these years, why now?" Daniel slid a printed copy of the DOE report across the table. "Because they're lying. They say it was contained in 1979, but this report mentions ongoing biological containment protocols. Something's still there, Gordon. Something's still active." Gordon read the report slowly, his face unreadable. When he finished, he folded it carefully and pushed it back across the table. "You need to stop," he said. "Right now. Burn this, delete everything on your computer, and forget you ever saw it." "People died," Daniel said. "Tommy, Patricia, maybe others we don't know about. Don't I deserve to know what happened?" "No," Gordon said flatly, "you don't. Because the truth won't set you free, Daniel. It'll get you killed, just like it got them killed. So you're just going to sit here, tend your garden and pretend we didn't see what we saw?" Gordon stood up abruptly, walking to the window. He stood there for a long moment, staring out at the mountains. "They took everything," he said quietly. "Every sample, every photograph, every handwritten note. But they didn't know I'd made copies, backups. Old-school physical backups on punch cards and magnetic tape, stored in a safety deposit box under my mother's maiden name." He turned back to Daniel. "In 1983, I was diagnosed with a brain tumour, stage 3 glioblastoma. The doctors gave me 8 months. I got my affairs in order, wrote letters to my family, prepared to die. Then, 3 days before my first chemotherapy session, the tumour disappeared. Completely. The doctors called it spontaneous remission. A miracle. I called it a message." "From who?" "From whoever wanted to make sure I understood the cost of talking." Daniel felt a chill despite the warmth of the kitchen. "You think they did that to you? Gave you cancer and then took it away?" "I think," Gordon said carefully, "that what we found under Archuleta Mesa was technology we don't understand, biology we didn't create, and I think the people protecting it will do absolutely anything to keep it secret." He walked to a drawer, pulled out a plastic keycard and set it on the table. It was old, yellowed with age, with a magnetic stripe on one side, printed across the front in faded letters, MARE 12. There's an old Los Alamos data server farm outside Santa Fe. Decommissioned in 1992, but the building's still there, still powered, still mirroring archives from the 1970s and 80s. Nobody remembers it exists. This card will get you inside. "Why are you giving this to me?" Gordon sat back down, and for the first time Daniel saw real fear in his old supervisor's eyes. "Because I'm 72 years old, Daniel. I've had 50 years to make peace with my cowardice, but you still have time to be brave, or stupid. I honestly can't tell which." Daniel took the keycard. "One more thing," Gordon said as Daniel stood to leave. "When you find out what Mare 12 means, when you see what they were really doing down there, don't try to stop it. Don't try to expose it. Just document it and run. Because whatever's growing under that mesa, it's been there longer than both of us, and it'll be there long after we're gone." Part 4, the official story cracks. The Los Alamos data server facility was exactly where Gordon said it would be. A nondescript concrete building off Highway 502, hidden behind a stand of ponderosa pines, and marked only with a faded sign reading LANL Auxiliary Facility 7. The parking lot was empty, the windows dark. According to public records, the building had been sold to a private data storage company in 1998, which had gone bankrupt in 2003. Since then, it had existed in bureaucratic limbo, owned by the government but forgotten by everyone who mattered. Daniel parked his truck at 11 p.m. on a Thursday, when the highway traffic was minimal and the spring night was cold enough to see his breath. He'd brought a flashlight, a digital camera, and Gordon's keycard. His hands shook slightly as he approached the building's side entrance. The keycard worked. The lock clicked, and the door swung open on hinges that barely squeaked. Inside, emergency lighting cast everything in a dim red glow. The facility was larger than it looked from outside. A warren of corridors lined with server racks, many of them still humming with power. The air smelled like dust and ozone. Daniel found the terminal station in what must have been the main control room. 3 monitors sat on a metal desk, their screens dark. He pressed the power button on the centre monitor and waited. The system booted up, displaying a command line interface straight out of 1982. Green text on a black screen. No mouse, no icons, just a blinking cursor waiting for input. Daniel pulled out a folded piece of paper where he'd written notes from his conversation with Gordon. He typed carefully, "Access Mayor 12. The screen flickered. A password prompt appeared. Gordon had written this down too, though he'd warned Daniel it might not work after 40 years. Daniel typed "Gaslight. Archive. 1979. For several seconds, nothing happened. Then the screen cleared, and folders began appearing, dozens of them, organised by date and project code. Daniel opened the folder labelled Biological Event Site D. What he found made his stomach clench. Scanned documents, laboratory reports, thermal imaging, and photographs. Dozens of high-resolution photographs taken inside the tunnel system beneath Archuleta Mesa. The first image showed a cross-section of tunnel wall, magnified to show the rock face in detail. What Daniel had initially thought was a natural geological formation wasn't natural at all. Embedded in the stone was something organic. Tissue, or what looked like tissue, forming intricate networks that resembled nerve pathways. The structures were dark, almost black, shot through with veins of metallic sheen that caught the camera flash like circuitry. Another photograph showed a larger section of tunnel. Here the growth was more extensive, covering entire wall sections in sprawling patterns that looked almost deliberate, intentional, as if the material was following some internal blueprint. Daniel scrolled through more images, his sense of unreality growing with each one. Core samples showing biological material fused directly to silicon and metal. Microscope slides revealing cellular structures that seemed to combine organic and inorganic elements. Temperature readings showing localized heat signatures that didn't correspond to any known geological process. Then he found the video file. It was short, less than 3 minutes, and the quality was poor, recorded on what must have been an early digital camera. The footage showed the interior of a tunnel, illuminated by portable work lights. A voice off camera, Daniel thought it might be Gordon's, 40 years younger, provided narration. August 24th, 1979, primary shaft, level 3. We've isolated a section approximately 12 metres into the western branch. You can see the material coating the walls. Initial analysis suggests a form of biofilm, but the structure is far more complex. Notice the metallic striations. Those aren't mineral deposits. They appear to be conducting electrical current. The camera moved closer to the wall. In the harsh light, the tissue-metal hybrid material seemed to pulse faintly, as if responding to the nearby humans. Temperature reading is 112 degrees Fahrenheit, 20 degrees above baseline. The material appears to be generating its own heat. We're also detecting low-frequency electromagnetic emissions. The pattern is unusual. The camera operator zoomed in on a particularly dense cluster of the growth. For just a moment, Daniel thought he saw something beneath the surface. Shapes that might have been cellular structures, or might have been something else, something that looked almost like letters, or numbers, or code. Then the video cut to black. An audio file began playing automatically. A man's voice, official and clipped. Containment breach forecast in 44 years. Recommend implementation of long-term monitoring protocols and preparedness for large-scale quarantine measures. Material demonstrates adaptive properties. Continued growth trajectory suggests surface exposure event by 2023. The file ended. Daniel sat back, his heart pounding. 2023, 2 years ago. He opened another folder, this one labelled Personnel Notes. Inside were psychological evaluations, medical records, security clearance reviews. He found his own file, a single page noting that Daniel Reeves had performed adequately under pressure and posed minimal security risk. But there were other files, thicker ones. Files for people Daniel didn't recognise, marked with red stamps. Compromised, discontinued, neutralised. He was about to close the folder when a new window appeared on the screen, unbidden. Text began scrolling across the display. Unauthorised access detected. Security protocol Mayor 12 activated. This terminal has been logged. Please remain where you are. Daniel didn't remain where he was. He grabbed his camera, ejected the storage device from the terminal and ran. Behind him, he heard the building's security system come alive. Locks engaging, alarms beginning to sound. He hit the exit door at full speed, crashed through into the cold night and sprinted to his truck. He was 3 miles down Highway 502 before he allowed himself to breathe. Part 5. The Descent. Daniel drove straight to Dulce, arriving just after dawn. The town looked exactly as he remembered it. Small, quiet, suspended in time. He checked into the same motor lodge where he'd stayed in 1979, requesting a room in the back where his truck wouldn't be visible from the road. He needed help. He needed someone who wouldn't dismiss what he'd found. Someone with the resources and credibility to investigate further. Someone with nothing to lose. He found that person at the Dulce family restaurant eating breakfast alone at a corner booth. Erin Blevins was 34 years old, a freelance investigative reporter who'd made a name for herself, exposing environmental violations and government corruption throughout the Southwest. Daniel had found her articles online during his drive, pieces about contaminated water supplies near Los Alamos, unexplained increases in cancer rates downwind from White Sands Missile Range, mysterious land purchases by shell corporations linked to defence contractors. She had short dark hair, sharp eyes, and the wary demeanour of someone who had been threatened enough times to take threats seriously. Daniel sat down across from her without asking. "Miss Blevins," he said quietly, "my name is Daniel Reeves, and I have evidence of an ongoing biological contamination event under Archuleta Mesa that the government has been covering up for 46 years. I'm either crazy, or you're about to break the biggest story of your career." To her credit, Erin didn't call security. She studied Daniel for a long moment, then set down her fork. "Show me," she said. They spent the next 2 hours in Daniel's motel room, reviewing everything. The DOE report, Gordon's keycard, the photographs Daniel had taken of the Los Alamos service screen. Daniel told her about 1979, about the drilling operation, about Tommy and Patricia and everyone else who died or disappeared. Erin listened without interrupting, taking notes in a worn leather journal. When Daniel finished, she sat back and exhaled slowly. "I've been tracking unexplained Department of Energy spending in this region for 3 years, she said. Budget line items that don't match any official projects. Equipment purchases that disappear into classified programs. In 2019, Homeland Security authorized construction of what they called a seismic monitoring station, built directly into Archuleta Mesa. The contract went to a private military contractor called Helix Solutions. The project budget was $47 million for a monitoring station." "That's a lot for seismographs," Daniel said. "Exactly. And here's the interesting part. Helix Solutions was founded in 2017 by former DARPA scientists specializing in biotechnology and materials science. Why would a biotech company be building earthquake monitors?" She opened her laptop and showed Daniel satellite imagery of Archuleta Mesa, dated from various years. The most recent, from 2024, showed a cluster of new buildings on the northern slope, white prefab structures arranged in a defensive perimeter, with a large ventilation array visible near the mesa's summit. "I tried to visit last year," Erin continued. "Got stopped at a checkpoint 2 miles out. Federal agents, not local police. They were polite but very clear. This was restricted land, and I needed to leave immediately. When I filed a Freedom of Information Act request, they sent me a 3-page document that was 90% redacted. Daniel leaned forward. "Can you get us in there?" "Maybe. I still have valid press credentials, and technically the access road is on Jicarilla Apache land, which means tribal law applies. I have a contact who might help." She paused. "But if we do this, you understand we're committing multiple federal crimes?" "I'm 67 years old," Daniel said. "I've spent 46 years being careful." "I'm tired of being careful." Erin smiled for the first time. "Good. Let me make some calls." The contact was a Jicarilla Apache rancher named Joseph Quintana, a man in his late 50s with weathered hands and eyes that missed nothing. He met them that evening at his ranch, 10 miles southwest of town, where the mesa rose against the darkening sky like a monument to secrets. "My grandfather worked on the original shelter project in the 1950s, Joseph said, pouring coffee in his kitchen. "He never talked about what he saw down there, but he warned us to stay away from the mesa. Said the earth underneath wasn't right, wasn't clean." "Have you noticed anything unusual?" Erin asked. "Recently, I mean." Joseph nodded. "Helicopters, 2-3 times a week, flying in after midnight, heavy transports military grade, and the cattle." He walked to the window, gesturing toward his pastures. "I've lost 23 head in the last 4 years. Found them in the morning, just lying dead in the field. No wounds, no signs of predators, but they were different. Drained. Like something had taken all the water out of them. The vet couldn't explain it. Said maybe it was a virus, but he'd never seen anything like it." "And the ground hums," Daniel said, remembering what he'd read online. "Yes. Low frequency, usually around 3 a.m. It stops during electrical blackouts, which doesn't make sense if it's geological. Something powered is making that sound. Something big." Joseph agreed to show them the access road that night. They drove in his truck, lights off, navigating by moonlight along dirt roads that wound through pinyon forest and high desert scrub. Eventually, they reached a ridge overlooking the northern approach to the mesa. Below them, Daniel could see the facility, a cluster of illuminated buildings surrounded by chain-link fence topped with razor wire. Guard towers, patrol vehicles. What Erin had called a seismic monitoring station looked more like a military forward operating base. "There's a service entrance on the east side," Joseph said, handing Erin a hand-drawn map. "Old access tunnel from the 1950s shelter project. Most people don't know it exists, but it's still passable. The gate has a keypad lock, 0726. They haven't changed it in 20 years because they think nobody knows about it." "Why are you helping us?" Daniel asked. Joseph was quiet for a moment. "Because my grandson is sick. Leukemia. He's 8 years old. 3 other children in Dulcie have the same diagnosis, all in the last 2 years. The government says it's coincidence. I think it's poison. I think something is leaking out of that mesa, and they know it, and they're letting it happen anyway." He looked at Daniel directly. "So you go down there, and you find out what they're hiding, and then you tell everyone. You make sure the whole world knows." Part 6. The Erasure. They went in at 2 a.m. when the guard rotations changed and the night was darkest. Erin drove, her car a nondescript sedan that wouldn't draw attention. Daniel navigated using Joseph's map and his own memories of the terrain from 46 years ago. The service entrance was exactly where Joseph had indicated. A rusted metal door built into the mesa's rock face, camouflaged by scrub brush and decades of neglect. The keypad was ancient, its numbers worn smooth by weather and time. Daniel entered the code, 0-7-2-6. The lock clicked. Inside, the tunnel smelled like damp earth and electricity. They used headlamps to navigate, following a descending passageway that had been carved through solid rock. The walls showed tool marks from the 1950s, pickaxes and jackhammers, long before modern excavation equipment. Every 50 feet, bare bulbs hung from the ceiling, providing minimal light. After 10 minutes of walking, they reached a newer section. The rough-hewn tunnel gave way to smooth concrete walls, fluorescent lighting, and steel doors marked with modern security placards. "This is recent construction," Erin whispered. "Within the last few years." They passed through 2 more security doors, both unlocked. either through negligence or because the facility staff didn't expect anyone to use this entrance. Eventually they found what they were looking for. A freight elevator with a control panel showing buttons for levels descending far deeper than any geological survey should require. Sub-level 1, sub-level 2, sub-level 3, down to sub-level 12. Mare 12, Daniel said quietly. They descended. The elevator took nearly 3 minutes to reach the bottom, the cables creaking and groaning. When the doors finally opened, they stepped out into a world that shouldn't exist. The chamber was enormous, easily the size of an aircraft hangar carved from living rock. But the walls weren't bare stone anymore. They were covered, floor to ceiling, with the same material Daniel had seen in those 1979 photographs, organic tissue fused with metal, spreading in vast networks that pulsed with faint bioluminescence. Blues and greens and deep purples, like deep-sea creatures adapted to permanent darkness. The material was everywhere, growing across the walls, the ceiling, the floor. In some places it had formed thick cables that resembled nerve bundles or power conduits, impossible to tell which. The air was warm, humid, and smelled faintly of copper, and something else Daniel couldn't identify. Something organic. "My God," Erin breathed. They walked carefully across the chamber, following what looked like a maintenance corridor. Abandoned equipment lay scattered around, drilling rigs, excavation tools, scientific instruments, all of them partially consumed by the growth. In places, the metal had fused directly to the biological material, creating hybrid structures that seemed both technological and alive. Daniel touched one of the wall growth gently. It was warm, and it responded to his touch, brightening slightly, as if acknowledging his presence. "It's aware," he whispered. They found the maintenance bay in a side chamber, a sealed room with thick plastic sheeting hanging in strips across the entrance. A faded hazard placard hung on the door, property of United States Air Force. Project Mare 12, Biotech Containment Zone, authorized personnel only. Inside, the room had been converted into a laboratory, or perhaps a morgue. Stainless steel tables, medical equipment, containment pods lined against the far wall, each one approximately the size of a human being. Most of the pods were empty, but one, in the corner, was not. Daniel approached slowly, his heart hammering. Through the transparent upper section of the pod, he could see what was inside. It had been human once, perhaps in 1979, perhaps earlier. Now it was something else, a body that had been partially transformed, consumed, integrated into the same material that covered the walls, bones visible through translucent tissue, metallic structures growing through the skeleton like circuit boards through flesh. The face was still recognizable, preserved in a rictus of frozen agony or ecstasy. Impossible to tell which. The eyes were open, and they were watching. "Jesus Christ," Erin said. She'd raised her phone, recording video. "Daniel, this is what we found in 1979, Daniel finished. This is what they've been protecting. Not alien technology, not foreign weapons. US, our own creation, synthetic biology that learned to think, to grow, to consume." He moved to another table where documents lay in plastic sleeves, research notes, experimental protocols. He scanned them quickly, his engineering background making sense of the technical language. Project Mare 12 had begun in 1967, according to the dates on the earliest documents. A joint venture between DARPA and the Air Force, attempting to create self-repairing materials for deep space construction. Biological compounds that could survive extreme environments, grow and adapt without human intervention, merge with existing structures to create hybrid systems stronger than anything humanity could engineer alone. The experiments had been conducted here in secret, in tunnels that already existed beneath Archuleta Mesa. And they had worked. The material had grown, adapted, evolved. It had also learned to incorporate anything it touched, including the scientists who created it. Daniel found a core sample sitting on one of the tables, sealed in a transparent containment tube. The material inside still pulsed with faint warmth, even after decades. He slipped it into his jacket pocket. "We need to go," he said. "Now." They hurried back through the chamber toward the elevator, but as they approached, the lights flickered. The bioluminescent growth on the walls brightened suddenly, illuminating the entire space in eerie blue-green light. And beneath their feet, Daniel felt it, that same rhythmic vibration he'd experienced in 1979. A pulse, like a heartbeat. The elevator doors opened before they reached them. Two men in a tactical gear stepped out, weapons holstered but visible. Behind them, a third figure, older, wearing a suit despite the underground location. He looked at Daniel and Erin with the weary expression of someone who dealt with this situation before. "Mr. Reeves," the man said calmly, "we've been expecting you since you accessed the Los Alamos archive 3 days ago." They were escorted to the surface, driven in a black SUV to a nondescript office building in Albuquerque, and placed in separate interview rooms. Daniel sat alone for 6 hours before anyone spoke to him. The man in the suit finally entered, carrying a thin folder. "My name is irrelevant," he said, sitting across from Daniel. "What matters is that you understand something crucial. You didn't find aliens, Mr. Reeves. You found us. The part of us we were never meant to create." "Then why hide it?" Daniel demanded. "If this is just a failed experiment—" "Failed?" The man laughed bitterly. "Mare 12 is the most successful experiment in human history. That material down there is smarter than we are. It's been growing, learning, evolving for 50 years. It understands physics we haven't discovered yet. It's rewriting its own genetic code. It's dreaming, Mr. Reeves, and we have no idea what it's dreaming about." He opened the folder, showing Daniel satellite thermal images of Archuleta Mesa. The entire underground system glowed with heat signatures forming patterns too complex to be random. "We can't stop it. We can only slow it down, contain it, study it. Because one day, maybe in 10 years, maybe in 50, it's going to reach the surface. And when it does, it will change everything. The question isn't whether humanity survives. It's whether we deserve to." The man stood. "You'll be released in 48 hours with no record of this conversation. Your friend Miss Blevins has already been released. Her footage was corrupted during the upload. A tragic technical failure. You're both free to live your lives. We recommend you do so quietly." Daniel was driven back to Dulce 2 days later and dropped at his truck. Erin was gone. Her phone went straight to voicemail. Her social media accounts went dark. Her apartment in Santa Fe was empty, lease terminated. 1 month later, a sealed envelope arrived at Daniel's house with no return address. Inside was a single printed photograph, a frame from Erin's deleted footage. It showed the containment pod clearly, a hybrid human thing suspended inside. But this version of the image was closer, more detailed. And in the reflection of the pod's transparent surface, visible in perfect clarity, was another figure, standing behind the pod, watching the camera, watching Daniel and Erin. It was vaguely humanoid, but wrong in ways Daniel's brain struggled to process. Tall and thin, with too many joints. Its surface seemed to shift between organic tissue and metallic structure, never settling on either. And its eyes, if they were eyes, glowed with the same bioluminescent blue-green as the walls. Written on the back of the photograph in neat handwriting, "It sees you now. It remembers." Part 7. The Silent Renewal. 6 months passed. The Department of Energy issued a press release announcing the controlled demolition and environmental remediation of unstable underground structures beneath Archuleta Mesa. The operation was completed in October 2025, they said. The area was now safe, sealed, contained. Daniel watched the news from his home in Alamogordo. He saw the footage of trucks hauling away debris, officials in hard hats giving interviews about geological stability and public safety. Everything looked professional, convincing, final. But he knew better. The satellite imagery told a different story. New construction had begun on the mesa within weeks of the supposed demolition. Not demolition equipment, but infrastructure. Massive ventilation arrays, power substations capable of supporting a small city, concrete reinforcement structures that looked less like containment and more like preparation. And the hum had returned. Joseph Quintana called Daniel in December. His voice was tight with barely controlled fear. "It's louder than before," Joseph said. "The hum. It used to stop around dawn. Now it goes all day. My grandson," his voice broke, "his cancer's in remission. The doctors say it's impossible, that leukemia doesn't just disappear like this. But 3 other sick children in Dulce are also in remission, all of them at the same time." "That's good news," Daniel said carefully. "Is it?" Joseph asked, "or is something down there changing them? Rewriting them? My grandson says he dreams about blue light and being connected to something vast. He's 8 years old, Daniel. What kind of dreams are those?" Daniel didn't have an answer. He sat in his workshop that night, unable to sleep, listening to his old seismometer, the same equipment he'd used in 1979, never quite able to throw it away. He'd set it up weeks ago, pointing the sensors north toward Dulce, 120 miles away. The signal was there, faint but unmistakable. A rhythmic pulse, deep and slow. 1 beat every 1.3 seconds, the exact rhythm of a resting human heartbeat. Daniel opened his laptop and pulled up the core sample data he'd photographed at Los Alamos. The growth projections, the containment breach forecast. The calculations had predicted surface exposure by 2023. It was now 2025. Whatever was under Archuleta Mesa had already reached the surface. It was already spreading, and the government wasn't fighting it anymore. They were managing it, controlling the narrative, preparing the world for something they could no longer prevent. Daniel thought about the photograph, the creature standing in the reflection, watching. He thought about Gordon's miracle recovery from cancer. He thought about Joseph's grandson and the other children, suddenly healed by something that grew in darkness beneath the earth. Mare 12 wasn't killing people anymore. It was helping them, changing them, preparing them. For what, Daniel didn't know. Perhaps no one did. Perhaps even the thing itself didn't fully understand what it was becoming. He saved his files to 3 separate encrypted drives and mailed them to addresses around the country. Insurance, in case someone decided he'd become too dangerous to ignore. Then he poured himself a glass of whiskey and walked outside. The desert night was cold and clear, stars sharp as broken glass. To the north, toward Dulce, Daniel thought he could see a faint glow on the horizon. It might have been light pollution from Albuquerque. It might have been something else. The seismometer in his workshop continued its steady rhythm. 1 beat, then another, like a heart, like a promise, like a countdown. Daniel raised his glass to the distant mesa and whispered, "God help us all." The stars didn't answer. But somewhere beneath the earth, in chambers carved from living rock, something that had once been an experiment and was now something far more continued its patient, inexorable work, growing, learning, dreaming, and waiting. What if the greatest mystery in human history wasn't lost, but buried on purpose? Before we dive into the depths, I want to give a thank you to Ilwyn, eventually, and so many others who suggested this story idea. Your creativity and enthusiasm make these videos possible. If you have ideas for future stories, please leave them in the comments below. I read every single one. Now let's descend into a mystery that spans millennia, where ancient secrets and modern conspiracies collide beneath 3 miles of dark Atlantic water. Act 1. The Discovery. The submersible's floodlights cut through the darkness like surgical blades, illuminating particles of marine snow that drifted past the reinforced viewing port. Maya Wren pressed her face closer to the glass. her breath fogging the surface as she watched the magnetometer reading spike again. "That's the fourth anomaly in 20 minutes, she murmured, her fingers flying across the laptop keyboard mounted to her workstation. The cramped interior of the research vessel, Meridian hummed with the steady thrum of engines and the occasional ping of the sonar array. "Could be ferrous deposits," offered James Park, her graduate assistant, his Korean accent still thick despite 5 years at Woods Hole. He adjusted his glasses and leaned over her shoulder to study the screen. "The mid-Atlantic ridge is volcanically active. Plenty of iron-rich basalt down there." Maya shook her head, her dark curls escaping from the loose bun she'd tied that morning. At 36, she'd been mapping oceanic magnetic fields for over a decade, and she knew the difference between geological noise and genuine anomaly. This was different. This was organised. "Basalt doesn't form perfect right angles, James." She pulled up the 3-dimensional rendering of the seafloor they'd been building for the past 6 weeks. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration had funded this expedition to study geomagnetic fluctuations along the Azores sector of the mid-Atlantic ridge. Routine science, or so they'd thought. But 3 days ago, their multi-beam sonar had detected something that made Maya's academic instincts scream. Beneath 400 metres of volcanic sediment, approximately 800 nautical miles west of the Portuguese coast, something massive was hiding. The rendering rotated on her screen. A rectilinear structure nearly 2 kilometres across, composed of what appeared to be 3 concentric rings connected by radial pathways. The magnetic signature was unlike anything in the geological record, consistent with worked stone or metal, not natural formation. "What's the depth?" asked Captain Torres from the bridge above, his voice crackling through the intercom. 2,800 metres, Maya replied, "right at the edge of the abyssal plain." "And you're certain this isn't a shipwreck? Maybe a World War II convoy?" Maya zoomed in on one section of the structure. "Captain, this thing predates steel shipping by a considerable margin. Look at the sediment stratification. We're looking at burial that occurred at least 12,000 years ago, possibly more. Whatever this is, it's been down there since the last ice age." Silence filled the intercom. Even Torres, who'd spent 40 years at sea and thought he'd seen everything, had no response to that. James broke the quiet. "Should we notify NOAA?" "Already done," Maya said, typing the final commands to upload their findings to the shared US-European Union oceanographic database. "Full data set, images, coordinates, everything's going to the archive server now." She hit enter and leaned back in her chair, allowing herself a moment of satisfaction. This was why she'd become an oceanographer. Not for the grants or the conferences, but for moments like this, when the ocean revealed secrets it had kept for millennia. The upload completed. Maya watched the confirmation dialogue appear on her screen. Data successfully transmitted to NOAA archive server. Reference code AZ-MAR-2025-0847. "Coffee?" James offered, holding up the thermal carafe. God, yes. He poured her a cup of the thick black liquid that barely qualified as coffee, but had become essential fuel during their long shifts. Maya wrapped her hands around the warm mug and returned her attention to the sonar display, watching the seafloor scroll past as Meridian continued its survey pattern. Then her screen went black. "What the—" Maya tapped several keys. Nothing. She checked the power supply. Green light. The computer was running, but her access had been cut. "James, are you seeing this?" He checked his own terminal. "I've got nothing. The whole network just locked me out." Maya tried her administrative password. Access denied. She tried her backup credentials. Access denied. She attempted to reconnect to the NOAA server. "Your credentials have been revoked. Contact system administrator." "That's impossible," she breathed. "I uploaded the data 15 minutes ago. You can't revoke research credentials without a formal review, and that takes weeks." Captain Torres's voice came through the intercom, tight with tension. "Ren, I'm getting a priority communication from NOAA headquarters. They're ordering us to cease all surveying operations in this sector immediately and return to port." "What? Why?" "They didn't say." but the order came with a national security classification tag. Maya's hands went cold despite the warm coffee mug. National security for geological research? Captain, request clarification. We're in international waters conducting civilian scientific research funded by US taxpayer money. They can't just... The order is non-negotiable, Wren. We turn around now, or we lose our research license. I'm sorry. The intercom clicked off. Maya stared at her blank screen, her mind racing. She'd uploaded complete data to the server. Coordinates, sonar imagery, magnetic readings, everything. And within minutes, her access had been revoked, and their expedition terminated. Someone didn't want them looking at what was down there. James set down his coffee cup carefully. What do we do? Maya opened her laptop, her personal device not connected to the ship's network. Before uploading to NOAA, she'd made a habit of backing up all her research to an encrypted cloud drive. A habit born from a graduate school disaster when a server crash had destroyed 6 months of thesis work. She accessed the drive. The files were still there. All of them. We find out what we discovered, she said quietly, and we find out why someone wants it buried. Act 2. The Black Archive. The coffee shop in Woods Hole, Massachusetts was nearly empty at 3 p.m. Maya sat in a corner booth, her laptop open but her attention focused on the door. She'd been waiting for 20 minutes, and with each passing moment she wondered if this was a mistake. The email had arrived 2 days after Meridian returned to port. No subject line, sent from an anonymous encrypted address. I worked on something called Project Delphi in the 1970s. I know what you found. We need to talk. Come alone. Below that was a time, a location, and a warning. Delete this message after reading. Maya had almost ignored it. She was a scientist, not a conspiracy theorist. But her credentials were still revoked. NOAA had offered no explanation beyond administrative review. Her calls to supervisors went unreturned. And when she'd tried to discuss her findings with colleagues, she'd been met with uncomfortable silence and sudden excuses to end conversations. Someone was actively suppressing her research. The door chimed. An elderly man entered, moving with the careful deliberation of someone whose body no longer obeyed as quickly as his mind commanded. He was perhaps 75, with close-cropped white hair and the weathered face of someone who'd spent years at sea. His eyes swept the coffee shop with the methodical assessment of a man trained to notice threats. Those eyes found Maya. He nodded slightly and approached her booth. "You're Wren," he said. It wasn't a question. "And you are?" "Thomas Calloway, Commander US Navy, retired." He slid into the booth across from her, moving with surprising grace despite his age. "I spent 30 years in naval intelligence and submarine operations. The last 5 of those were dedicated to Project Delphi." Maya studied him. He wore a simple windbreaker and khakis, nothing to indicate his military background. But something in his posture, the way he held himself, suggested he was telling the truth. "What was Project Delphi?" she asked. Calloway glanced around the coffee shop. Satisfied they weren't being observed, he pulled a weathered manila folder from inside his jacket and placed it on the table. Officially, deep ocean surveillance, tracking Soviet submarine movements during the Cold War. We deployed a network of hydrophones across the Atlantic, listening for propeller signatures and reactor signatures. And unofficially, his expression darkened. We were looking for architectural anomalies, structures on the seafloor that couldn't be explained by natural geology. Maya felt her pulse quicken. Why? Because we'd found them before. Calloway opened the folder. Inside were yellowed photographs and documents marked with classification stamps, most of them reading Top Secret or Classified, Mare 12. In 1968, a Navy bathyscaphe conducting deep ocean surveys off the coast of Morocco detected what the crew described as Cyclopean masonry at a depth of 4,000 metres, massive blocks of worked stone arranged in geometric patterns. He slid one photograph across the table. It was grainy and water-damaged, but Maya could make out angular shapes in the murky underwater gloom, too regular to be natural, too massive to be modern construction. The Navy classified the findings immediately, Calloway continued, but certain people in the intelligence community became very interested. If there were prehistoric structures on the ocean floor, what else might be down there? What technology? What knowledge? So they created Project Delphi to search for more, Maya said. Exactly. We spent 5 years mapping the Atlantic seafloor with sonar arrays far more sophisticated than anything available to civilian researchers. We found dozens of anomalies. Most turned out to be shipwrecks or geological formations that looked artificial but weren't. But some... He trailed off, his gaze distant. Some were real, Maya finished. Calloway nodded slowly. In 1977, we detected a massive structure near the mid-Atlantic ridge. The sonar returns were unlike anything we'd seen before. Concentric rings, radial pathways, electromagnetic signatures that shouldn't exist underwater. It matched descriptions from Plato's account of Atlantis with disturbing precision. Maya's academic skepticism warred with the evidence before her. She'd spent her career dealing with facts, with measurable data. Ancient Atlantis was myth, not science. But the sonar data on her laptop told a different story. What happened? She asked. Calloway's hands trembled slightly as he pulled out another document. We sent a deep-sea expedition to investigate. The submarine Triton II descended to the coordinates on July 12, 1977. 6 crew members, including our best deep-sea specialist and a geologist from MIT. And they went silent 18 hours into the dive. No distress call, no emergency beacon, just silence. We sent recovery vessels, but they found nothing. No wreckage, no debris. The Triton II simply vanished. Maya studied the document he'd placed before her. It was a mission report, heavily redacted, but certain phrases were still visible. Unprecedented electromagnetic interference. Structural composition inconsistent with known materials. Recommend immediate termination of Project Delphi. The project was shut down within a month, Calloway said. All data was classified under a new designation, Mare 12. That's the highest level of classification in naval intelligence. Higher than nuclear submarine specifications, higher than strategic weapons data. Everything related to Delphi was buried, and everyone involved was reassigned with non-disclosure agreements that would land us in military prison if we talked. So why are you talking now? He met her eyes, and she saw something there that made her chest tighten. Fear, but also resignation. Because I'm dying. Pancreatic cancer, stage 4. I've got maybe 3 months left, and because I've watched the monitoring data for 50 years, waiting to see if anyone would rediscover what we found. There's been monitoring? Maya asked sharply. Ongoing surveillance of these sites? Of course. The project ended, but the interest didn't. Various agencies have maintained deep ocean sensors throughout the Atlantic. When your data upload hit the NOAA servers, it triggered automated alerts in at least 3 different intelligence databases. That explained the immediate lockdown. Her discovery hadn't just been noticed, it had been anticipated. Commander Calloway, what exactly do you think is down there? He was quiet for a long moment. Outside, seagulls cried as they wheeled above the harbour. The coffee shop's espresso machine hissed and steamed. I don't think anything, he said finally. I know, I've seen the classified analyses, the materials tests, the archaeological assessments that were conducted before everything was locked down. What's beneath that sediment isn't just ruins, Maya. It's a containment facility. Containing what? That's the question that got 6 people killed in 1977. He reached into his jacket again and pulled out a small USB drive. These are the original Delphi coordinates for the primary site. They're approximately 40 nautical miles from where you conducted your survey. You found one of the outer structures. The main complex is deeper, more heavily buried. Maya took the drive, her fingers closing around the small piece of plastic and metal that seemed to weigh far more than it should. What am I supposed to do with this? That's up to you. But understand that the moment you access those coordinates, you'll be placing yourself in considerable danger. The people who manage Mare 12 have unlimited resources and absolutely no oversight. They've maintained this secret for half a century. They won't let a civilian oceanographer expose it now. He stood slowly, buttoning his windbreaker. Commander, wait. I've told you everything I can. The rest is on that drive. delete our correspondence, destroy any evidence that we met. And Maya... He paused at the edge of the booth. If you do decide to pursue this, don't use official channels, don't trust anyone in government or academia, and for God's sake, don't tell anyone where you're going. He walked toward the door, his gait stiff but purposeful. Commander Calloway, Maya called after him. He turned. Why give this to me? Why not take it to the press or leak it online? A sad smile crossed his weathered face. Because you're a scientist. You'll need proof before you believe it. And if you find that proof, you'll know how to interpret it in ways I never could. Just be careful. Some discoveries aren't meant to be made. Then he was gone, disappearing into the grey afternoon. Maya sat alone in the booth, the USB drive burning in her palm. Every rational instinct told her to destroy it, to forget this conversation, to file a grievance with NOAA and wait for the bureaucratic wheels to turn. But she'd seen the sonar data. She'd watched her credentials evaporate within minutes of uploading her research. She'd felt the wrongness of it all, the sense that something far larger than scientific protocol was at play. She inserted the USB drive into her laptop. The files were encrypted, but Calloway had included the password in the file name. Triton 77. Maya typed it in and held her breath. The drive contained dozens of files, sonar maps, bathymetric surveys, electromagnetic spectrum analyses, and dozens of photographs. She opened the images folder. The first photo made her breath catch. It showed a sonar composite of the seafloor, but the resolution was far beyond anything available to her expedition. And there, rendered in stunning detail, were the 3 concentric rings she'd detected. But now she could see they were part of a much larger complex. Radial pathways connected the rings like spokes on a wheel. Massive structures rose from the seafloor, their geometry too precise to be natural. And at the centre of it all was something that made her academic skepticism crumble entirely. A pyramid. Not stepped like Mayan construction or smooth like Egyptian. This was something else entirely. Obsidian black, perfectly symmetrical, rising nearly 300 metres from the ocean floor. The image was stamped with a date, June 1977, 1 month before the Triton II disappeared. Maya's hand shook as she opened the next file. It was a geological analysis, written in dense technical language, but certain passages had been highlighted. Composition inconsistent with terrestrial igneous formations. Isotopic analysis suggests artificial vitrification process. Presence of manufactured nanostructures within crystalline matrix. Electromagnetic properties indicate active power source, despite 12,000-year burial. Active power source. Something down there was still functioning after 12 millennia underwater. The next file was a memo from the project director to the Secretary of the Navy. Project Delphi has identified a structure of potentially non-terrestrial origin. Recommend immediate containment protocols and suspension of all deep ocean research in affected sectors. Further investigation poses unacceptable risk to national security and possibly global stability. Non-terrestrial origin. Maya closed the laptop, her mind reeling. This couldn't be real. This was the territory of late-night radio shows and conspiracy theory websites, not legitimate science. But the data was real. The sonar returns were real. And Commander Calloway's fear had been very, very real. Her phone buzzed, a text message from an unknown number. Commander Thomas Calloway was found dead this morning. Boating accident off Cape Cod. My condolences. Stop asking questions. Maya stared at the message, her hands trembling. Calloway had met with her 3 hours ago. He'd been fine, dying of cancer, yes, but very much alive. A boating accident, within hours of giving her classified information. She deleted the message and pulled the USB drive from her laptop. Then she made a decision that would change everything. She was going to find out what was buried beneath the Atlantic, and she was going to find out why people were willing to kill to keep it secret. Act 3. The Descent. Finding a submersible proved easier than Maya expected. The hard part was finding one whose owner wouldn't ask too many questions. She found both in Leo Castellano, a 42-year-old marine engineer who'd spent 15 years designing deep-sea equipment for oil companies before an ethical dispute led him to quit and start his own oceanographic equipment rental business. He operated out of a converted warehouse in Ponta Delgada in the Azores, and his website advertised no corporate bureaucracy, no red tape, just good equipment and reasonable rates. Maya had flown to the Azores using her savings and rented a small boat under a false name. When she approached Leo with her proposal, a privately funded deep-sea dive to investigate geological formations, he'd been sceptical until she showed him the sonar data. "This is real?" he'd asked, studying the images on her laptop. "As real as anything I've ever measured." He'd studied her for a long moment, his dark eyes assessing. "You're that oceanographer, aren't you? The one whose research credentials got pulled. I saw the talk on the forums." Maya's stomach sank. "I can explain." "No need. I left petroleum engineering because they kept ordering me to bury inconvenient data about environmental damage. I recognise a cover-up when I see one." He'd grinned. "When do we leave?" Now, 3 days later, Maya stood on the deck of Leo's research vessel Prometheus, watching as his crew prepared the submersible Orpheus for deployment. The submarine was a marvel of engineering, a titanium sphere capable of reaching depths of 6,000 metres, equipped with high-definition cameras, manipulator arms, and enough life support for 72 hours. "Final systems check complete," Leo announced, emerging from the sub's access hatch. "All green across the board. Weather window looks good for the next 8 hours." Maya nodded, trying to calm the nervous energy thrumming through her veins. She'd done dozens of submersible dives in her career, but never one like this. Never one that might reveal evidence of a pre-Ice Age civilization. Or worse, evidence that someone had been killing to keep that civilization hidden. "You're sure about this?" Leo asked quietly. "Once we're down there, we're committed. No abort unless it's a life-threatening emergency." "I'm sure." They climbed into the submersible together, squeezing through the narrow hatch into the cramped interior. The sphere was barely 2 meters across, packed with instruments, life support systems and supplies. Maya settled into one of the 2 seats and began checking the camera systems while Leo ran through the pre-dive checklist. "Surface crew, this is Orpheus," Leo spoke into the comm system. "Ready for deployment." "Copy, Orpheus. You're cleared for dive. Good luck down there." The crane activated with a mechanical whine. The submersible lifted off the deck, swung out over the ocean, and began its descent toward the dark Atlantic waters. The moment they hit the surface, the world transformed. Sunlight filtered through the water in shifting columns of blue-green light. Fish scattered from the descending submersible. Maya watched the depth gauge climb 10 meters, 20, 50. "Setting ballast for descent," Leo announced. "Target depth 2,900 meters. Estimated descent time 90 minutes. The submersible's motors engaged with a low hum, and they began to sink faster. The sunlight faded gradually, shifting from brilliant blue to deep azure to purple-black. At 200 meters they entered the twilight zone, where only the faintest traces of surface light penetrated. At 500 meters the darkness became total. Leo activated the exterior floods, and suddenly they were in a bubble of light surrounded by infinite black. Particles of organic matter drifted past like snow, marine snow, the constant rain of dead plankton and fish scales and fecal pellets that fed the deep ocean's ecosystem. "Depth 1,000 meters, Leo reported. "All systems nominal. How are you doing?" "Good," Maya lied. The darkness pressed against the viewing port like a physical thing. She forced herself to focus on the instruments, on the sonar display that showed the seafloor still far below. They descended in silence, the only sounds the hum of the motors and the occasional ping of the active sonar. The pressure gauge climbed steadily. Outside, the water pressure was now over 100 atmospheres, enough to crush an unprotected human instantly. "Depth 2,000 meters, Leo said, entering the abyssal zone." The temperature inside the sphere had dropped noticeably despite the heaters. Maya's breath formed small clouds of vapour. She checked the magnetometer, already detecting the anomalies that had first drawn her attention. "I'm getting readings," she said. "Electromagnetic signature increasing. Bearing 235 degrees. Leo adjusted their course slightly. The sonar showed the seafloor rising to meet them as they followed the slope of the mid-Atlantic ridge. Depth 2,500 meters. Bottom coming up fast. Maya activated the HD cameras, their feeds appearing on the monitors mounted throughout the sphere. The lights illuminated swirling clouds of sediment kicked up by their descent. 2,800 meters, levelling off. The submersible's descent slowed, and they hovered 10 meters above the seafloor. Leo activated the lateral thrusters, and they began moving forward at a crawl, following the coordinates from Callaway's USB drive. The seafloor was a landscape of volcanic rock and sediment, dotted with the occasional deep-sea creature, rat-tailed fish with bioluminescent lures, spider crabs picking through the mud, ghostly white anemones waving in the current. Then the lights caught something that didn't belong. "Stop!" Maya breathed. Leo killed the thrusters immediately. They drifted forward on momentum, the lights sweeping across what Maya had spotted. It was a wall, not a rock formation, not a coral reef. A wall, black as obsidian, rising from the sediment in a perfectly straight line that extended beyond the reach of their lights in both directions. "Mother of God," Leo whispered. Maya guided one of the external cameras closer. The wall surface was smooth, almost glassy, with a texture that suggested it had been melted rather than carved. And there, barely visible beneath a thin layer of biological film, were markings. "Are those inscriptions?" Leo asked. Maya leaned closer to the monitor. The markings were geometric, circles, spirals, and linear patterns that seemed to repeat at regular intervals, and among them, symbols that made her academic certainty crumble entirely. A double helix, the universal symbol for DNA, rendered in stone 12,000 years before Watson and Crick. "This shouldn't be possible," she said, "but it is." Leo was already manoeuvring the sub along the wall's length. "We're seeing it right now." They followed the wall for nearly a kilometre, the massive structure curving gradually. Maya realised they were travelling along the outer ring of the concentric circles she detected with sonar. The wall rose at least 30 metres from the seafloor, disappearing into the sediment above. There, Leo pointed, an opening. A gap in the wall, too regular to be damage, clearly intentional, an entrance. "Should we go through?" he asked. Maya checked the electromagnetic readings. They were spiking dramatically, the frequency patterns unlike anything in her database of geological phenomena. "Yes," she said, "but carefully." Leo guided Orpheus through the opening. On the other side, the seafloor dropped away into a vast circular basin, and at its centre. Maya's breath caught in her throat. The pyramid, just like in Callaway's photographs, but seeing it in person was entirely different. It rose from the basin floor in perfect geometric precision, each face meeting at precise angles, the entire structure glowing with a faint blue-green bioluminescence that had nothing to do with marine life. "That's not biological," Leo said, his voice barely above a whisper. "That's electromagnetic radiation. The structure itself is generating light." "After 12,000 years underwater," Maya added. "Whatever technology built this, it's still active." They descended into the basin, circling the pyramid slowly. It was massive. The base alone had to be nearly half a kilometre across. The surface was the same obsidian-like material as the walls, but smoother, more refined. And across every face were inscriptions, thousands of them, covering the entire structure in a dense lattice of symbols and diagrams. Maya photographed everything, her cameras clicking constantly. The symbols included mathematical equations, astronomical charts showing planetary orbits, and again, repeatedly, that double helix pattern intertwined with stellar coordinates. "It's a map," she realised, "or a message. These aren't just decorations, they're communicating something." "What's that?" Leo pointed to the pyramid's apex. Something protruded from the structure's peak, a crystalline formation that pulsed with the same blue-green light, but brighter, more concentrated. "Can we get closer?" Maya asked. Leo engaged the thrusters, and they rose toward the apex. As they approached, Maya's instruments went haywire. The electromagnetic readings spiked off the scale. Static filled the comm system. Even the submersible's lights flickered. "We're getting interference," Leo reported, his voice tense. "The pyramid's output is playing hell with our electronics." "Just a little closer." They ascended until they were level with the crystal formation. It was beautiful, a perfectly symmetrical structure of what looked like quartz or diamond, easily 3 meters tall, pulsing with internal light like a heartbeat. And through that light, Maya could see something inside. "Leo, can you position one of the cameras for a better angle?" He manoeuvred the external camera arm, bringing it within a meter of the crystal. Maya zoomed in, enhancing the image, filtering out the glare. Inside the crystal was a chamber, and inside that chamber, suspended in some kind of translucent medium, were objects, not artifacts, not tools, organisms. They looked almost like jellyfish, but the symmetry was too perfect, the structure too organized. Tendrils extended from a central nucleus in precise geometric patterns. The nucleus itself glowed with the same blue-green light, and within it, Maya could see structures that resembled cells, but cells far more complex than anything in Earth's evolutionary history. "Those are alive," she whispered. "That's impossible," Leo said. "Nothing could survive that long in—" The organisms moved, not drifting with current. There was no current inside the crystal. This was purposeful movement, coordinated. The tendrils extended and contracted in synchronous patterns, like neurons firing in a brain. "They're not preserved," Maya said, her voice shaking. "They're active, functioning. These things have been alive for 12,000 years. "That violates every principle of biology," Leo said. "Nothing lives that long, nothing. Unless they weren't entirely biological," Maya thought. The DNA helix symbols, the cellular complexity, the electromagnetic signatures. What if these organisms were biotechnological? Part biology, part machine. One of the organisms pressed against the inside of the crystal, its tendrils spreading across the surface. Maya could swear it was looking at them, examining them the way they were examining it. "We need to document this," she said, her scientific instincts overriding her growing unease. "Full spectrum analysis, tissue samples, if we can manage—" The pyramid's light pulsed brighter. The electromagnetic readings doubled, tripled. "Maya, we need to back off," Leo warned. "The systems are overloading." "Just another minute." A sound filled the submersible, not through the comm system, but through the hull itself. A deep, resonant tone that vibrated through Maya's bones. It reminded her of whale song, but lower, more complex, and beneath it, patterns, rhythms, almost like language. "What is that?" Leo asked. Maya checked her acoustic sensors. The sound wasn't random noise, it was structured, repeating in complex sequences. Someone, something, was transmitting. And then, on the sonar display, Maya saw something that made her blood turn to ice. The sediment around the pyramid was moving, shifting, rising in coordinated patterns that couldn't be natural. "The pyramid's waking up," she breathed. "What?" "The electromagnetic pulses. They're activating something buried in the sediment. Look at the sonar. There are more structures down there, all connected to the pyramid, and they're all starting to generate the same frequencies." The acoustic signal intensified. The water around them began to glow with bioluminescent plankton, responding to the pyramid's electromagnetic output. The entire basin was coming alive. "We're leaving," Leo said firmly. "Now." He engaged the ballast system, and Orpheus began to rise. Maya kept her cameras trained on the pyramid, recording everything, even as the structure receded below them. The organisms inside the crystal pressed against its surface, their tendrils spreading wider, moving faster, almost desperately. Then Maya saw something that would haunt her nightmares for months to come. A crack appeared in the crystal, just a hairline fracture, barely visible, but it was there. And as they watched, it spread, slowly, inevitably. "The containment is failing," Maya said. "Whatever that pyramid was built to hold, it's breaking free." They cleared the basin's edge and shot toward the surface, the submersible's motors straining. Behind them, the acoustic signal continued, growing louder, more complex, more urgent. Maya looked back one last time. Through the darkness she could see the pyramid's glow intensifying, pulsing in rhythmic patterns that spread across the entire structure like veins of light. The organisms weren't just moving now, they were growing, extending tendrils beyond the crystal's boundaries into the surrounding water, and on the sonar Maya saw the other structures buried in the sediment beginning to break through, rising, activating. Whatever Atlantis had been built to contain, whatever ancient civilization had buried it beneath volcanic sediment and 3 miles of ocean, was waking up after 12,000 years, and humanity had no idea what was coming. Act 4. The Suppression. They surfaced 6 hours later, exhausted and terrified. The moment Orpheus broke the surface, Leo activated the emergency beacon, a decision they both regretted within the hour. The NATO frigate appeared on the horizon before they had even finished transferring their data to the surface vessel. Maya watched through binoculars as the warship approached with deliberate speed, its profile unmistakable even at distance. "That's a patrol vessel," Leo said, his voice tight. "Armed. What the hell is NATO doing out here?" "Looking for us," Maya replied quietly. The frigate pulled alongside Prometheus, dwarfing Leo's smaller research vessel. Armed sailors lined the rails. A voice boomed over a loudspeaker in English, Portuguese and French. "This is NATO research vessel integrity. You're operating in a restricted maritime zone. Stand by for boarding." "Restricted?" Leo looked at Maya. "We check the maritime charts." "This is open ocean, international waters." "It wasn't restricted 6 hours ago," Maya said. "It is now." The boarding party came aboard with professional efficiency. A dozen sailors and 3 men in civilian clothing who moved with the precise coordination of military special forces. One of them, a tall man in his 50s with greying temples and cold blue eyes, approached Maya directly. "I'm Commander Peterson, NATO Maritime Research Division," he said, showing credentials that Maya didn't recognise. "You've been conducting unauthorised research in protected waters." "This is international ocean," Leo protested. "You can't just..." "Under Article 87 of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, we have authority to restrict access to areas of environmental sensitivity," Peterson interrupted smoothly. "A massive gas seep has been detected in this sector. Highly toxic, potentially explosive. We're evacuating all vessels for their safety." "That's convenient," Maya said. "How long has this gas seep been active?" Peterson's expression didn't change. "Long enough. Now we'll need to confiscate all recording equipment and data storage devices. Standard contamination protocol." "Contamination?" Leo said incredulously. "From what?" "Sulfur compounds can corrupt electronic media," Peterson said smoothly. "We're doing you a favour." Within minutes, armed sailors were removing every hard drive, camera and recording device from both vessels. Maya watched helplessly as they carried away terabytes of data. The pyramid, the organisms, the inscriptions, everything. "This is illegal seizure," she protested. Peterson stepped closer, his voice dropping to a whisper only she could hear. "You dove to coordinates from a classified military project. You documented structures covered by international security protocols that predate your birth. You have no legal standing here, and if you push this, you'll discover exactly how far outside the law you really are." He stepped back, his professional smile returning. "For your safety, you'll be escorted to port immediately. Any attempt to return to this sector will result in arrest. Are we clear?" Maya said nothing. Peterson took her silence as agreement and returned to the frigate. By sunset, they were back in Ponta Delgada, their equipment gone, their data seized. Leo was furious. Maya was terrified, because she knew they'd seen something they weren't supposed to see, and people who saw such things had a tendency to disappear. Act 5. The Ancient Connection. 3 days later, Maya's university position was terminated. The official reason: fabrication of research data and violation of ethical research protocols. Her protest fell on deaf ears. Every colleague she trusted suddenly refused to return her calls. She was being erased. That night, as she packed her office, an email arrived from an anonymous account. The subject line read, "You opened a vault that was meant to stay closed. Study the Svalbard files." Svalbard, the Norwegian archipelago known primarily for its global seed vault, a massive underground facility designed to preserve crop diversity in case of global catastrophe. Maya spent the next week researching, following digital breadcrumbs through leaked documents, conspiracy forums, and archived UN reports. What she found was disturbing. The Svalbard Global Seed Vault had an annex, an older section, built in the 1980s, that predated the official vault by decades. According to leaked architectural plans, this section wasn't designed for seeds. It was designed for biological samples. Maya used the last of her savings to fly to Longyearbyen, Svalbard's main settlement. The midnight sun hung above the horizon, casting everything in perpetual twilight. She hired a local guide named Eric, telling him she was a journalist researching climate data. He took her to the vault's location, a massive entrance built into the mountainside, its triangular concrete portal iconic and foreboding. "The seed vault is closed to visitors," Eric said, "but there are maintenance tunnels. Used to be coal mines before they built the vault. Can you show me?" Eric studied her for a long moment. "You're not a journalist." "No. This is dangerous, whatever you're doing." "I know." He nodded slowly. "There's a tunnel entrance 3 kilometres north. Connects to the old sections. I can get you inside, but after that you're on your own." The tunnel was cramped and dark, carved through permafrost that gleamed in Maya's headlamp. They walked for nearly an hour before Eric stopped at a sealed metal door. "This is as far as I go," he said, producing a key ring. "This door hasn't been opened in 15 years, according to the maintenance logs. Whatever you find in there, you didn't get it from me." Maya thanked him and waited until his footsteps faded before opening the door. Beyond was a concrete corridor lit by emergency lighting. The air was cold enough that her breath crystallized immediately. She walked carefully, her footsteps echoing. The corridor opened into a vault, not the modern seed storage, but something older, industrial. The walls were lined with sealed containers, each marked with hazard symbols and classification codes. And there, on several containers, was the symbol she'd seen on the pyramid. The double helix intertwined with stellar coordinates. Maya's hands shook as she approached one of the containers. It was sealed with multiple locks, but years of permafrost had made the metal brittle. She used a crowbar from the maintenance area and pried it open. Inside were dozens of smaller containment vessels, each filled with luminescent fluid. And floating in that fluid were samples, tissue samples, cellular cultures, all glowing with the same blue-green light she'd seen in the pyramid. A dossier lay in the container, sealed in waterproof plastic. Maya pulled it out and opened it. The title page read, "Delphi Continuation Project, Genomic Preservation Protocol." She read through the document with growing horror. The organisms from the pyramid weren't alien. They were human-made, or rather made by whatever civilization had existed before the last ice age. A civilization that had mastered biotechnology to the point of creating self-replicating, self-sustaining biological machines. The dossier explained that when Project Delphi discovered the pyramid in 1977, they'd recovered samples. Analysis revealed that the organisms contained human DNA fragments, but modified, enhanced, merged with technology at the molecular level. The ancient civilization hadn't been destroyed, they'd transcended, merging with their own creations. And when they realized what they'd become, biological entities that could theoretically live forever, replicate endlessly, remake the world in their image, they'd made a terrible choice. They'd buried themselves, imprisoned their own evolution beneath the ocean floor, hoping that future civilizations would be wiser. that humanity wouldn't make the same mistakes. The final page of the dossier was a mission report dated September 1977, 1 month after the Triton II disappeared. Containment breach imminent. The organisms are demonstrating adaptive capabilities beyond initial assessments. Recommend tectonic burial via directed seismic detonation. Maintain monitoring protocols. Under no circumstances should the primary containment structure be disturbed. Someone had written in the margin, in faded ink, they didn't die. They're waiting. Maya photographed every page with her phone, her hands trembling. This was the proof. This was what they'd been hiding. Atlantis wasn't a myth. It was a warning. Act 6. The Truth Beneath. Maya leaked everything online. The photos from Svalbard, the sonar data she'd backed up to her cloud drive, even the coordinates from Commander Calloway's USB drive. She posted it all to encrypted forums, sent it to investigative journalists, uploaded it to document sharing sites. The response was exactly what she expected. Mainstream media ignored it. Academics dismissed it as elaborate fraud, and within hours most of the uploads were removed for violating community guidelines. But some sites kept it up. Some people believed. And in the comments and private messages, Maya found others. Whistleblowers from various agencies, former military personnel, scientists who'd encountered similar suppressions. A picture began to emerge. The world's governments hadn't just continued Project Delphi, they'd expanded it. Hidden under climate monitoring programs, deep ocean research initiatives and environmental surveys, a global network had been watching the Atlantic for 50 years. Watching and waiting for the containment to fail, because it was failing. Maya's dive had accelerated the process, but geological surveys showed it had been deteriorating for decades. The pyramid's electromagnetic output had been increasing annually. Seismic activity around the site was intensifying. The vault was waking up just as the ancient builders had feared. 2 weeks after her leak, Maya received a message from an encrypted account. It contained a single file, real-time seismic data from the mid-Atlantic ridge. The readings showed a pattern, regular pulses repeating every 47 minutes, emanating from the exact coordinates of the pyramid, and the pattern matched perfectly with the double helix inscription she'd photographed. The organisms weren't just alive, they were transmitting, broadcasting their genetic code into the surrounding ocean, into the global current systems, potentially into the atmosphere itself. The ancient civilization's final gift, or curse, was spreading. Maya sat in her tiny apartment, watching the seismic data scroll across her laptop screen. She'd lost everything pursuing this truth. Her career, her reputation, her safety. Commander Calloway was dead. Others who'd helped her had disappeared or recanted their statements under mysterious pressure. But the data didn't lie, and the world needed to know. She typed out one final post attaching all the evidence. My name is Maya Wren. I'm an oceanographer who discovered something beneath the Atlantic Ocean that challenges everything we think we know about human history. What I found suggests that Atlantis was real, but not the way we imagined. It wasn't a paradise lost to natural disaster. It was a containment facility, built by an ancient civilization to imprison something they'd created and couldn't control. That containment is failing, and the governments of the world have known about this for 50 years, keeping it secret while they study it, trying to harness it, risking all of humanity in the process. I don't know what happens next, but I know we deserve the truth. We deserve to know what's waking up 3 miles beneath the ocean, because if we don't understand it, we can't prepare for it. The vault is opening, and we're running out of time. She hit send and sat back exhausted. Outside her window, the night sky was clear, stars scattered across the darkness like the inscriptions on the pyramid. Somewhere beneath the Atlantic, ancient biotechnology was pulsing with stolen heartbeats, waiting. Maya put on her headphones and accessed the live feed from a research buoy she'd secretly maintained contact with, one of hundreds monitoring the Atlantic. She listened to the low-frequency hum transmitted through 3 miles of water, converted to audible sound by the buoy's hydrophones. And there, beneath the random noise of ocean currents and marine life, she heard it. A pattern, rhythmic, purposeful, almost musical. The double helix rendered in sound, repeating endlessly, spreading through the global ocean like a whispered secret. The organisms were singing, calling, broadcasting their existence to whatever might be listening. Maya closed her eyes and listened as the ocean itself seemed to whisper through her headphones, the ancient voice of a civilization that had tried to bury its greatest achievement and most terrible mistake. "The vault is waking," she whispered to the empty room, and somewhere beneath the Atlantic, in the crushing darkness 3 miles down, the pyramid pulsed with blue-green light, its crystal apex slowly fracturing, its imprisoned secrets spreading into the water molecule by molecule, cell by cell. Humanity had 12,000 years to prepare for this moment. It wouldn't be enough. The end. Thank you for reading The Tides of Silence. If you enjoyed this story, please share it with others who appreciate science fiction that blends real oceanography with ancient mysteries. And remember, sometimes the most terrifying discoveries are the ones we make about ourselves. Keep exploring, keep questioning, and never stop looking into the deep. Urson's expression didn't change. Long enough. Now we'll need to confiscate all recording equipment and data storage devices. Standard contamination protocol. Contamination? Leo said incredulously. From what? Sulfur compounds can corrupt electronic media, Peterson said smoothly. We're doing you a favour. Within minutes, armed sailors were removing every hard drive, camera and recording device from both vessels. Maya watched helplessly as they carried away terabytes of data. The pyramid, the organisms, the inscriptions, everything. "This is illegal seizure," she protested. Peterson stepped closer, his voice dropping to a whisper only she could hear. "You dove to coordinates from a classified military project. You documented structures covered by international security protocols that predate your birth. You have no legal standing here, and if you push this, you'll discover exactly how far outside the law you really are." He stepped back, his professional smile returning. "For your safety, you'll be escorted to port immediately. Any attempt to return to this sector will result in arrest. Are we clear?" Maya said nothing. Peterson took her silence as agreement and returned to the frigate. By sunset, they were back in Ponta Delgada, their equipment gone, their data seized. Leo was furious. Maya was terrified, because she knew they'd seen something they weren't supposed to see, and people who saw such things had a tendency to disappear. The next morning, Maya's university credentials were completely revoked. An email from the Dean of Oceanographic Studies informed her that her position was under review for ethical violations and potential research fraud. Her access to university systems was suspended. Her laboratory was locked. She tried calling colleagues, but most didn't answer. Those who did were polite but distant, as if speaking to her might somehow contaminate them too. By the third day, the message was clear. She was being systematically erased from academic life. That evening, as Maya sat in her hotel room trying to figure out her next move, an email arrived from an anonymous encrypted account. No subject line, just a single sentence. You opened a vault that was meant to stay closed. Study the Svalbard files. Maya stared at the message. Svalbard. The Norwegian archipelago in the Arctic Ocean, famous primarily for one thing, the global seed vault. She spent the next 12 hours researching. The Svalbard Global Seed Vault was a massive underground facility carved into a mountain, designed to preserve crop diversity in case of global catastrophe. It held over 1 million seed samples from around the world, humanity's agricultural insurance policy. But as Maya dug deeper through leaked documents, conspiracy forums and archived United Nations reports, she found references to something else. An older facility. An annex built in the 1980s, before the official seed vault existed, and this older section wasn't designed for seeds. According to fragmentary architectural plans she found on an obscure document-sharing site, the original Svalbard facility had been built to store biological samples, not plants, something else entirely. Several of the leaked documents bore a familiar classification, MARE12. Maya made her decision. She used the last of her savings to book a flight to Oslo, then north to Longyearbyen, Svalbard's main settlement. Act 5. The Ancient Connection. The Arctic sun never fully set in summer, casting everything in perpetual twilight. Maya stepped off the small aircraft onto the tarmac at Svalbard Airport, the cold wind cutting through her jacket despite it being June. Longyearbyen was a small town of brightly coloured buildings against a backdrop of snow-covered mountains and glaciers. It felt like the edge of the world, isolated, remote, forgotten by civilization. Perfect for hiding secrets. Maya checked into a small guest house and spent the evening in the common area, nursing coffee and listening to conversations. Most visitors were scientists, climate researchers, or adventure tourists come to see polar bears and glaciers. She struck up a conversation with a weathered man in his 50s who introduced himself as Erik Johansson, a local guide and former coal miner. "The seed vault," he said when she mentioned her interest. "It's closed to visitors, very secure, but there are maintenance tunnels, old coal mine passages that connect to some of the facility's outer sections." "Could someone access those tunnels?" Maya asked carefully. Erik studied her over his coffee cup. "You're not a tourist." "No." "And you're not here for the seeds." "No." He was quiet for a moment, then leaned forward. "My father worked construction when they built the original facility in 1984, before the seed vault. He told me stories about strange equipment they installed. Biological containment systems, cryogenic storage, things that had nothing to do with preserving crops. He signed confidentiality agreements, but before he died, he told me the truth. There's more in that mountain than seeds." Maya felt her pulse quicken. "Can you help me get inside?" Erik considered this. "What you're planning is illegal, trespassing at minimum, possibly violating international security protocols." "I know, and you're going to do it anyway." "I have to." "People are dying to keep these secrets buried. I need to know why." Erik nodded slowly. "There's a tunnel entrance about 3 kilometres north of town, officially abandoned, but the locks were replaced 5 years ago with very expensive security systems. Someone doesn't want people exploring those old passages." "Can you get me past the security?" He smiled grimly. "I maintained those systems when they were installed. I kept copies of the access codes." 2 hours later, Maya followed Erik through the darkness of an abandoned coal mine. Their headlamps cut narrow beams through the blackness, illuminating walls of ice-veined rock. The temperature was well below freezing, and Maya's breath crystallized in clouds before her face. They walked for nearly an hour, descending deeper into the mountain. Finally, Erik stopped at a heavy steel door set into the rock wall. A modern Tektronic keypad was mounted beside it, incongruous against the ancient stone. "This is as far as I go," Erik said. He entered a 12-digit code and the lock clicked open. "Beyond this door, you're in the facility." There are no cameras in the old sections. They were decommissioned when the new seed vault opened. But if someone is actively monitoring, they'll know the door was opened. "How long do I have?" 30 minutes before someone could realistically get here from town. Maybe an hour if weather delays them. Don't push your luck. Maya thanked him and waited until his footsteps faded back up the tunnel before pulling the door open. Beyond was a concrete corridor lit by dim emergency lighting. The air was intensely cold, far colder than the mine tunnel. She walked carefully, her footsteps echoing off the walls. The corridor opened into a large vault chamber. The walls were lined with sealed storage containers, each marked with hazard symbols and classification codes that Maya didn't recognise. The containers were old, decades old, their surfaces covered in frost. and there, on several containers near the back of the chamber, was a symbol that made Maya's heart stop. The double helix intertwined with stellar coordinates, the same symbol from the pyramid. Her hands shook as she approached the containers. They were sealed with multiple locks, but years of permafrost expansion had made the metal brittle. She found a pry bar in a maintenance locker and used it to force open the nearest container. Inside were dozens of smaller vessels, each filled with luminescent fluid. Floating in that fluid were tissue samples, organic material that glowed with the same blue-green bioluminescence she'd seen in the pyramid's crystal chamber. A dossier lay at the bottom of the container, sealed in waterproof plastic. Maya pulled it out with trembling fingers and opened it. The title page read, Project Delphi Continuation, Genomic Preservation Protocol. She began reading, and with each page her understanding of everything shifted. The organisms weren't alien. They weren't even entirely foreign to Earth's evolutionary history. According to the analysis, they contained human DNA fragments, but modified, enhanced, merged with synthetic biological structures at the molecular level. The dossier explained that when Project Delphi discovered the pyramid in 1977, they'd managed to recover samples before the Triton II was lost. Analysis revealed something extraordinary. The organisms represented a form of biotechnology that merged organic and synthetic materials so completely that the distinction became meaningless. They were self-replicating, self-sustaining, capable of adapting to any environment, and they contained genetic information from dozens of species, not just human, but animals, plants, even microorganisms, all woven together in an impossibly complex genomic tapestry. The scientists who studied them concluded that the pyramid wasn't built by an alien civilization. It was built by humans, or rather, by whatever humans had become in a civilization that existed before the last ice age. A civilization advanced enough to master biotechnology at a level that made modern genetic engineering look primitive. But something had gone wrong. Maya found a section marked Containment Rationale. The text was clinical, but the implications were terrifying. Analysis suggests the organisms were designed as a form of biological transcendence, an attempt to merge human consciousness with self-perpetuating biomechanical systems. Initial subjects successfully integrated with the technology, achieving extended lifespans and enhanced capabilities. However, the organisms demonstrated unexpected evolutionary behaviours. They began replicating beyond design parameters. They started rewriting their own genetic code, incorporating DNA from any biological matter they encountered. Within 3 generations, they had diverged so far from their original human template that the designation post-human became inadequate. They were becoming something else entirely. The original civilization made a choice. Rather than allow this runaway evolution to consume the biosphere, they constructed containment facilities. The largest of these, designated Site Alpha in our records, is the structure we discovered in the Atlantic. It was designed not as a city, but as a prison. The ancient builders buried themselves there along with their creations, hoping that future civilizations would be wiser, that humanity would learn from their mistakes. Maya turned to the final page. It was a mission report dated September 17th, 1977. The Triton II expedition has been lost. All crew presumed dead. Final transmissions indicated catastrophic containment breach at Site Alpha. The organisms demonstrated rapid adaptation to deep ocean environment and aggressive behaviour toward human subjects. Emergency protocols activated. Recommendation: tectonic burial via directed seismic detonation. A series of precisely calibrated explosives will trigger undersea landslides, burying Site Alpha under an additional 500 metres of sediment. This should reinforce containment for at least another century. All recovered samples transferred to Svalbard Biological Archive for preservation and study under MARE-12 protocols. Maintain continuous monitoring of Site Alpha. Under no circumstances should the primary containment structure be disturbed. Someone had written in the margin in faded blue ink, "They didn't die, they're waiting." Another note dated 2003, "Seismic activity increasing. Containment degradation accelerating faster than models predicted." And a final note from 2019, "Electromagnetic output from Site Alpha up 47% since 2010. Recommend evacuation protocols for coastal populations within 1,000 kilometres if breach occurs." Maya photographed every page with her phone, her mind reeling. They'd known. For nearly 50 years, governments around the world had known that the containment was failing. They'd been studying the organisms, preserving samples, preparing for what might happen, but they'd told no one. She closed the dossier and looked at the glowing samples in their containers. Beautiful. Terrifying. The product of a civilization that had tried to transcend its biological limitations and instead created something that threatened all life on Earth. A distant sound echoed through the corridor, voices, footsteps. Security was coming faster than Eric had predicted. Maya sealed the container and ran back toward the tunnel entrance. Behind her, she heard shouts, the sound of people entering the vault chamber. She made it to the steel door and slipped through, pulling it closed behind her. Then she ran through the darkness of the coal mine, her headlamp bouncing wildly, Eric's voice calling from ahead, "This way! Hurry!" They emerged into the Arctic twilight 20 minutes later, both breathing hard. Eric led her to a small boat moored at the harbour. "You need to leave Svalbard," he said. "Now. Whatever you found, they'll be looking for you." "I know. Did you get what you needed?" Maya touched her phone in her pocket, feeling the weight of the photographs. "Yes." "Then go. And whatever you do with that information, be careful. Some secrets are buried for good reasons." Act 6. The Truth Beneath. Maya returned to the United States via a circuitous route, Oslo to London to Montreal to Boston, changing her appearance at each stop, paying cash whenever possible. She knew she was likely being tracked, but she hoped the indirect path would buy her time. She needed that time to get the information out. From a cheap hotel in Portland, Maine, Maya uploaded everything. The photographs from Svalbard, the sonar data from the pyramid that she'd backed up to encrypted cloud storage, the coordinates from Commander Calloway's USB drive, Commander Calloway's death notice, documentation of her credential revocation, everything. She posted it to encrypted forums, sent it to investigative journalists at major news outlets, uploaded it to document-sharing sites and whistleblower platforms. She created detailed write-ups explaining what she'd found, connecting the dots between Project Delphi, the pyramid, the organisms, and the global cover-up. Then she waited. The response was exactly what she expected, and somehow worse. Mainstream media ignored her completely. Not a single major outlet picked up the story. Academic journals dismissed it as elaborate fraud. The uploaded documents disappeared from most platforms within hours, removed for violating community guidelines or spreading misinformation. A few conspiracy theory websites ran with it, but their coverage was so sensationalized that it actually hurt her credibility. They mixed her genuine evidence with wild speculation about ancient aliens and government mind control, making the entire story seem ridiculous. But some people believed. In encrypted chat rooms and private forums, Maya found others. Former military personnel who'd worked on ocean surveillance projects, scientists who'd encountered similar suppressions, government contractors who'd seen things they couldn't explain. A picture emerged from these conversations. The world's governments hadn't just continued Project Delphi after 1977, they'd expanded it massively. Hidden under the cover of climate monitoring programs, deep ocean research initiatives and environmental surveys, a vast international network had been watching the Atlantic for 5 decades. Watching and waiting for the containment to fail, because it was failing. The seismic detonations in 1977 had bought time, but not enough. Geological surveys showed the pyramid's electromagnetic output had been increasing steadily since the 1990s. The growth was exponential, doubling every few years. Someone sent Maya a link to real-time seismic monitoring data from the mid-Atlantic ridge. She accessed it through multiple proxy servers, watching the readouts with growing horror. Regular pulses emanated from the exact coordinates of the pyramid. Not random seismic noise, but organised patterns, rhythmic, repeating every 47 minutes, and the pattern matched the double helix inscription she'd photographed. The organisms weren't just alive, they were transmitting, broadcasting their genetic code through vibrations in the Earth's crust, through electromagnetic pulses in the water, potentially into the atmosphere itself through mechanisms Maya didn't fully understand. The ancient civilization's final legacy was spreading, molecule by molecule, cell by cell, into the modern world. Maya spent 3 weeks evading what she was certain was surveillance, moving between cheap hotels, using burner phones, meeting with the few people who believed her in anonymous locations. She documented everything, creating a complete record of her investigation. And then she made a decision. She would stop hiding. She would put her name and face on the record, forcing them to either acknowledge the truth or silence her publicly, something they seemed reluctant to do. From a small apartment she'd rented under a friend's name in Providence, Rhode Island, Maya recorded a video. She explained everything. Her discovery, the NATO interception, Svalbard, the dossier, the organisms, the failing containment. She uploaded it to every platform she could find. Most copies were removed within hours, but some stayed up, and people shared them faster than they could be deleted. The video went viral in certain communities. Not mainstream, major platforms suppressed it too effectively for that, but it spread through alternative media, scientific forums, and among people who'd learned to distrust official narratives. Maya became simultaneously famous and invisible. Famous in certain circles, but completely ignored by mainstream media and academia. It was a strange kind of notoriety. 3 days after her video went public, Maya received a message on her encrypted phone. No words, just a file attachment. It was live data from a deep ocean sensor array, real-time monitoring from the pyramid site. The electromagnetic readings had spiked dramatically. The rhythmic pulses were now occurring every 12 minutes instead of every 47. The intensity had increased by over 300%. Something was happening at the pyramid. Something was accelerating. Maya accessed every monitoring source she could find. Seismic sensors, oceanographic buoys, even amateur radio operators who reported strange low-frequency signals. All of them told the same story. The containment was failing, not gradually but catastrophically. And then the messages started appearing in her encrypted channels. From other scientists, from government whistleblowers, from people inside the monitoring programs. We're detecting organic material in water samples from the Atlantic. DNA fragments matching the Svalbard samples. Coastal sensors are registering bioluminescent blooms along the mid-Atlantic ridge. The patterns are spreading. Emergency meetings at NATO headquarters. Something about evacuation protocols. They're mobilising naval assets to the site. Submarine teams, containment vessels. It's happening. Maya sat in her small apartment surrounded by printouts and laptop screens, watching as humanity's hidden history began to break through the surface. She thought about Commander Calloway, who died to get her this information, about the Triton II crew, lost in 1977, about the ancient civilization that had tried to transcend its limitations and instead created something that might destroy its descendants 12,000 years later. She opened her laptop and began writing one final post. My name is Maya Wren. I'm an oceanographer who discovered something beneath the Atlantic Ocean that challenges everything we think we know about human history. Atlantis was real. But it wasn't the paradise described in myths. It was a containment facility, a prison built by an ancient civilization to lock away something they'd created and couldn't control. They buried themselves there along with their creation, hoping we would be wiser, that we would learn from their mistakes. But we didn't learn. We found their prison. We studied it in secret. And now the containment is failing. The world's governments have known about this for 50 years. They've kept it classified, kept it hidden, studying the technology while ignoring the danger. And now we're out of time. I don't know what happens next. Maybe the organisms will remain dormant. Maybe the containment will hold for another 1,000 years. Or maybe we're about to face the consequences of our ancestors' hubris and our own. But I know we deserve the truth. We deserve to know what's waking up beneath the ocean. Because if we don't understand it, we can't prepare for it. And if we can't prepare for it, we won't survive it. I'm uploading all my evidence, coordinates, photographs, documents, everything. Share it, study it. Demand answers from your governments. Don't let them keep hiding this. The vault is opening, and we need to be ready. Maya hit send and sat back, exhausted. Outside her window, Providence was waking up. People heading to work, living their ordinary lives, unaware that beneath 3 miles of Atlantic water, ancient biotechnology was pulsing with stolen heartbeats, spreading through the ocean, perhaps already integrating into the planetary ecosystem. She put on her headphones and accessed the live audio feed from a research buoy she'd secretly maintained contact with. The buoy's hydrophones converted underwater sounds to audible frequencies, and there it was, a low-frequency hum, transmitted through thousands of miles of water, not random noise, but organised, rhythmic, almost musical. The double helix rendered in sound, repeating endlessly, spreading through the global ocean like a whispered secret that had waited 12 millennia to be heard. Maya closed her eyes and listened as the ocean sang, the ancient voice of a civilization that had tried to bury its greatest achievement and most terrible mistake. The organisms were calling, broadcasting their existence to whatever might be listening. To each other, perhaps. Or to something else. Something the ancient builders had feared so much they'd chosen burial over escape. On her laptop screen, seismic sensors recorded new tremors at the pyramid coordinates. Not random earthquakes, but patterns. Organised patterns that repeated the double helix formation in 3 dimensions. The vault wasn't just opening, it was waking up, becoming active in ways that suggested intelligence, purpose, awareness. Maya thought about the inscription she'd seen on the pyramid's wall, the stellar coordinates, the genetic information, the merger of biology and technology. The ancient civilization hadn't just created organisms, they'd created a message, a warning encoded in DNA and stone and electromagnetic fields. And now that message was being broadcast to the world. Her phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. Coast Guard reporting massive bioluminescent bloom 200 miles off the Azores, spreading at approximately 15 knots, composition unknown. Recommend avoiding the area. Another message. Fishing vessels reporting equipment failures in the North Atlantic. All electronic systems, no explanation. Another. Strange readings in Gulf Stream waters. DNA analysis shows sequences that don't match any known organism. It was happening. Slowly, inexorably. The organisms were spreading beyond the containment, adapting to the modern ocean, beginning whatever process the ancient builders had feared. Maya stood and walked to her window, looking out at the ordinary world, people going about their lives, cars on the street, birds in the trees, life continuing as it always had, unaware that everything might be about to change. She didn't know if humanity could survive what was coming. The ancient civilization had been far more advanced, and they'd failed to control their creation. But they'd also left behind a warning, a record, a chance for their descendants to make better choices. Maya returned to her laptop and began writing again. Not another warning, but something else. A detailed analysis of the organism's structure based on the Svalbard files. A guide to understanding the ancient biotechnology. Information that might help humanity survive, if anyone was willing to listen. She worked through the night, documenting everything she knew, everything she'd learned, creating a resource for scientists and researchers who might come after her, for people who would need to understand what they were facing. As dawn broke over Providence, Maya uploaded her work to every platform she could access. Then she encrypted her hard drives, backed everything up to multiple secure locations and prepared to disappear. They would come for her eventually. But the information was out there now. The truth was spreading faster than they could suppress it. She thought about Commander Calloway's final words. Some discoveries aren't meant to be made. Maybe he was right, but the discovery had been made, the vault was open, and now humanity would have to face the consequences of curiosity that transcended the boundaries of time and wisdom. Maya gathered her belongings and left the apartment. She didn't know where she would go or how long she could stay ahead of those who wanted her silenced. But she knew one thing with absolute certainty. The world had changed. Whether anyone acknowledged it or not, whether it made the news or remained hidden in classified files, the fundamental reality of human existence had shifted. We were no longer alone with our own creations. We shared the world now with the creations of our ancestors, creations that had waited 12,000 years for a chance to fulfill their original purpose. And that purpose, written in DNA and stone and electromagnetic pulses, was still unfolding beneath the dark waters of the Atlantic. Epilogue. 6 months later, marine biologists began reporting unusual phenomena in the Atlantic Ocean. Bioluminescent organisms with no clear place in existing taxonomy. Electromagnetic anomalies that disrupted shipping navigation. Strange patterns in water chemistry that couldn't be explained by known processes. Official explanations blamed climate change, industrial pollution, natural variations in ocean currents. But in encrypted forums and private conversations, scientists shared a different story. They showed DNA analyses of the new organisms, sequences that contained fragments of human genetic code mixed with structures that seemed designed rather than evolved. Some claimed the organisms were spreading, adapting, integrating with existing marine ecosystems in ways that suggested intelligence. Others dismissed it all as conspiracy theory and coincidence. Maya Wren disappeared from public view. Some said she'd gone into hiding. Others claimed she'd been silenced by government agents. A few conspiracy theorists insisted she'd never existed at all, that the entire story was disinformation designed to distract from real issues. But in the deep places of the internet, her research continued to circulate. Her photographs of the pyramid, her analysis of the ancient biotechnology, her warnings about what might be coming. And in the Atlantic Ocean, 3 miles down in crushing darkness and cold, the pyramid continued to pulse with blue-green light. The crystal at its apex, now fully fractured, released its contents into the surrounding water. The organisms spread through the deep currents, carrying with them the genetic legacy of a civilization that had tried to transcend its biological limits. They were patient. They had waited 12,000 years. They could wait a little longer. The ancient builders had left a warning encoded in stone and DNA. We became gods and created monsters. We buried ourselves to save you. Do not repeat our mistakes. But humanity, like every civilization before it, believed it could control what it created. The vault was open now. The warning had been given, and the future, whatever it held, would be shaped by choices made in the depths of the ocean and in the hearts of those who refused to learn from the past. The organisms sang through the dark water, their electromagnetic voices carrying information that might be a gift or a curse, a promise or a threat. And on the surface, the world continued to turn, unaware that everything had already changed. The tide was rising, and this time there would be no burial deep enough to contain what had been released. Imagine discovering that your government has been lying to you about the greatest threat humanity has ever faced. Imagine learning that while officials tell you everything is normal, they've been secretly building underground cities for themselves and their families. Imagine realizing that 300 million Americans have been marked as acceptable losses in a disaster that's not a matter of if, but when. This is a story based on real geological science, actual government protocols, and the terrifying possibility that the truth about Yellowstone is being hidden from you right now. What happens when the greatest natural disaster in human history has been predicted, planned for, and hidden from the public? When a junior geologist stumbles upon evidence that the Yellowstone supervolcano isn't dormant, it's being managed. He discovers that some truths are worth killing for. Special thanks to Nicola for this incredible story concept and detailed research that made this narrative possible. Yellowstone National Park Monitoring Station, October the 15th, 2014. The coffee had gone cold hours ago, but Eli Grant barely noticed. His eyes were locked on the seismic readout scrolling across his monitor, watching patterns that shouldn't exist dance across the screen like digital ghosts. At 24, fresh out of graduate school with a geology degree from Colorado State, Eli had spent the last 3 months as a USGS intern learning that monitoring America's most dangerous supervolcano was mostly routine data collection, punctuated by moments of sheer terror. This was one of those moments. The microquakes were coming from depths that made his stomach turn. 15 miles down, deeper than any recorded activity in Yellowstone's 30-year digital monitoring history. The frequency was wrong too, clustered in tight bursts rather than the random scatter typical of normal geothermal activity. Each tremor registered between 1.2 and 1.8 on the Richter scale, small enough to be dismissed individually, but together they painted a picture that made Eli's hand shake as he reached for his phone. Before he could dial his supervisor, the screen flickered. The anomalous readings vanished, replaced by a steady green line indicating normal background activity. A automated message popped up. Calibration complete. Data archived. Eli stared at the empty screen. 15 minutes of unprecedented deep seismic activity had just been erased as if it never existed. He quickly navigated to the backup servers, his fingers flying across the keyboard with increasing desperation. The raw data files were gone. The automated alerts had been cleared. Even the emergency notification logs showed nothing but routine system maintenance. "Working late again, kid?" Eli spun around to find Karen Holt standing in the doorway, her park ranger uniform still crisp despite the late hour. At 52, Karen had been patrolling Yellowstone's backcountry for over 2 decades, and her weathered face carried the kind of knowledge that came from watching the park's moods change with the seasons. "Karen, did you feel anything about an hour ago? Any tremors?" She studied his face carefully before stepping into the room and closing the door behind her. "You saw something on the monitors?" "Deep quakes, deeper than anything in the database, but they're gone now, scrubbed clean like they never happened." Karen was quiet for a long moment, her eyes fixed on the sanitized readouts. When she finally spoke, her voice carried a weight Eli had never heard before. "How long have you been working here, Eli?" 3 months. "Long enough to know what you're looking at, not long enough to know what you're not supposed to see." She pulled up a chair beside him. "Let me ask you something. You know why they put the monitoring station here instead of closer to the caldera?" Eli shrugged. "Better communication links, I assumed. Easier access for maintenance." "That's what they tell the interns." Karen's fingers drummed against the desk. "The real reason is that certain types of data collection work better from a distance. Gives you time to curate what goes into the public record." The implication hit Eli like a physical blow. "Are you saying they're hiding seismic data?" "I'm saying that 23 years of watching this place has taught me that Yellowstone keeps secrets, and some people are very invested in keeping those secrets buried." She stood up, her hand resting briefly on his shoulder. "Don't start asking questions you're not ready to answer, Eli. This park isn't just about geysers." After she left, Eli sat alone in the monitoring station, staring at the clean, normal readouts. But Karen's warning had sparked something dangerous. Curiosity. He pulled up the archived database and began searching for gaps, periods where data might have been scrubbed before. What he found made his pulse quicken. Small deletions in 2009, 2004, and 1997. Always deep seismic activity. Always erased within hours of being recorded. always during periods when public attention was focused elsewhere. Economic crashes, natural disasters, political scandals. The pattern was too consistent to be coincidental. Eli spent the rest of the night copying every piece of raw data he could access onto external drives, working with the methodical precision of someone who understood that some opportunities only came once. By dawn, he had assembled a fragmentary picture of Yellowstone's hidden activity dating back 15 years. The supervolcano wasn't dormant. It was being watched, monitored, and most importantly hidden from public view. As the sun rose over the Yellowstone River, Eli Grant became the first person outside the conspiracy to see the full scope of what was coming. What he didn't know was that his discovery had already been noted by systems designed to catch exactly this kind of unauthorized access. In a secure facility 300 miles away, automated alerts were already being generated, and decisions were being made about what to do with a curious young geologist who had seen too much. Chapter 1. The Official Story. Yellowstone National Park Headquarters, March 22nd, 2015. The press briefing room was packed with reporters from every major network, their cameras trained on the panel of scientists seated behind a table adorned with official USGS and National Park Service seals. Outside, early spring snow dusted the peaks surrounding Mammoth Hot Springs, but inside the room, the atmosphere was warm with the heat of television lights and simmering questions about Yellowstone's recent activity. Eli stood at the back of the room, his USGS badge giving him access to the media event despite his junior status. In the 5 months since he'd first witnessed the data scrubbing, he'd kept his head down and his mouth shut, but he'd also kept watching. The patterns were becoming clearer and more disturbing with each passing week. Chief Park Scientist Janet Morrison stepped up to the microphone, her grey hair pulled back in a severe bun that matched her no-nonsense expression. "Good morning. I want to address the speculation that's been circulating online regarding recent seismic activity in Yellowstone National Park." Eli noticed how she avoided mentioning the source of that speculation, a viral video showing hundreds of elk and bison streaming out of the Lamar Valley in what appeared to be a coordinated exodus. The footage had been taken by a tourist 3 weeks earlier and had garnered over 2 million views before park officials managed to provide alternative explanations. "Based on our continuous monitoring of the Yellowstone volcanic system," Morrison continued, "I can state categorically that no eruption is imminent. The seismic activity recorded over the past month falls well within normal parameters for this geologically active region." A reporter from CNN raised her hand. "But what about the animal migrations? Local ranchers are reporting unusual behaviour in wildlife populations. Seasonal migration patterns can vary significantly based on weather conditions, food availability, and natural population cycles," Morrison replied smoothly. "What some observers have interpreted as unusual behaviour is actually quite normal for this time of year." Eli bit back the urge to laugh. He'd seen the internal memos describing the animal movements as unprecedented and potentially indicative of subsurface environmental changes. The scientists on this panel knew exactly what was causing the animals to flee, but they were standing in front of cameras and lying about it with practiced ease. The questions continued for another 20 minutes, each one deflected with rehearsed responses that provided just enough technical detail to sound authoritative while revealing absolutely nothing of substance. As the briefing ended and reporters filed out, Eli lingered near the back of the room, watching the scientists pack up their materials. Impressive performance. Eli turned to find a man in his 40s wearing a FEMA windbreaker, his identification badge hanging from a lanyard around his neck. Deputy Director Marcus Webb, according to the credential. "I'm sorry?" The briefing. Very professional. Of course, the real challenge isn't managing the press, it's managing the logistics. Webb's smile was friendly, but his eyes remained cold. "You're Eli Grant, aren't you?" The intern who's been asking interesting questions. Eli's mouth went dry. "I don't know what you mean." "Database queries at odd hours, unusual download activity, IT security flags that kind of behaviour automatically." Webb stepped closer, lowering his voice. "Don't worry. Curiosity is natural in your line of work, but there are some areas where curiosity can become problematic. Are you threatening me? I'm offering advice. FEMA has been conducting training exercises in this region for several months now. Interagency coordination, emergency response protocols, that sort of thing. You might have noticed our vehicles around the park." Eli had noticed. Black SUVs and unmarked trucks had been appearing at various locations throughout Yellowstone, always accompanied by personnel who claimed to be conducting routine training exercises. The timing seemed suspicious. Why increase emergency preparedness training just as seismic activity was being actively suppressed from public records? What kind of training? Webb's smile widened. Zone 5 evacuation protocols. Very comprehensive, very necessary. He handed Eli a business card. "If you ever want to know more about emergency preparedness, give me a call. But remember, some knowledge comes with responsibilities." After Webb walked away, Eli stood alone in the empty briefing room, turning the card over in his hands. Zone 5 evacuation protocols. He'd never heard the term before, despite his security clearance and access to most FEMA documentation. That night, he spent hours searching through official databases, finding references to Zones 1 through 4, but nothing about Zone 5. Whatever Webb was talking about, it existed outside the normal chain of command and public accountability. The realization sent a chill down Eli's spine that had nothing to do with the late spring snow falling outside his apartment window. 3 days later, Karen Holt found him in the monitoring station, hunched over his computer with the intensity of someone racing against time. "You're digging deeper," she observed, not bothering to make it a question. "Someone has to." "They're lying to everyone, Karen. The seismic data, the animal behaviour, the FEMA exercises, none of it adds up to the story they're telling the public." Karen closed the door and activated the white noise generator that was supposedly used to prevent electronic eavesdropping during sensitive conferences. "What do you know about the Deep Bore project?" "Never heard of it." "Officially, it never existed. Unofficially, it was a joint USGS military operation that ran from 2008 to 2012. The cover story was installation of advanced seismic monitoring equipment in previously inaccessible areas of the park. And the real story? Pressure venting? They were drilling down to the magma chamber and installing systems designed to release pressure in controlled amounts, potentially delaying or preventing a catastrophic eruption. Eli stared at her. That's actually brilliant. Why would they hide something like that?" "Because it didn't work. The magma chamber is too large, too unstable. The venting systems were supposed to buy us decades. Instead, they may have accelerated the timeline." Karen's face was grim. One of the contractors died during the installation phase. Officially, it was an industrial accident. Unofficially, he was murdered to prevent him from talking about what he'd discovered down there. What did he discover? That the eruption isn't a matter of if, Eli. It's a matter of when. And when is a lot sooner than anyone is willing to admit publicly. As Karen left him alone with this revelation, Eli found himself staring at the sanitized seismic readouts with new understanding. The data scrubbing wasn't just about hiding Yellowstone's activity from the public. It was about hiding the failure of a desperate attempt to prevent the greatest natural disaster in human history. And somewhere, people with access to the real data were making plans that didn't include the 300 million Americans living in the path of destruction. Chapter 2. The Elite Plan. USGS Regional Office, Denver, September 14, 2016. The security badge scanner beeped as Eli swiped his credential, granting him access to the restricted archives beneath the Denver Federal Building. 18 months had passed since his first glimpse of the conspiracy, and his official duties had gradually shifted from basic monitoring to special projects, a euphemism for working on data sets that required higher security clearances and absolute discretion. What his supervisors didn't know was that Eli had been using his expanded access to piece together a puzzle that grew more terrifying with each new fragment of information he uncovered. The file he'd been looking for was buried in a section marked HLT 2030, nestled between routine geological surveys and budget projections for monitoring equipment. Hazard level threshold 2030. The designation meant nothing to most people, but Eli had learned to recognise the bureaucratic camouflage used to hide the most sensitive documents. He opened the file with trembling fingers. The first page was a summary that made his vision blur. Probabilistic eruption window, 2028 to 2032. Confidence interval, 94.7%. Recommended public disclosure timeline, none. Eli had to read the last line 3 times before its meaning sank in. They had narrowed down the eruption timeline to a 4-year window with near certainty, and the official recommendation was to tell the public nothing. The next section detailed evacuation protocols that divided the American population into 2 distinct categories. Tier 1 included federal government personnel, military leadership, critical infrastructure managers, and selected scientific and medical professionals, approximately 2.3 million people, who would receive advance warning and priority evacuation to designated safe zones. Tier 2 encompassed everyone else, 327 million Americans whose evacuation status was listed with brutal honesty as no viable plan. Eli scrolled through page after page of logistical nightmares and resource calculations. The ash fallout zone would render most of the continental United States uninhabitable for years. The immediate kill zone, a radius of approximately 700 miles from the eruption site, would experience pyroclastic flows, toxic gas emissions, and complete ecological collapse. Even with advance warning, there weren't enough resources to evacuate more than a fraction of the affected population. But the most damning section came toward the end. Cross-reference construction projects that had been authorized and funded over the past decade. Underground facilities in Colorado, Utah, and South Dakota, officially described as continuity of government installations or strategic resource storage sites. The locations formed a clear pattern, far enough from Yellowstone to avoid the immediate devastation, supplied with independent power and air filtration systems, and sized to accommodate the Tier 1 population for extended periods. None of the facilities were located in Wyoming or Montana, the states that would bear the brunt of the initial eruption. The people living in those areas, including Eli himself, were considered acceptable losses. A sound in the corridor outside made Eli freeze. Footsteps were approaching the archive room, accompanied by the low murmur of voices. He quickly photographed the most critical pages with his phone, replaced the file, and pretended to be reviewing mundane seismic reports. The door opened to reveal Deputy Director Webb and a woman Eli didn't recognize, both wearing the kind of serious expressions that accompanied discussions of national security. "Grant," Webb nodded, "working late again, I see." "Just catching up on some routine analysis," Eli replied, hoping his voice sounded steadier than he felt. The woman studied him with interest. "You're the intern who's been flagged for unusual database access patterns. I prefer to think of myself as thorough." Webb laughed, but the sound held no humour. "Thoroughness is admirable. Discretion is essential. I trust you understand the distinction." After they left, Eli sat alone in the archive room, staring at the photos on his phone. The evidence was overwhelming and undeniable. A small group of government officials and scientists had known for years that Yellowstone was approaching a catastrophic eruption, and their response had been to save themselves while leaving everyone else to die. The scope of the betrayal was breathtaking. Hundreds of millions of people were going about their daily lives, making plans for the future, raising children and building careers, completely unaware that their government had already written them off as collateral damage in a disaster that could be predicted but not prevented. That night, Eli returned to his apartment in Gardner, Montana, with the decision crystallizing in his mind. The evidence he'd gathered was enough to expose the conspiracy, but he needed more. Documentation that would be impossible to dismiss or discredit. He also needed a way to get the information to journalists who couldn't be intimidated or bought off. What he didn't know was that his activities in the archive had been monitored in real time, and that his phone's camera had triggered security algorithms designed to detect unauthorized photography of classified documents. By the time he fell asleep that night, plans were already being made to ensure that Eli Grant's investigation would end before it could threaten the carefully constructed wall of silence surrounding Yellowstone's deadly secret. Chapter 3: The Suppression. Gardner, Montana, November the 8th, 2016. Eli's apartment had been turned upside down with surgical precision. Furniture overturned, drawers pulled out and dumped, every electronic device missing or destroyed. But the most telling detail was what the intruders hadn't done. They'd left his television, his expensive hiking equipment, and the cash he kept in a kitchen drawer. This wasn't a random burglary. Someone had been looking for specific items and they'd found them. His laptop was gone. His external hard drives were missing. Even his backup thumb drives, hidden in a hollowed-out book, had been discovered and taken. Months of carefully gathered evidence had vanished in a single night, leaving behind only the photos on his phone. Photos he'd been smart enough to upload to a secure cloud storage account before going to bed. Eli stood in his wrecked living room, surveying the damage with a mixture of fear and determination. They'd sent a message: stop digging, or face consequences. But they'd also confirmed that his investigation was getting close to something they desperately wanted to keep hidden. His phone buzzed with a text from Karen: "Meet me at Mammoth Terraces, North Side, come alone." 30 minutes later, Eli found Karen standing on the limestone terraces that gave Mammoth Hot Springs its name, her park ranger uniform stark against the white mineral deposits. Steam rose from the thermal features around them, creating an otherworldly landscape that felt appropriate for the conversation they were about to have. "They hit your place," she said without preamble. "How did you know?" "Because they're watching all of us now. Anyone who's asked too many questions, anyone who's shown too much interest in the wrong data." Karen gestured toward the thermal features. "You see these springs? They've been active for thousands of years, but their flow patterns have changed dramatically in the past 18 months. The thermal system is destabilizing. Why are you telling me this?" "Because you deserve to know what you've stumbled into." Karen's expression was grim. "I told you I worked on the Deep Bore project." "What I didn't tell you is why I really left." She led him away from the main viewing area, down a maintenance trail that wound behind the limestone formations. The drilling operation was based out of a temporary facility near the Norris Geyser Basin. Officially, we were installing seismic monitoring equipment at depth that would provide better data about magma chamber activity. But that wasn't the real purpose. The real purpose was to tap into the magma chamber and create controlled release valves. The theory was sound. If you could bleed off pressure gradually, you might prevent a catastrophic eruption, or at least delay it long enough to develop better evacuation procedures. They emerged onto a small plateau that offered a clear view of the valley below. In the distance, Eli could see the geometric lines of roads and buildings that marked human presence in the wilderness, tiny and fragile against the vast landscape. What went wrong? Everything. The magma chamber is far more complex than the models predicted. Instead of bleeding off pressure, the venting systems created new pathways for thermal activity. The timeline for eruption may have been accelerated rather than delayed. Karen pulled a small device from her pocket, an encrypted satellite phone that Eli recognized as military hardware. Tom Rodriguez was the lead contractor on the drilling team. Geothermal engineer, 23 years of experience, 3 kids. He started asking questions about why the pressure readings weren't matching the theoretical models. What happened to him? Vehicle accident on a mountain road. Lost control on a curve, went over a cliff. Very tragic. Very convenient. Karen's jaw tightened. Except Tom was one of the most careful drivers I'd ever met, and he'd driven that road hundreds of times. Also, his personal notes about the pressure anomalies disappeared from his trailer the same night he died. The implication was clear and terrifying. Eli was looking at a conspiracy that had already committed murder to protect its secrets. His ransacked apartment wasn't just a warning, it was a preview of what could happen if he continued to threaten their operational security. Why haven't you gone public with this? With what? A story about a secret government project with no documentation, a convenient accident with no witnesses, and seismic data that gets scrubbed from official records. Karen shook her head. They've been very careful to keep everything compartmentalised. Most of the people involved only know pieces of the puzzle. But together we know enough to expose them. Together we know enough to get killed. Karen handed him the satellite phone. This is encrypted and routes through military satellites. They can't monitor it easily. If something happens to me, use it to contact investigative journalists. The access codes are programmed in. As they walked back toward the main trail, Eli felt the weight of responsibility settling on his shoulders. He was now part of a resistance movement he'd never asked to join, fighting against a conspiracy that had resources and ruthlessness he could barely comprehend. That night, he uploaded everything he'd learned to multiple secure cloud accounts, created encrypted copies of all his evidence, and began drafting detailed summaries that could be understood by journalists without scientific backgrounds. If something happened to him, the truth would still survive. What he didn't know was that Karen Holt had already been marked for elimination, and that his own name had moved to the top of a very short list of people who knew too much to be allowed to live. The conspiracy had spent years perfecting the art of making problematic people disappear without raising suspicions. Eli Grant was about to discover just how efficient they'd become. Chapter 4. The False Flag. Lamar Valley, Yellowstone National Park, June 15th, 2017. The video went viral within hours of being uploaded. Shot on a tourist's smartphone from the Lamar Valley overlook, it showed something that no park official could easily explain away. Nearly 1,000 bison streaming eastward in a coordinated exodus that looked more like a military retreat than seasonal migration. Eli watched the footage for the 12th time, pausing on frames that showed the animals' behaviour. Their ears were pinned back, their movements urgent and purposeful. These weren't animals wandering to new grazing areas. They were fleeing something that had triggered every survival instinct evolution had given them. The official response came within 6 hours. Park spokeswoman Janet Morrison appeared on CNN to explain that large herbivore migrations were completely normal, and that social media was creating panic over natural phenomena that occur regularly in Yellowstone. What Morrison didn't mention was that the bison were fleeing from a section of the park that had been closed to public access for the past 3 months. The Norrisback Basin, officially under restoration after minor geothermal changes, was actually experiencing subsurface temperatures that had increased by nearly 40 degrees Celsius in the past year. Eli had seen the classified reports. New fumaroles were opening weekly. The ground temperature was rising so rapidly that park maintenance crews couldn't approach the monitoring equipment without protective suits. Most telling of all, the area was showing magnetic anomalies consistent with massive metallic intrusions, exactly what you'd expect if the magma chamber was rising toward the surface. His phone buzzed with a message from Karen. "Need to show you something. Tonight. Usual place." They met after midnight at the Mammoth Terraces, their breath visible in the cold mountain air. Karen looked haggard, her face showing the strain of months spent living with dangerous knowledge. "I've been monitoring radio traffic from the restricted zones," she said without preamble. "FEMA has been conducting something called Operation Continuity. Not training exercises, actual deployment." "Deployment of what?" "Command and control infrastructure. They've been installing communication arrays, power systems, and what sounds like permanent housing facilities." Karen pulled out a topographic map marked with red circles. "All of these locations correspond to abandoned Cold War bunkers or natural cave systems. They're building something underground." Eli studied the map. The marked locations formed a rough circle around the Yellowstone caldera, each one positioned outside the immediate blast zone but close enough to maintain operational oversight of the area. How many people could these facilities support? Based on the supply manifests I've been able to intercept, maybe 2,000 people per facility. Enough for essential government personnel and their families, plus plus a skeleton crew to maintain basic infrastructure. The scope of the deception was staggering. While telling the public that Yellowstone posed no immediate threat, the government was quietly building underground cities designed to preserve a small fraction of the population through the greatest natural disaster in human history. "I want to see one of these facilities." Karen shook her head. "Too dangerous. They've got military-grade security at all the sites now." "Then how do we prove any of this exists?" "We don't. Not directly." Karen handed him a small device that looked like a modified GPS unit. "But we can document the construction activity. This is a ground-penetrating radar unit, modified to detect large underground structures. If we can map the facilities from the surface, we can prove they exist without having to penetrate their security." 2 nights later, they drove to a remote area near the Shoshone National Forest, following Forest Service roads that weren't marked on any public maps. The official designation was a wildlife research station, but the facilities visible from the access road looked more like a military installation than a scientific outpost. Chain-link fencing topped with razor wire surrounded the compound. Guard towers equipped with searchlights and what appeared to be automated weapon systems monitored the perimeter. Most telling of all, massive air conditioning units and ventilation systems indicated that whatever was happening here required significant life support infrastructure. Karen set up the ground-penetrating radar while Eli photographed everything he could see from their concealed position. The radar readings revealed the truth. Beneath the modest surface facilities lay a complex that extended at least 5 levels underground, with enough space to house thousands of people for extended periods. "My God," Eli whispered as he studied the readouts. "It's like an underground city." "One of at least 6 that we know of," Karen replied. "And this is just what they're building in Wyoming and Montana. Intelligence suggests similar facilities are under construction throughout the western United States." As they packed up their equipment, Eli felt a mixture of vindication and terror. They now had proof that the government was secretly preparing for a Yellowstone eruption, while publicly denying any threat existed. But they also had evidence of a conspiracy so vast and well-funded that challenging it openly would be tantamount to suicide. The drive back to Gardner was tense and quiet. Both of them understood that they'd crossed a line tonight, moving from passive observation to active intelligence gathering. The people behind the conspiracy would not tolerate this kind of direct surveillance for long. Karen was right to be worried. Unknown to either of them, their activities had been monitored by satellite surveillance systems designed to detect exactly this kind of unauthorized reconnaissance. Facial recognition algorithms had identified them both, and their vehicle's license plate had been flagged in law enforcement databases across the region. Within hours, orders would be issued for their immediate apprehension and detention. The conspiracy had decided that Karen Holt and Eli Grant had become too dangerous to remain free. But first, they had to be isolated from any support networks or escape routes. The plan that had been set in motion would ensure that when they disappeared, no one would think to look for them until it was far too late to matter. Chapter 5. The Smoking Gun. Secure conference room, undisclosed location, August 3rd, 2017. The recording device was smaller than a matchbox, designed to look like a routine equipment monitoring sensor of the type found throughout government facilities. Eli had placed it in the ventilation system of conference room C7 3 hours earlier, using his maintenance access codes to enter the secure wing of the Denver Federal Building. What he captured on that device would become the smoking gun that proved everything he'd suspected about the Yellowstone conspiracy. The voices on the recording were clearly identifiable. Deputy Director Webb from FEMA, Assistant Secretary of Interior Patricia Vance, and at least 2 other officials whose identities Eli couldn't immediately determine. Their conversation was conducted with the casual tone of people who believed they were speaking in complete privacy. "The latest projections show we're ahead of schedule," Webb's voice came through clearly. "Thermal expansion in the Norris sector is accelerating faster than the models predicted." "How much faster?" Vance asked. 18 to 24 months ahead of the original timeline. We may be looking at a 2029 event rather than 2031. The sound of papers shuffling was audible before another voice joined the conversation. The infrastructure projects are proceeding on schedule, but we'll need to accelerate the relocation of essential personnel if the timeline has moved up. What about public disclosure? Vance asked. Webb's laugh was bitter. Public disclosure remains a non-option. We've run every scenario through the simulation models. Even with a full year of advance warning, we couldn't evacuate more than 15% of the affected population. The interstate system would collapse within hours, supply chains would break down completely, and we'd face massive social unrest that would interfere with Tier 1 evacuation procedures. So we maintain the current posture? We maintain the lie, Webb corrected. Continue the public briefings about normal seismic activity. Continue dismissing online speculation as conspiracy theories. And most importantly, continue the media relationships that keep investigative journalists focused on other stories. Eli's hands trembled as he listened to the casual discussion of abandoning hundreds of millions of people to die. These weren't comic book villains plotting world domination. They were mid-level government bureaucrats who had decided that preserving their own lives and positions was more important than honouring their oath to serve the public. The recording continued with logistical discussions that were even more damning. Supply caches were being positioned at the underground facilities. Communication networks that would remain operational during and after the eruption were being tested. Even arrangements for maintaining genetic diversity in the post-eruption population were being planned with clinical efficiency. What about the monitoring station personnel? An unidentified voice asked. Some of them are asking uncomfortable questions. We're handling that, Webb replied. Enhanced security protocols, selective information sharing, and when necessary, personnel reassignments to less sensitive positions. What about the ones who have already seen too much? Problem solved, Webb's voice carried a note of finality that made Eli's stomach turn. The park ranger who was asking questions about the Deep Bore project will be transferred to a remote station in Alaska next week. A routine reassignment that gets her away from Yellowstone and limits her access to sensitive information. Karen. They were talking about Karen, and Eli knew with sickening certainty that her reassignment would be permanent in ways that had nothing to do with Park Service bureaucracy. The meeting concluded with assignments and timelines that painted a clear picture of a conspiracy in its final phases. The underground facilities would be fully operational by 2028. Essential personnel would begin training exercises that were actually disguised evacuations by early 2029, and the public would remain completely unaware until the eruption made further secrecy impossible. Eli retrieved the recording device later that night, his heart pounding as he navigated the empty corridors of the federal building. The evidence he now possessed was explosive enough to bring down the entire conspiracy, if he could find a way to get it to journalists who couldn't be intimidated or discredited. But first he had to warn Karen about her impending reassignment. He tried calling her cell phone but got no answer. Her ranger station reported that she was off duty and couldn't be reached for routine inquiries. Growing increasingly worried, Eli drove to her apartment in Mammoth Hot Springs, only to find it dark and apparently empty. Karen's supervisor, when Eli finally tracked him down, was apologetic but unhelpful. Officer Holt has been temporarily assigned to a special project in Alaska. She left this morning on a charter flight. Very sudden, but you know how it is with Park Service priorities. Eli knew exactly how it was. Karen Holt had become a liability, and liabilities were being eliminated with bureaucratic efficiency. Her disappearance was a warning and a preview of his own fate if he continued to threaten the conspiracy's operational security. That night, he uploaded the recording to multiple secure servers and began reaching out to investigative journalists whose work suggested they couldn't be easily intimidated. The evidence was now beyond their ability to suppress completely, but Eli understood that possessing it had made him the most dangerous man in America. He was no longer just a witness to the conspiracy. He was the only person outside their organization who could prove it existed, and that made him a target that couldn't be allowed to remain free. Chapter 6. The Countdown. Gardner, Montana, November 12, 2017. The email from ProPublica journalist Michael Chen arrived at 3:47 a.m, marked with encryption protocols that indicated he'd taken Eli's warnings about government surveillance seriously. The message was brief, but electrifying. Audio verified by 3 independent sources. Document analysis confirms authenticity. Ready to publish. Need secure meeting to discuss protection protocols. Eli had been living as a fugitive in his own life for 3 months, changing locations nightly and communicating only through encrypted channels. The strain was showing. He'd lost 20 pounds, developed chronic insomnia, and started checking his rearview mirror obsessively whenever he drove. But Chen's message confirmed that the months of careful evidence gathering had finally produced results that couldn't be dismissed or discredited. What Eli didn't know was that his encrypted communications had been compromised for weeks, and that every message he'd sent to journalists was being monitored by the same people he was trying to expose. The conspiracy's response was swift and multi-pronged. Within hours of Chen's message, every major news network received exclusive briefings from USGS officials debunking dangerous misinformation about Yellowstone. The briefings included carefully edited seismic data, testimonials from concerned scientists about the psychological damage caused by eruption rumours, and veiled threats about the national security implications of spreading geological panic. Chen's editor killed the story before it could be published. The official reason was insufficient corroboration from government sources. The real reason became clear when Chen contacted Eli through secure channels. ProPublica's major donors had received calls from federal officials suggesting that publishing unverified geological speculation could affect the organisation's non-profit status. But the conspiracy had underestimated the modern information landscape. Eli's evidence had been distributed to dozens of journalists, bloggers, and citizen researchers, while mainstream media outlets could be pressured into silence. The decentralised nature of online publishing made complete suppression impossible. On November the 15th, the story broke simultaneously across 17 different platforms. Independent journalists published the recordings. Geology professors confirmed the technical details. Former government employees provided additional context about the classified facilities. Within 48 hours, #Yellowstone Conspiracy was trending globally. The government's response was predictable and desperate. Official spokespeople dismissed the evidence as sophisticated disinformation designed to undermine public confidence in scientific institutions. The recordings were declared fabricated using advanced audio manipulation technology. Alternative explanations were provided for every piece of evidence Eli had gathered, but the dam had broken. Whistleblowers within the conspiracy began coming forward with additional documentation. Satellite images of the underground facilities appeared online. Construction workers who had built the secret bunkers shared their stories. Karen Holt, who had been held at a debriefing facility in Alaska, was released and immediately went public with her testimony about the deep bore project. The revelation that the government had been planning to abandon 300 million Americans to die while saving only a privileged few sparked the largest protests in American history. Demonstrations erupted in every major city. Congressional hearings were demanded. International allies expressed outrage at being kept in the dark about a disaster that would affect global climate and agriculture. Most importantly, real evacuation planning finally began. With the truth exposed, it became impossible to maintain the fiction that Yellowstone posed no threat. Scientists worked around the clock to develop actual emergency response procedures. International cooperation emerged as other countries offered to assist with evacuation and resettlement efforts. Chapter 7. The Final Message. Yellowstone National Park, January 20th, 2029. Eli stood on the Lamar Valley overlook, watching steam rise from thermal features that had doubled in intensity over the past 18 months. The park was nearly empty now. Evacuations had begun 6 months earlier when seismic activity had become impossible to hide. The animals had fled long ago, following instincts older than human civilization. His phone buzzed with an encrypted message from the Global Yellowstone Monitoring Consortium, an international scientific collaboration that had formed after the conspiracy's exposure. Seismic precursors accelerating. Event window now estimated at 72 to 96 hours. Final evacuation protocols activated. The irony wasn't lost on him. The same evidence that the conspiracy had tried to suppress for decades was now being used to save millions of lives. The underground facilities that had been built for a privileged few were being converted into evacuation centres for ordinary families. The communication networks designed to preserve government continuity were now coordinating the largest humanitarian operation in human history. Not everyone could be saved. The logistics were still overwhelming, but transparency had enabled genuine preparation instead of elite preservation. International agreements had been signed to relocate climate refugees. Agricultural systems had been modified to function with altered growing conditions. Supply chains had been restructured to survive massive disruption. Eli's satellite phone rang. Karen's voice came through clearly from her position at the Evacuation Coordination Center in Denver. "Final transport leaves Gardner in 30 minutes, she reported. "You need to be on it." "I'll be there," Eli replied, but he remained standing on the overlook for several more minutes. Below him, Yellowstone spread out in its terrible beauty, a landscape that had remained largely unchanged for thousands of years, about to be transformed by forces that made human concerns seem trivial. His phone's camera was still recording as he delivered his final message. "This is Eli Grant, reporting from Yellowstone National Park on January 20th, 2029. In approximately 3 days, this place will become ground zero for the largest volcanic eruption in human history. But unlike the conspiracy originally planned, this won't be a secret apocalypse that kills hundreds of millions while saving a few thousand elites. Because the truth came out, we've had time to prepare. Not perfectly, not completely, but honestly. The people fleeing this region know what's coming and why. The international community is ready to help. The aftermath will be terrible, but it won't be hidden, and it won't be used to justify abandoning the principles of democratic society. If you're watching this from the future, remember that transparency saved lives. Remember that ordinary people, when given truth instead of lies, are capable of extraordinary cooperation. And remember that the greatest disasters are always made worse by the people who try to profit from them instead of preventing them." As he walked back to his truck for the final drive to the evacuation point, Eli felt something he hadn't experienced in years. Hope. Not for avoiding the catastrophe, that was beyond human power to prevent, but hope that when the crisis came, humanity would face it together rather than divided by the lies of those who valued their own survival above everyone else's. Epilogue: The Quiet After the Storm. New Geneva, International Reconstruction Zone, January 20th, 2034. 5 years after the Yellowstone eruption, Eli Grant stood before the International Truth and Reconciliation Commission, delivering testimony that would help ensure such a conspiracy could never again threaten global security. The hearing was being broadcast live to millions of survivors in refugee communities across 6 continents. The eruption had been as devastating as predicted. Ash fallout had disrupted global agriculture for 3 years. Climate patterns had shifted dramatically, and large areas of North America remained uninhabitable. But because the truth had emerged in time, the disaster had brought out humanity's cooperative instincts rather than its destructive ones. The Yellowstone conspiracy taught us that the greatest threats to human survival aren't natural disasters. Eli concluded his testimony. They're the institutions that respond to those disasters by protecting themselves at the expense of everyone else. Transparency isn't just an ideal, it's a survival strategy. In the audience, Karen Holt nodded her approval. She now directed the Global Early Warning Network, an international organisation dedicated to ensuring that geological threats could never again be hidden from the public. Around the world, the underground facilities originally built for elite preservation had been converted into research stations, museums, and memorials dedicated to democratic accountability. The Yellowstone conspiracy had been exposed just in time to save millions of lives, but more importantly, it had revealed the difference between a society that prepares for disaster together and one that allows the powerful to abandon everyone else when crisis strikes. As Eli walked out of the hearing room into the rebuilt world beyond, he carried with him the knowledge that sometimes the most dangerous secrets are the ones we tell ourselves we're keeping for everyone's own good. The truth, no matter how terrifying, is always preferable to a lie that serves only the few at the expense of the many. The coffee cup trembles in my weathered hands as I speak these words for the first time in 53 years. My name is Detective Raymond Kowalski, retired SFPD, and I'm dying. The doctors give me 3 months, maybe 4 if I'm lucky. But luck ran out for me the day I opened that damned Alcatraz file. They said Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers drowned in the frigid waters of San Francisco Bay on June 11th, 1962. The FBI closed the case. The warden slept easy. America's most infamous prison maintained its perfect record. But I found things I was never meant to see. Things that made me understand why some truths are buried deeper than bodies. This is my confession. Not of crimes I committed, but of the crime I witnessed. The systematic erasure of 3 men who may have pulled off the impossible, only to disappear into something far worse than death. If you're listening to this recording, it means I'm gone, and maybe, just maybe, the truth can finally surface from the depths where it's been drowning all these years. It was October 1968 when Lieutenant Carson dropped the manila folder on my desk like it was radioactive. 6 years had passed since the escape, and the case was supposedly closed, filed away with all the other solved mysteries that kept the bureaucrats sleeping soundly. "Formality, Kowalski," Carson said, not meeting my eyes. "Washington wants a final review of the Alcatraz evidence. Dot the I's, cross the T's, confirm what we already know. They're fish food at the bottom of the bay." I should have known something was wrong by the way he said it. Carson was a straight shooter, the kind of cop who looked you in the eye when he talked. But that day, he stared at the wall behind me like the words might crawl off it and bite him. The file was thinner than I expected for the most famous prison break in American history. Basic escape details, witness statements from guards, the makeshift raft materials found on Angel Island. Nothing I hadn't read in the newspapers. Too clean, too neat. "Why me?" I asked. Carson finally looked at me then, and I saw something in his eyes I'd never seen before. Fear. "Because you're thorough, maybe too thorough. They want this done right." He left me with those cryptic words and a growing certainty that this formality was anything but routine. I started with the obvious inconsistencies. The first was a car theft report from Marina District, filed 3 days after the escape. A 1959 Chevrolet, stolen from outside a boarding house. The owner, Mrs. Eleanor Hutchins, told police she saw 3 men walking away from the vehicle, heading toward the waterfront. When she called out to them, one turned and tipped his hat. "Polite as you please." "They had manners," she told the responding officer. "Real gentlemen. You don't expect that from criminals." The report was buried on page 47 of miscellaneous incident files. No follow-up, no investigation, no mention in the official Alcatraz case summary. Then there was the paddle, a crude wooden oar carved from driftwood, found by a fisherman near Richmond Bridge, 20 miles upriver from where the currents should have carried any debris. The fisherman, Miguel Santos, reported it to park rangers, who logged it as miscellaneous beach debris. No connection made to the escape, despite the timing and craftsmanship that clearly showed prison workshop techniques. But it was the witness statement that made my blood run cold. A night security guard at Fisherman's Wharf reported seeing 3 men in work clothes boarding a small fishing boat around 4 a.m. on June 12th. One of them had distinctive ears, prominent, almost pointed, just like John Anglin's mugshot description. The guard's statement was taken, filed, and apparently forgotten. When I tried to interview him, I learned he'd quit his job 2 weeks after the incident and moved back to Oregon. No forwarding address. "Don't dig too deep on this one, Ray," Carson warned me when I briefed him on my preliminary findings. "Some stones are better left unturned." That's when I knew I was onto something bigger than a prison break. The Anglin family farm in Ruskin, Florida felt like stepping into a different century. Spanish moss hung from ancient oaks, and the humid air carried the scent of orange blossoms and old secrets. Robert Anglin, the surviving brother, met me on the front porch with the wary eyes of a man who'd been expecting bad news for 6 years. "Federal agents been by here 4 times, he said without preamble, each time asking the same questions, getting the same answers. "My brother's drowned. That's what you want to hear, ain't it?" But his wife, Marie, had different ideas. After Robert went to tend the cattle, she pulled me aside in her kitchen, glancing nervously at the windows. "Christmas cards," she whispered, her voice barely audible above the ticking grandfather clock. "Every year since '63, no return address, just signed J and C in handwriting that looks mighty familiar." She showed me a shoebox filled with holiday cards, generic drugstore variety, postmarked from different cities: San Francisco, Los Angeles, Phoenix, Mexico City. The handwriting was careful, disguised, but there were telltale loops and slants that matched samples I'd obtained from the prison records. "Why haven't you told the FBI?" I asked. Marie's laugh was bitter. "You think we haven't tried? First agent said they were hoaxes. Second one confiscated them as evidence. Third one threatened to charge us with obstruction if we kept spreading false hope. These here are copies I made before they took the originals." Photographs came out next. 3 pictures, slightly blurry, showing 2 men in work shirts standing outside what appeared to be a South American cantina. The faces were partially obscured by shadows and hat brims, but the bone structure, the posture, the way one man favoured his left leg, it all matched the Anglin brothers' physical profiles. Woman from church. Her daughter married a missionary. Sent these from Brazil in '65, Marie explained. Said these 2 Americans worked construction jobs, paid cash, kept to themselves, spoke English with Florida accents. I studied the photos with a magnifying glass. The man on the left had a distinctive scar on his forearm, a scar I remembered from Clarence Anglin's prison medical records, sustained in a workshop accident at Atlanta Federal Penitentiary. "FBI says they're look-alikes," Marie continued. "Coincidence, but a mother knows her son's detective. Even in shadows, even across oceans, those are my boys." The fear in her eyes wasn't the fear of grief or false hope. It was the fear of someone who knew more than she was saying, someone who'd been warned to keep quiet. As I left the farm that evening, I noticed a dark sedan parked down the country road, 2 figures visible in the front seats. When I drove past, they turned away, but not before I caught a glimpse of federal license plates. The Anglins were being watched. After 6 years, the dead men's family was still under surveillance. That night in my motel room, I spread out everything I'd gathered so far. The car theft, the paddle, the witness statements, the cards and photographs. Individually, they could be dismissed as coincidence or wishful thinking. Together, they painted a picture that made my hands shake as I wrote my preliminary report. Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers hadn't drowned in San Francisco Bay. They'd made it to shore, stolen transportation, and somehow managed to disappear into the wind. The question that kept me awake until dawn wasn't whether they'd survived the escape. It was why the government was so determined to pretend they hadn't. The National Archives building in Washington, D.C. has the kind of institutional grandeur designed to make visitors feel small and insignificant. As I walked through its marble corridors in November 1968, carrying my credentials and a growing list of questions, I felt exactly as intended. The records clerk, a thin man with wire-rimmed glasses and the pallor of someone who spent his days in basement filing rooms, greeted my request with practiced bureaucratic indifference. "Alcatraz escape files? Let me check the catalogue." He disappeared into the labyrinthine storage system, returning 20 minutes later with a puzzled frown. "That's odd. The primary files show as transferred to federal custody in 1964. No longer available for review." "Transferred where?" "Doesn't say. Just lists the authorization code. Project Paperclip Archive classified." Project Paperclip. Even a street cop from San Francisco knew that designation. The program that brought Nazi scientists to America after World War II. Why would an escape case be filed under intelligence classifications? What about the secondary files, witness statements, evidence logs? Another search, another apologetic shrug. Also transferred, same authorization. I spent 3 days in Washington, following leads that turned to smoke and asking questions that generated only nervous silence. At FBI headquarters, my request for case consultation was politely denied. At the Bureau of Prisons, I was told the relevant personnel were unavailable for comment. Even my police credentials and Lieutenant Carson's authorization letters seemed to carry no weight. It was Agent Patricia Hendricks, a bureau analyst I'd worked with on a previous case, who finally gave me the truth over drinks in a Georgetown bar. She waited until we were alone, until the other patrons had cleared out, until even the bartender was busy with inventory in the back room. "Ray, you need to drop this," she said quietly, her usual professional demeanour replaced by genuine concern. "The Alcatraz case isn't cold. It's radioactive." "What does that mean?" Patricia glanced around the empty bar before continuing. Internal memo came down in 65. Any agent pursuing Alcatraz leads beyond the official drowning conclusion would be transferred to Alaska or worse. 3 agents have been quietly reassigned since then. Good agents, career agents, all because they asked too many questions about 3 supposedly dead men. Why? If they drowned like the report says, what's the threat? Her laugh was hollow. That's the $1,000,000 question, isn't it? All I know is that certain people in very high places want Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers to stay dead, and they're willing to destroy careers to keep it that way. She slid an envelope across the table. I couldn't get you the files, but I managed to copy some of the index pages before they were sealed. Names, dates, reference numbers. Maybe you can piece together what we're not supposed to know. The documents were fragmentary, frustratingly incomplete, but they told a story that made my blood run cold. Cross-references to CIA front companies, mentions of asset recovery protocol, transfer authorization signed by officials whose names I recognized from the intelligence community. Most disturbing was a memo dated July 1962, just 1 month after the escape. Subjects may possess operational value. Recommend immediate field assessment rather than standard fugitive protocols. Operational value, not the language you'd use for bank robbers and car thieves. That night, in my Washington hotel room, I called Lieutenant Carson to report my findings. The conversation was brief and cryptic. "Ray, you need to come home. Now. I've got leads here, Lieutenant. Real leads. The leads will be there when you get back. If you get back. There are people asking questions about your questions, and those people have resources we don't. Come home." The line went dead. I packed quickly, checking the hallway twice before leaving my room. During the taxi ride to the airport, I noticed the same black sedan in my mirrors that had followed me from the archives building 3 days earlier. Back in San Francisco, Carson met me at the airport personally, something he'd never done before. His first words were a warning. "Your hotel room was searched yesterday. Professional job. Nothing taken, nothing damaged, but they wanted you to know they'd been there." As we drove through the city, he filled me in on developments from my end. Miguel Santos, the fisherman who found the paddle, died in a car accident outside Portland last week. Single vehicle collision on a straight road, clear weather, and Mrs. Hutchins, the lady who saw the car theft, moved to Phoenix, left no forwarding address. Her old neighbours say federal agents visited her the day before she left. The pattern was becoming clear. Anyone connected to evidence contradicting the official narrative was disappearing, voluntarily or otherwise. The Alcatraz case wasn't just closed, it was being actively suppressed by people with resources and authority I couldn't match. "What do I do, Lieutenant?" Carson pulled over and turned to face me. In 30 years of police work, I'd never seen him look so serious. "You write a report confirming the drowning theory. You file it properly. You forget everything you've learned, and you pray that's enough to keep you breathing." But I couldn't forget. The faces in those photographs. The fear in Mary Anglin's eyes. The systematic elimination of evidence and witnesses. Somewhere out there, the truth was buried so deep that powerful people were willing to destroy lives to keep it hidden. The question was whether I was brave enough, or stupid enough, to keep digging. Tony the Fish Marconi wasn't the kind of informant you'd find in a police procedural manual. A small-time smuggler with ties to both San Francisco's waterfront and various federal agencies that preferred not to be named, Tony survived by knowing when to talk and when to disappear. When he agreed to meet me at a dive bar in North Beach, I knew the information would be worth the risk. "You're playing with fire, detective," he said, stirring his whiskey with a nicotine-stained finger. "The Alcatraz thing? That ain't just a prison break, that's connected to some heavy government business." "What kind of business?" Tony glanced around the dim bar, noting the exits, the other patrons, the bartender's attention. Old habits from a life lived in the shadows. "You ever hear of something called the Prometheus Group?" I shook my head. "Private contractors, black budget operations, the kind of people who make problems disappear for Uncle Sam. Word on the street is they were running recruitment out of the Bay Area in the early 60s, looking for specific types, intelligent, adaptable, morally flexible, men who'd already proven they could operate outside the law." The implications hit me like a physical blow. "You're saying Morris and the Anglins were recruited?" "I'm saying Morris had an IQ of 133 and a talent for planning that impressed even the prison psychologists. The Anglin brothers were mechanical geniuses who could improvise solutions from scrap metal and determination. During the Cold War, those were valuable skills." Tony drained his whiskey and signalled for another. "Think about it. 3 men plan the perfect escape from America's most secure prison. They disappear without a trace, despite the biggest manhunt in federal history. Either they're criminal masterminds beyond anything we've seen, or they had help. Professional help. What kind of help? The kind that comes with new identities, transportation, and assignments in places where questions aren't asked. South America was crawling with intelligence operations in the 60s. Cuba, Chile, Brazil. All potential flashpoints that needed experienced operators who couldn't be traced back to Washington. The theory was insane, but it explained the evidence I'd uncovered. The systematic suppression of information, the classified file transfers, the fear I'd encountered at every level of government. If the Alcatraz escape had been a recruitment operation disguised as a prison break, then admitting the men survived would expose a covert program that violated everything America claimed to stand for. "There's another possibility," Tony continued, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper. "Maybe they weren't recruited. Maybe they stumbled onto something they weren't supposed to see." "Such as?" "Alcatraz was more than a prison, detective. It was a research facility. Mind control experiments, interrogation techniques, pharmaceutical trials, the kind of work that required subjects who couldn't complain to their congressman. What if Morris and the Anglins saw something during their time there? What if their escape wasn't about freedom, it was about exposure?" My mind reeled with the implications. If the escapees had witnessed classified experiments, their capture wouldn't result in a return to prison. It would result in permanent silence. "I've heard whispers," Tony continued. "Black sites in Nevada, facilities that don't appear on any government maps, places where inconvenient people go to be forgotten, the kind of places where 3 escaped prisoners might end up if they knew too much." He finished his second whiskey and stood to leave. "One more thing, detective. You know why they call it the Prometheus Group?" I shook my head. "Prometheus stole fire from the gods and gave it to humanity. The gods punished him by chaining him to a rock where eagles ate his liver for eternity. Some gifts come with a price that never stops being paid." After Tony left, I sat in that dim bar for another hour, trying to process what he'd told me. 3 theories, each more disturbing than the last. Theory 1. Cold War recruitment. The escape was facilitated by intelligence agencies looking for deniable assets. Morris and the Anglins were extracted, given new identities, and deployed to international hotspots where their criminal skills could serve national interests. Theory 2. Witness protection in reverse. The men had seen classified activities at Alcatraz and escaped to avoid being silenced. Their continued existence threatened to expose government programs that officially didn't exist. Theory 3. The darkest possibility. They were captured alive after the escape and disappeared into the black site system, spending the rest of their lives as test subjects or interrogation practice for intelligence agencies that viewed them as expendable assets. Each theory explained the evidence I'd gathered. Each theory justified the extreme measures taken to suppress the truth. and each theory meant that Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers faced something far worse than drowning in San Francisco Bay. They faced erasure from history itself. 6 months later, against direct orders from Lieutenant Carson and my own better judgment, I found myself on a flight to Rio de Janeiro. The lead had come through Tony Marconi's network, a bartender in Ipanema who claimed to remember 2 American men matching the Anglin's description, regulars at his establishment from 1971 to 1978. They paid cash, spoke little Portuguese, and never talked about their past, the bartender Carlos told me through a translator. But they were different from other expatriates, more careful, always watching the exits, never sitting with their backs to the door. The description matched surveillance training, the kind of operational security taught to intelligence assets. Carlos produced a photograph taken during a Christmas party in 1975. A grainy image showing 2 men at the edge of the celebration, their faces partially obscured but their body language unmistakably American. My hands trembled as I studied the picture. The man on the left had the same jawline, the same ears, the same way of holding his shoulders that I'd memorised from Clarence Anglin's prison files. The other figure showed signs of premature ageing, stress lines and grey hair that suggested a life lived under constant tension. "What happened to them?" I asked. Carlos's expression darkened. "They left suddenly, in the middle of the night. One day they were here, the next day their apartment was empty. The landlord said men in suits had come asking questions the week before, Americans but not tourists, government men." I spent another week in Rio following leads that grew colder with each passing day. The apartment building where the mystery Americans had lived was scheduled for demolition, its records mysteriously lost in a fire. The bank where they had allegedly maintained accounts had no record of American customers from that period. Every trail ended in convenient dead ends and missing documentation. On my final night in Brazil, I was approached by a man claiming to be a freelance journalist who'd been investigating the same story. We met at a beachside cafe in Copacabana, the sound of waves masking our conversation from potential surveillance. "You're the American detective asking about the Alcatraz escapees," he said without preamble. It wasn't a question. I neither confirmed nor denied, waiting for him to continue. "I've been working this story for 3 years," he said, "following reports of American fugitives throughout South America. The trail is real, detective, too real. These men lived here, worked here, built lives here. But every time I get close to proof, the sources disappear. Witnesses relocate. Documents vanish. I've had my hotel room searched, my phone tapped, my sources intimidated." He slid a manila envelope across the table. "This is everything I've gathered. Photographs, witness statements, financial records, hidden in different locations for 3 years, copied and recopied to prevent loss. It's yours now." "Why?" "Because I'm done." Yesterday, I received a visit from 2 men with American accents and no identification. They politely suggested that my investigation was endangering people I cared about. They showed me photographs of my sister's children playing in a park in Sao Paulo. Very clear photographs. Very recent photographs. The envelope contained a treasure trove of evidence. Bank records showing regular deposits to accounts held by men with obviously false Brazilian identities. Employment records from construction companies that had hired American workers without proper documentation. Hotel registries with signatures that bore striking resemblances to handwriting samples I'd obtained from Alcatraz. Most compelling was a photograph dated 1976 showing 3 men at a construction site in the Amazon basin. 2 matched the Anglin brothers' physical descriptions. The third was older, lean, with the kind of penetrating stare I remembered from Frank Morris's mugshot. All 3 wore work clothes and hard hats, looking like ordinary labourers except for their distinctly American postures and expressions. But like every other lead I'd followed, this one ended in frustration and fear. When I tried to contact the construction company, I learned it had been dissolved in 1979. The site where the photograph was taken was now underwater, flooded by a dam project that had relocated the entire local population. The pattern was always the same. Evidence of survival followed by systematic elimination of that evidence. Either I was chasing ghosts or someone with vast resources was staying one step ahead of every investigation. My flight back to San Francisco was delayed by mysterious mechanical problems. During the 6-hour layover in Mexico City, I noticed the same two men in different locations throughout the terminal, always at a distance, always watching, never making direct contact. When I finally boarded the plane, they weren't among the passengers. Lieutenant Carson met me at San Francisco International with news that made my blood run cold. Federal marshals raided your apartment yesterday, Ray. Warrant signed by a judge I've never heard of, for evidence in a case they wouldn't specify. They took everything, your files, your notes, your photographs, everything connected to Alcatraz. In the car ride home, he handed me an official-looking document. Transfer orders, effective immediately. You're being reassigned to the robbery division. Your Alcatraz investigation is officially terminated. On whose authority? Authority high enough that questioning it would end both our careers. Carson's voice carried a weight I'd never heard before. Ray, I've been a cop for 28 years. I've seen corruption, cover-ups and conspiracies, but I've never seen anything like this. The pressure to shut you down is coming from levels of government I didn't know existed. He pulled over in a secluded area of Golden Gate Park and turned to face me directly. Whatever you found down there, whatever you think you know, it's not worth your life. These people have made careers disappear for asking the wrong questions. They can make people disappear too. As he spoke, a black sedan with government plates drove slowly past us, its occupants clearly visible through tinted windows that somehow allowed us to see their faces while hiding their expressions. The message was unmistakable. We were being watched, our conversation monitored, our future actions carefully noted. That night, alone in my ransacked apartment, I realised the full scope of what I was up against. This wasn't just a cover-up of a prison escape. It was the systematic suppression of a truth so dangerous that the most powerful government in the world was willing to destroy lives to protect it. Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers hadn't just escaped from Alcatraz. They'd escaped into a shadow world where truth became enemy of the state, where survival meant accepting lies, and where the greatest prison of all was the silence that surrounded their fate. But silence, I was beginning to understand, has its own way of speaking to those willing to listen. 25 years passed like pages torn from a calendar and scattered by the wind. I worked robbery division, collected my pension, and tried to convince myself that some truths were better left buried. The Alcatraz case became a ghost that haunted my dreams, 3 faces staring at me from the depths of San Francisco Bay, asking why I'd abandoned the search for their story. Then came January 2013, and a letter that changed everything. The History Channel documentary was running old Alcatraz footage when the phone rang. It was my former partner, Jimmy Chen, now working cold cases for the FBI. His voice carried the excitement of a man who'd stumbled onto something extraordinary. Ray, you need to see this. Someone sent a letter to the Bureau claiming to be John Anglin. Says he's dying of cancer, wants to make a deal. Information about the escape in exchange for medical treatment. My hands shook as I read the photocopied letter Jimmy brought to my house that evening. The handwriting was shaky with age and illness, but certain flourishes matched the Christmas cards Marie Anglin had shown me decades earlier. The details were specific, accurate, insider knowledge that only someone who'd lived through the escape could possess. It's a hoax, Jimmy said, watching my reaction. Has to be. FBI handwriting analysis says inconclusive. Could be authentic, could be someone who studied the case extensively. But I knew better. The letter wasn't just about the escape. It mentioned details that had never been made public. References to guard rotation patterns that were classified. Descriptions of cell modifications that weren't in any official report. Knowledge that could only come from someone who'd been there, who'd lived through those final months of preparation. There's more, Jimmy continued. The letter mentions a meeting place, coordinates in the Bay Area, where supposedly Frank Morris left something hidden before the escape. Information that was too dangerous to carry. The writer claims it's still there, waiting for someone brave enough to look. The coordinates led to a section of Angel Island State Park, near the spot where the makeshift raft materials had been found 51 years earlier. Against every instinct for self-preservation I'd developed, I found myself hiking those trails the following weekend, searching for something I couldn't name. It was hidden in a cave that didn't appear on any park maps, sealed behind rocks that looked natural but showed tool marks when examined closely. A waterproof container, military surplus from the 1960s, containing documents that made my blood run cold. Guard schedules from Alcatraz, annotated with personal notes about corruption and smuggling operations. Photographs of prison officials meeting with men in expensive suits who didn't appear in any government directories. Financial records showing payments from offshore accounts to wardens and guards who lived far beyond their official salaries. Most damning was a handwritten journal in Frank Morris's distinctive script, documenting what he'd witnessed during his time at Alcatraz. The prison wasn't just housing criminals, it was housing witnesses to government activities that violated constitutional protections. Political prisoners who'd been disappeared from the mainland. Foreign nationals being held without diplomatic notification. Test subjects for psychological experiments that would later be revealed as part of the MKUltra program. The final entry, dated 2 days before the escape, was prophetic in its certainty. We're not breaking out to be free, we're breaking out to stay alive. What we know, what we've seen, makes us more dangerous to them than any criminal they've ever housed. If we stay, we disappear quietly. If we escape and get caught, we disappear loudly. Our only chance is to vanish completely and hope the truth survives us. The documents explained everything. The official insistence on the drowning theory, the suppression of evidence, the systematic elimination of witnesses. The Alcatraz escape wasn't a crime to be solved. It was a national security incident to be contained. Morris and the Anglins hadn't just witnessed classified activities. They documented them, created a record of government crimes that could destroy careers and topple administrations. Their escape was both an act of desperation and a gamble that someday someone would be brave enough to tell their story. Reading those pages in the dim light of that hidden cave, I finally understood the true scope of the self-destruction paradox. The very actions taken to hide the truth had preserved it. The efforts to silence witnesses had created evidence. The attempts to erase history had documented it in detail. But understanding the truth and proving it were different challenges entirely. The men who'd orchestrated the cover-up were dead or retired, their crimes protected by classification systems and institutional amnesia. The witnesses were gone, scattered or silenced by 5 decades of systematic intimidation. Yet the letter kept haunting me. Someone claiming to be John Anglin, dying and desperate, reaching out across 50 years of silence to offer one final revelation. The FBI had dismissed it as a hoax, but their dismissal felt too quick, too certain, too reminiscent of the patterns I'd seen decades earlier. Late at night, when the pain in my chest reminded me of my own mortality, I wondered about the fates of 3 men who'd gambled everything on an impossible escape. Had they found freedom in the jungles of South America? Had they lived out their days under assumed names, carrying secrets too dangerous to share? Or had they been caught, disappeared into black sites where their knowledge died with them? The letter writer claimed John Anglin had survived into the 21st century, living with the weight of knowledge that could never be shared, watching as history branded him a criminal, while the real criminals wore badges and held office. If true, it was a torture more cruel than any prison cell, to know the truth and be unable to speak it, to carry justice in your heart while injustice wore your name. I kept the documents for 6 months before making my decision. They couldn't stay hidden. Too many people had died to protect these secrets, and too many others deserved to know the truth. But releasing them publicly would accomplish nothing except getting me killed and the evidence destroyed. Instead, I chose a different path. I copied everything, hid the copies in locations scattered across the country, and left instructions for their release upon my death. If the government wanted to suppress the truth, they'd have to do it posthumously, when I could no longer be intimidated or eliminated. The original documents I returned to their hiding place on Angel Island, along with my own written account of the investigation. Future generations might find them, might understand what they represented, might finally give Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers the justice they'd been denied for over half a century. But justice, I was learning, was a luxury the living could rarely afford. It was a gift we could only leave for the dead, a truth we could only speak when our own voices had been silenced. The morphine makes it difficult to focus, but I need to finish this recording while I still can. The doctors say hours now, maybe a day if I'm stubborn enough to fight the inevitable. I've been fighting for 78 years. What's one more battle against the darkness? I've spent 53 years carrying the weight of what I learned about Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers. 53 years of waking up in cold sweats, wondering if today would be the day federal agents knocked on my door with a permanent solution to my inconvenient knowledge. 53 years of looking over my shoulder, checking my rearview mirror, and jumping at unexpected phone calls. The truth is a heavy burden when you're carrying it alone. I don't know if Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers lived out their days in Brazilian freedom, sipping caipirinhas on Ipanema Beach and laughing at the federal agents who'd spent decades searching for their corpses. I don't know if they died namelessly in some government facility, their final words lost in soundproof rooms designed to swallow screams. But I do know this with absolute certainty. They didn't drown in San Francisco Bay on June 11th, 1962. The evidence was always there for anyone brave enough to look past the official narrative. The car theft, the witness statements, the photographs from South America, the Christmas cards signed with familiar initials, each piece individually dismissed as coincidence or hoax, but collectively forming a picture of survival that powerful people needed to deny. The government's insistence on the drowning theory wasn't about maintaining Alcatraz's reputation or protecting prison security. It was about hiding activities that violated every principle America claimed to represent. The research programs, the intelligence operations, the systematic elimination of witnesses, all of it justified by national security classifications that turned constitutional protections into classified waste paper. Morris and the Anglins weren't just criminals who pulled off the perfect escape. They were inconvenient witnesses to state-sanctioned crimes, men whose continued existence threatened to expose a shadow government that operated beyond law, beyond oversight, beyond accountability. Their escape became their crime, their knowledge became their death sentence, their survival became a national security threat that required decades of cover-ups, intimidation, and murder to contain. I've left evidence of everything I'd discovered, hidden in multiple locations protected by legal arrangements that will trigger automatic release upon my death. Some truths are too important to die with the men who discover them. The morphine is winning now, and the room is getting darker. But before I fade away, I want to leave you with this final thought. Alcatraz was never escape-proof because its walls were too high or its waters too cold. It was escape-proof because the government made survival more dangerous than imprisonment, freedom more terrifying than captivity. The greatest prison isn't built with stone and steel. It's built with silence and fear, with official denials and convenient accidents, with careers destroyed and witnesses disappeared. Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers didn't die in San Francisco Bay. The Bay didn't kill them. The silence did. And silence. Silence is the strongest prison of all. But even silence eventually comes to an end. Recording ends with the sound of steady breathing that gradually grows fainter, until only the mechanical hum of hospital equipment remains. Found among Detective Raymond Kowalski's personal effects, along with detailed instructions for the release of sealed documents and recordings. To whoever finds this recording and follows the trail I've left behind, my name was Detective Raymond Kowalski, badge number 2847, San Francisco Police Department. I died on December 20th, 2021, at 3:17 a.m., alone except for the ghosts of 3 men whose story I spent a lifetime trying to tell. If you're reading this, it means the legal mechanisms I put in place have been triggered. Safety deposit boxes in 7 different states will have been opened. Law offices in 4 different cities will have released sealed documents. Digital files stored in multiple secure locations will have been automatically transmitted to journalists, historians, and government oversight committees. I've spent 53 years preparing for this moment, the moment when my voice could finally break the silence that has protected one of the greatest cover-ups in American history. The documents you now have access to represent only a fraction of what was hidden. For every piece of evidence I managed to preserve, Dozens more were destroyed by people who understood that truth was their greatest enemy. But what remains is enough. Enough to prove that Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers survived their escape from Alcatraz. Enough to demonstrate the systematic suppression of evidence by multiple government agencies. Enough to show that the official narrative was a carefully constructed lie designed to protect state secrets more valuable than human lives. I need you to understand something. The men who orchestrated this cover-up weren't comic book villains twirling their moustaches in shadowy rooms. They were patriots in their own minds. They believed that protecting classified operations was more important than acknowledging 3 escaped prisoners. They convinced themselves that national security justified any level of deception, any amount of witness intimidation, any degree of evidence suppression. They were wrong. In a democracy, truth cannot be classified indefinitely. Justice cannot be postponed forever. The families of Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers deserve to know their fates. The American people deserve to know what their government did in their name. History deserved an accurate record, not a convenient fiction. I've carried this burden alone because I was afraid. Afraid of losing my pension, my reputation, my life. Afraid of being dismissed as a conspiracy theorist or a disgruntled cop. Afraid that speaking the truth would accomplish nothing except getting me killed. But fear, I've learned, is just another form of prison, and like Alcatraz itself, it's only escape-proof, as long as you believe the walls are stronger than your determination to break free. To the families of Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers, your loved ones were not the criminals history has made them out to be. They were witnesses to government crimes who paid the ultimate price for their knowledge. Whether they found freedom in South America or died in government custody, they deserved better than 50 years of official denial and systematic character assassination. To the government officials who will undoubtedly attempt to discredit these revelations, your time is over. The men who created this cover-up are dead. The operations they were protecting have been declassified or exposed through other channels. The only thing your continued denials accomplish is further damage to public trust in institutions that have already lost too much credibility. To the historians and journalists who will investigate these claims, be careful, be thorough, be brave. The people who killed witnesses and destroyed evidence may be gone, but the systems they created to protect state secrets remain in place. Truth-telling is still a dangerous profession in America. To Frank Morris, John Anglin, and Clarence Anglin, wherever your final resting places may be, your story is finally being told. Your truth is finally being spoken. Your silence is finally being broken. You escaped from Alcatraz on June 11th, 1962. You survived the waters of San Francisco Bay. You lived beyond that night, whatever your ultimate fates may have been. History will remember you not as the criminals who failed to escape, but as the men who succeeded too well for the government's comfort. Your greatest escape wasn't from prison. It was from the official narrative that tried to erase you from history. That escape, at least, was permanent. Final statement for the record. I, Detective Raymond Kowalski, being of sound mind and facing imminent death, do hereby swear under oath that every statement in this recording and its accompanying documents represents the truth as I discovered it through my official investigation into the Alcatraz escape of 1962. I have knowingly risked my career, my safety, and my life to preserve this information. I have done so not for personal gain or professional advancement, but because I believe that in a democracy, truth belongs to the people, not to the bureaucrats who find it inconvenient. If my death occurs under suspicious circumstances, if these documents are somehow suppressed or discredited, if this recording mysteriously disappears, let it stand as evidence that the cover-up I've documented continues to claim lives. But if this message reaches you intact, if the truth I've preserved finally sees daylight, then maybe, just maybe, the strongest prison of all has finally been breached. The silence is broken, the truth is free, and Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers can finally rest in peace, knowing their story has been told. Badge 2847, signing off for the final time. Good evening, and welcome to Sleep Theories. Before we dive into tonight's story, I'm curious about you. Our listeners, how has your day been treating you? Are you winding down after a long day? Or perhaps you're on the other side of the world, just beginning your morning routine. What time is it where you are right now? And what corner of our vast planet are you calling home tonight? Whether you're listening from a bustling city apartment, a quiet countryside home, or somewhere in between, you're part of our global community of truth seekers and story lovers. If you're new to sleep theories, welcome aboard. And if you're a returning listener, thank you for coming back. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already. We have so many more mysteries to uncover together, and your subscription helps us bring these stories to light. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and prepare yourself for a tale that will make you question everything you thought you knew about one of history's most famous disasters. Tonight, we're going beneath the surface of the North Atlantic, not just to explore the wreckage of a legendary ship, but to uncover a conspiracy so massive, so carefully orchestrated, that it may have shaped the course of world history. This is the story of the Titanic switch, the theory that suggests the ship that sank on that fateful April night in 1912 was never the Titanic at all. April 14th, 1912. Picture this night in your mind. The North Atlantic stretches endlessly in every direction, a black mirror reflecting nothing but stars. There is no moon to illuminate the waters, leaving the ocean in an almost supernatural darkness. The temperature has dropped to just below freezing, and the sea is unusually calm, so still that veterans of these waters would later describe it as eerily unnatural. Cutting through this obsidian expanse is the largest moving object ever created by human hands. The RMS Titanic, all 882 feet of her, pushes through the water at nearly 23 knots. Her 4 massive smokestacks pierce the star-filled sky, sending columns of smoke and sparks into the night. From her decks, the warm glow of electric light spills out onto the water, creating the only source of illumination for miles in any direction. Inside this floating palace, over 2,000 souls are living what many believe to be their final hours, though they don't know it yet. In the first-class dining saloon, passengers in evening wear are finishing their 10-course dinner, completely unaware that they are dining aboard what will become history's most famous maritime disaster. The ship's orchestra plays ragtime melodies that drift through the corridors, mixing with the sound of laughter, conversation, and the ever-present thrumming of the engines deep below. Captain Edward Smith stands on the bridge, a veteran of the seas with 40 years of experience behind him. This is meant to be his final voyage before retirement, a triumphant capstone to a distinguished career. He has commanded ships for the White Star Line for decades, earning the nickname Millionaire's Captain for his skill in handling the luxury vessels that carry the world's elite across the Atlantic. Tonight he commands not just any ship, but the crown jewel of the White Star Line fleet, the unsinkable Titanic. But at 11:39 p.m. ship's time, everything changes in an instant. Frederick Fleet, the lookout stationed in the crow's nest, spots something emerging from the darkness ahead. Without the aid of binoculars, which, mysteriously, are locked away and unavailable to the lookouts that night, he strains his eyes against the blackness. What he sees sends ice through his veins. A massive iceberg, dark and silent, looms directly in the ship's path. "Iceberg right ahead," Fleet shouts into the telephone that connects him to the bridge. First Officer William Murdoch receives the warning and immediately orders hard a starboard and full astern. The helmsman spins the wheel, and the engine room receives the telegraph signal to reverse engines. For 37 seconds, the fate of over 2,000 people hangs in the balance as the massive ship begins to turn. But it's too late. The Titanic's starboard side scrapes along the iceberg with what survivors would later describe as a sound like thunder, though to many passengers it felt like nothing more than a slight shudder. Some passengers on the lower decks report chunks of ice falling onto the deck, and a few even gather pieces as souvenirs, joking about their close call with the ice. They have no idea that their ship is already doomed. Below the waterline, the iceberg has opened up the first 5 compartments of the ship's hull. The Titanic was designed to survive flooding in up to 4 compartments, but 5 is too many. Thomas Andrews, the ship's designer who is aboard for this maiden voyage, quickly calculates the mathematics of disaster. With 5 compartments flooding, the ship will inevitably sink by the bow, pulling the rest of the vessel down with her. "How long do we have?" Captain Smith asks Andrews. "An hour, 2 at most." And so begins one of the most studied, documented and debated disasters in human history. Over the next 2 hours and 40 minutes, the unsinkable ship will break apart and slip beneath the waves, taking with her over 1,500 souls. The survivors will tell stories of heroism and cowardice, of the band playing hymns as the ship tilted toward her grave, of the insufficient lifeboats and the icy water that killed most victims within minutes. This is the story we all know. This is the official narrative that has been told and retold for over a century. But what if everything we think we know about that night is wrong? What if the ship that struck the iceberg and sank in the North Atlantic was never the Titanic at all? What if the real conspiracy began not in the aftermath of the disaster, but months before, in the shipyards of Belfast, where 2 sister ships sat side by side, and where a desperate plan was hatched to save a failing company from financial ruin? What if the disaster that shocked the world was not an accident, but the culmination of the most audacious insurance fraud ever attempted? Tonight, we're going to explore a theory that suggests the Titanic disaster was not just a tragedy, but a carefully orchestrated conspiracy involving some of the most powerful men in the world. We're going to examine evidence that points to a massive cover-up, one that may have claimed the lives of over 1,500 innocent people in service of greed, power, and political manipulation. This is the story of the Titanic switch, and by the end of our journey together, you may never look at this famous disaster the same way again. To understand the theory of the Titanic switch, we must first travel back to the shipyards of Belfast Island, where 2 virtually identical ships were taking shape side by side. The story begins not with disaster, but with dreams of maritime supremacy and the fierce competition between the great shipping lines of the early 20th century. Harland and Wolff Shipyard in Belfast was, at the time, one of the premier shipbuilding facilities in the world. The massive facility sprawled along the banks of the River Lagan, its enormous gantry cranes towering over the landscape like steel monuments to industrial ambition. It was here, in this cathedral of steel and rivets, that the White Star Line had commissioned 3 ships that would change ocean travel forever. The Olympic-class ships, as they would be known, were conceived as the ultimate expression of luxury and engineering prowess. These were to be the largest, most opulent vessels ever built, designed to dominate the lucrative North Atlantic passenger route and crush the competition from rival shipping companies like Cunard Line. The first of these sister ships was the RMS Olympic, launched on October the 20th, 1910. She was a marvel of engineering, stretching 882 feet from bow to stern and weighing over 46,000 tons. Her 9 decks could accommodate over 2,000 passengers in unprecedented luxury, with amenities that included a swimming pool, a gymnasium, a Turkish bath, and dining rooms that rivaled the finest restaurants in London or New York. The Olympic was not just a ship. She was a floating city, a testament to British engineering and a symbol of the White Star Line's dominance of the seas. When she departed Southampton on her maiden voyage in June 1911, she carried with her the hopes and reputation of her builders. But less than 4 months after her maiden voyage, disaster struck. On September the 20th, 1911, the Olympic was departing Southampton when she collided with HMS Hawke, a Royal Navy cruiser. The impact was devastating. The Hawke's reinforced bow, designed to ram enemy vessels, punched a massive hole in the Olympic's starboard side, flooding 2 of her compartments and severely damaging her propeller shaft. The Olympic limped back to port, her maiden voyage season cut dramatically short. But the damage was far more extensive than initially apparent. When she was dry docked for inspection, the full extent of the catastrophe became clear. The collision had not only opened up her hull and damaged her propeller, but it had also twisted her keel, the backbone of the ship, potentially compromising her structural integrity for the remainder of her operational life. For the White Star Line, this was nothing short of a financial disaster. The Olympic had cost over $7.5 million to build, an astronomical sum in 1911. Now she faced months of expensive repairs. and even after those repairs, questions would remain about her seaworthiness and insurability. But the problems went deeper than just the cost of repairs. The collision with HMS Hawke had occurred under circumstances that placed the Olympic at fault. Captain Edward Smith, yes, the same Captain Smith who would later command the Titanic on her fatal voyage, had been in charge of the Olympic when the accident occurred. The subsequent Admiralty Court inquiry found the Olympic to blame for the collision, meaning that the White Star Line would receive no insurance compensation for the damage. This left the company facing a nightmare scenario. They had an expensive ship that needed costly repairs, no insurance money to pay for those repairs, and serious questions about whether insurance companies would be willing to fully cover the vessel in the future. The Olympic had gone from being the crown jewel of the White Star Line fleet to a massive financial liability virtually overnight. Meanwhile, in the same Belfast shipyard where the Olympic was undergoing her repairs, work was proceeding on her sister ship, the RMS Titanic. The Titanic was planned to be virtually identical to her older sister, with only minor modifications and improvements. From a distance, even expert ship observers would have difficulty telling the two vessels apart. They shared the same basic dimensions, the same general layout, the same distinctive four-funnel silhouette that had become the signature of the White Star Line's premium vessels. This similarity, according to the switch theory, was not coincidental. It was the key to a plan that would solve the White Star Line's financial crisis, while simultaneously eliminating a massive liability. The theory suggests that sometime in late 1911 or early 1912, a decision was made at the highest levels of the White Star Line's ownership. Rather than spend millions repairing the Olympic and then operating her under a cloud of doubt about her structural integrity and insurability, they would swap the identities of the two ships. The damaged Olympic would be given the identity of the Titanic and sent out on what was ostensibly the new ship's maiden voyage. But this voyage would not be intended to reach New York. Instead, the disguised Olympic would be deliberately sunk, allowing the White Star Line to collect the full insurance value of a new undamaged vessel while simultaneously eliminating the financial burden of the real Titanic's damaged sister. Meanwhile, the real Titanic, now disguised as the Olympic, would quietly slip into service, her true identity hidden from the world. To understand why such a plan might have been attractive, we must consider the financial pressures facing the White Star Line in 1912. The company was owned by the International Mercantile Marine Company, a shipping trust controlled by American financier J.P. Morgan. Morgan had invested enormous sums in his shipping empire, but the business was facing increasing competition and declining profitability. The White Star Line needed the Titanic to be a success. They needed her to capture public imagination, dominate the headlines, and establish the company's supremacy on the North Atlantic route. But they also needed to resolve the Olympic problem before it bankrupted the entire operation. According to the switch theory, the solution was as elegant as it was terrible. Switch the ships, sink the damaged one while pretending it was the new one, collect the insurance money, and use the real new ship to rebuild the company's reputation and finances. The theory suggests that the work done on both ships during the winter of 1911 and 1912 was not routine maintenance and completion, but rather an elaborate process of swapping their identities. Features that differed between the ships would need to be altered. Documentation would need to be changed or destroyed. Most importantly, the workers involved would need to be either brought into the conspiracy or kept unaware of what they were truly doing. Harland and Wolff employed thousands of workers, and the shipyard was a maze of activity with multiple vessels under construction and repair simultaneously. In such an environment, it would be possible to make alterations to both ships without arousing suspicion, especially if the changes were explained as routine modifications or improvements. The workers who might notice discrepancies could be told they were simply upgrading the Olympic to match improvements made to the Titanic design, or vice versa. Only a handful of people at the very top of the hierarchy would need to know the true purpose of the work being done. But for such a plan to succeed, it would require more than just physical alterations to the ships. It would require careful planning of the disaster itself, ensuring that the right people were aboard and the right people were not, and that the sinking would occur in circumstances that would prevent too close an examination of the evidence. The switch theory suggests that every detail of the Titanic's maiden voyage was planned not to showcase a magnificent new ship, but to destroy an old damaged one while making it appear to be an accident. The passenger list, the route, the timing, even the crew assignments, all of these, according to the theory, were carefully orchestrated to serve the conspiracy. As we'll see, the evidence for this incredible claim goes far beyond simple speculation. There are photographs that seem to show differences between the ship that left Belfast and the ship that left Southampton. There are testimony from shipyard workers who noticed unusual modifications being made. There are suspicious cancellations by wealthy passengers who had every reason to want to be aboard the maiden voyage of the most famous ship ever built. Most tellingly, there are the financial motivations of the men who controlled the White Star Line. Men who stood to lose millions if the Olympic problem was not resolved, and who stood to gain millions if a carefully planned disaster could eliminate their problems while simultaneously collecting insurance payments. But before we examine that evidence, we need to understand exactly who these men were and just how much money was at stake in 1912. We need to understand the insurance motive that may have driven over 1,500 people to their deaths in the icy waters of the North Atlantic. Money. In the end, according to the switch theory, that's what the Titanic disaster was really about. Not the romance of the sea, not the hubris of calling a ship unsinkable, not even the class divisions that the disaster seemed to highlight. It was about money, enormous amounts of money that stood to be lost or gained depending on the fate of two ships and the decisions of a few powerful men. To understand the financial pressures that may have driven the conspiracy, we need to understand the business empire of one man, John Pierpont Morgan, the American financier who controlled more wealth and power than perhaps any individual in the history of capitalism. J.P. Morgan was not just wealthy, he was a force of nature in the world of early 20th century finance. His banking house, J.P. Morgan and Company, had financed railroads, steel companies, and industrial empires. He had personally intervened to prevent financial panics, earning him the nickname America's Bank. When the federal government needed money, they came to J.P. Morgan. When major corporations needed capital, they came to J.P. Morgan. By 1912, he controlled assets worth billions in today's currency. But Morgan's empire was not limited to American shores. In 1902, he had founded the International Mercantile Marine Company, a shipping trust designed to dominate transatlantic passenger and cargo traffic. The IM acquired control of numerous shipping lines, including the prestigious White Star Line, Morgan's crown jewel in maritime transportation. The White Star Line was the perfect fit for Morgan's vision. Founded in 1845, it had built its reputation on providing luxury service to affluent passengers crossing between Europe and America. The company's ships were known for their elegance, comfort, and safety record. When Morgan acquired control, he saw an opportunity to create the ultimate expression of luxury travel while generating enormous profits. This vision led directly to the commissioning of the Olympic-class ships. Morgan intended these vessels to be more than just transportation. They would be floating advertisements for the supremacy of his shipping empire. The Olympic, Titanic, and the planned third sister ship Britannic would capture the public imagination and establish IMM as the unquestioned leader in North Atlantic travel. The financial investment was staggering. Each ship cost approximately $7.5 million to build, roughly $200 million in today's currency. The Olympic alone represented an investment larger than the annual budget of many small nations. For the three ships combined, Morgan was risking an amount of money that could have funded a small war. But the potential profits were equally enormous. The North Atlantic passenger route was one of the most lucrative transportation businesses in the world. Wealthy Americans travelling to Europe for business or pleasure were willing to pay premium prices for luxury accommodations. European aristocrats and businessmen crossing to America represented another steady stream of high-paying customers. Immigrants seeking new lives in America provided volume traffic that, while individually less profitable, generated substantial revenue in aggregate. Morgan calculated that the Olympic-class ships would not only dominate this market but expand it. By offering unprecedented luxury and reliability, He could charge premium prices while attracting new customers who had never before considered ocean travel. The ships would pay for themselves within a few years, and then generate enormous profits for decades to come. This was the dream. The reality, as we've seen, was somewhat different. When the Olympic collided with HMS Hawke in September 1911, Morgan's carefully calculated investment began to unravel. The ship that was supposed to be generating revenue was instead sitting in dry dock, requiring expensive repairs. Worse, the legal finding that the Olympic was at fault for the collision meant that insurance would not cover the costs of those repairs. But the problems went beyond just the immediate cost of fixing the damage. The Olympic's accident raised serious questions about the ship's design and safety. If one of these supposedly superior vessels could be so easily damaged in a collision with a smaller ship, what did that say about their construction? More importantly for Morgan's business model, what did it say about their insurability? Insurance was critical to the economics of ship operation. No shipping company could afford to operate vessels worth millions of dollars without comprehensive insurance coverage. But insurance companies were in the business of managing risk, and a ship that had already demonstrated vulnerability might be difficult to insure at reasonable rates. The switch theory suggests that by late 1911, Morgan and his associates realised they faced a potential disaster that went far beyond the cost of repairing one ship. If insurance companies began to question the safety and reliability of the Olympic-class design, it could affect the insurability and profitability of the entire fleet. The Titanic, still under construction, might face higher insurance premiums or coverage limitations based on her sister ship's problems. Even worse, if the Olympic's structural damage was more extensive than initially apparent, the ship might prove to be uneconomical to operate even after repairs. A ship with a damaged keel might suffer from ongoing problems with stability, fuel efficiency, or structural integrity. She might require more frequent and expensive maintenance, reducing her profitability and potentially shortening her operational life. In this context, the switch theory proposes the idea of swapping the ship's identities became attractive, not just as a way to collect insurance money, but as a way to solve multiple problems simultaneously. By sinking the damaged Olympic while disguised as the Titanic, the conspiracy would eliminate the problematic vessel while collecting insurance payments based on the value of a new, undamaged ship. The insurance money would not only compensate for the Olympic's construction costs, but would also provide capital to complete the real Titanic and put her into profitable service. Meanwhile, the real Titanic, now operating under the Olympic's identity, would begin generating revenue immediately. Any questions about the Olympic's performance could be explained away as improvements made during her repair period. The beauty of the plan, from a financial standpoint, was that it transformed a major liability into a substantial asset. Instead of losing money on repairs and operating a damaged ship of questionable profitability, the conspiracy would collect full insurance value for a total loss, while simultaneously putting an undamaged vessel into service. But for such a plan to work, the insurance aspects would need to be carefully managed. The Titanic was insured for £650,000, approximately $75 million in today's currency. This was a substantial amount, but it was less than the ship's actual construction cost, partly because insurance values were typically set below replacement cost to discourage fraudulent claims. However, the insurance money would still represent a significant recovery of Morgan's investment. Combined with the revenues that the real Titanic could generate while operating as the Olympic, the financial benefits of the switch could potentially exceed the total cost of both ships. The theory also suggests that the conspiracy would have additional financial benefits beyond the immediate insurance recovery. By eliminating the Olympic's problems, Morgan could proceed with his plans for the third sister ship, Britannic, without the cloud of questions about the class's design and safety. The successful maiden voyage of the Titanic would generate publicity and confidence that would benefit the entire White Star Line fleet. But perhaps most intriguingly, the switch theory proposes that the financial motive may have extended beyond simple insurance fraud. Some versions of the theory suggest that the disaster was timed to coincide with other events that would benefit Morgan's broader financial interests. In 1913, just 1 year after the Titanic disaster, the United States Federal Reserve System was established. This new central banking system fundamentally changed how American finance operated, and J.P. Morgan was one of its strongest supporters. The Federal Reserve centralized control of American monetary policy and created new opportunities for the kind of large-scale financial manipulation that Morgan specialized in. However, Morgan faced opposition to the Federal Reserve from some quarters, including wealthy Americans who preferred the existing decentralized system. Some of these opponents happened to be aboard the Titanic when she sank. Benjamin Guggenheim, heir to a mining fortune and a vocal critic of centralized banking, went down with the ship. Isidor Straus, co-owner of Macy's department store and another Federal Reserve opponent, died along with his wife. John Jacob Astor IV, one of the wealthiest Americans and a skeptic of Morgan's financial schemes, also perished in the disaster. Meanwhile, J.P. Morgan himself, who had booked passage on the Titanic's maiden voyage, cancelled his trip at the last minute citing illness. Several of Morgan's business associates and political allies also cancelled their bookings while his opponents sailed to their deaths. This aspect of the theory suggests that the Titanic disaster may have served multiple purposes for Morgan. Not only did it solve his immediate problem with the Olympic and provide insurance money, but it also eliminated some of his most powerful opponents in the debate over American financial policy. Whether or not this political dimension was part of the original plan, the financial motive alone would have been sufficient to drive such a conspiracy. Morgan stood to lose millions if the Olympic problem was not resolved, and he stood to gain millions if a carefully orchestrated disaster could eliminate his problems while collecting insurance payments. The amounts of money involved were so large that they could influence the decisions of governments and the fate of thousands of people. In the world of early 20th century finance, where a handful of men controlled wealth comparable to entire national budgets, the lives of 1,500 passengers might have seemed like acceptable collateral damage in service of a larger financial strategy. But money and motive alone do not prove a conspiracy. For the switch theory to be credible, there must be physical evidence that the ships were actually swapped. There must be documentation, photographs, and testimony that support the claim that the vessel that sank was not the Titanic but her damaged sister. As we'll see in the next chapter, proponents of the switch theory claim that such evidence exists, hidden in plain sight in photographs, construction records, and the testimony of those who were present when the conspiracy was allegedly carried out. The human eye, they say, can be deceived. Photographs, however, do not lie. They capture reality with mechanical precision, preserving details that witnesses might forget or misremember. For proponents of the switch theory, photographic evidence forms the backbone of their case that the ship which sank on April 15, 1912, was not the Titanic, but her sister ship, the Olympic. To understand this evidence, we must first appreciate just how similar the Olympic and Titanic actually were. Both ships were built from virtually identical blueprints, with the same overall dimensions, the same basic layout, and the same distinctive four-funnel profile. From a distance, even maritime experts would have difficulty distinguishing between them. However, they were not absolutely identical. The Titanic incorporated several design improvements based on experience gained from the Olympic's early service. More importantly, she included modifications specifically requested by passengers and crew who had sailed on the Olympic and identified areas for improvement. These differences, while minor, were distinctive enough that they could be identified by careful observers. And according to switch theory proponents, photographs of the ship that left Southampton on April 10, 1912, show features that match the Olympic rather than the Titanic. The most frequently cited difference involves the porthole arrangements on a deck, the ship's uppermost passenger deck. The original Titanic plans showed 16 portholes along the forward section of this deck. The Olympic, however, had been built with only 15 portholes in the same area. When the Olympic was being repaired after her collision with HMS Hawke, the damaged area included part of this porthole arrangement. Photographs taken of the Olympic during her repair period show workmen modifying the porthole configuration in this section. Switch theory proponents claim that these modifications were made to match the Titanic's 16 porthole design, as part of the process of disguising the Olympic as her sister ship. However, photographs of the ship that departed Southampton on the Titanic's supposed maiden voyage show only 15 portholes in the critical area, matching the Olympic's original configuration, rather than the Titanic's planned design. This discrepancy might seem minor, but it's precisely the kind of detail that would be difficult to alter quickly and completely. Changing porthole arrangements required cutting through the ship's steel hull and then reinforcing and refinishing the area. It was exactly the sort of modification that might be overlooked in a hasty effort to swap the ship's identities. Another frequently cited difference involves the arrangement of the ship's lifeboats. The Olympic and Titanic were built with slightly different davit systems, mechanical devices used to lower lifeboats into the water. The Titanic was designed with a newer, more efficient davit arrangement that allowed for quicker deployment of the boats. Photographs of the ship at Southampton show what appear to be the older style davits consistent with the Olympic's original configuration. Switch theory proponents argue that the newer davits planned for the Titanic were never installed because the ship that sailed was actually the disguised Olympic. This detail takes on additional significance when considered alongside survivor testimony about the difficulty experienced in launching lifeboats during the disaster. Several witnesses reported problems with the davit mechanisms, delays in getting boats into the water, and confusion about the operation of the launching equipment. If the ship was actually the Olympic with her old davit systems, such problems might explain some of the difficulties experienced during the evacuation. More controversial is evidence related to the ship's propeller systems. The Olympic suffered significant damage to her centre propeller shaft during the collision with HMS Hawke. Repairs to this system were complex and expensive, requiring removal and replacement of major components. Some switch theory proponents claim that rather than properly repairing the Olympic's propeller system, the damaged components were simply patched or temporarily fixed. They argue that the ship that sailed from Southampton had a compromised propulsion system that would have affected her handling and manoeuvrability. This claim is supported, they suggest, by testimony from passengers who noted that the ship seemed to vibrate unusually during the voyage, and by reports that the ship was not achieving her expected speed. If the Titanic was actually the Olympic with a damaged propeller system, these performance issues would be explained. Perhaps more significant than these technical details are the human testimonies from those who worked on the ships. Several workers at Harland and Wolff reported unusual activity during the winter months when both ships were in the shipyard together. James Fenton, a painter who worked on both vessels, later claimed that he noticed significant work being done to modify the Olympic during what was supposedly a routine repair period. According to Fenton, workers were making changes that seemed to go far beyond fixing collision damage. They were altering features of the ship that had nothing to do with the areas damaged in the Hawke incident. Fenton specifically mentioned work being done on the Olympic's passenger accommodations, including modifications to cabin layouts and public room configurations. He claimed that these changes seemed designed to make the Olympic more closely resemble the Titanic's interior arrangements. Even more intriguingly, Fenton reported that workers were instructed to swap various brass fittings and fixtures between the two ships. Nameplates, cabin numbers, and other identifying features were removed from both vessels and apparently switched. When Fenton asked supervisors about this work, he was told it was part of standardising equipment between the sister ships. Another shipyard worker, Robert Hichens, reported seeing unusual activity in the area where the ships' names were painted on their hulls. According to Hichens, the name plates and hull markings on both ships were removed and replaced during the repair period. He assumed this was routine maintenance, but later wondered whether something more significant was happening. Perhaps most compelling is testimony from John Halpin, a shipfitter who worked on both vessels. Halpin claimed that he was specifically assigned to work on swapping interior fittings between the Olympic and the ship under construction that was supposedly the Titanic. He was told that this was being done to upgrade the Olympic with improvements developed for her sister ship. However, Halpin noticed that the work seemed to go both ways. Features from the Olympic were also being installed on the other ship. When he questioned this, supervisors told him that they were standardising the designs to make maintenance and operation more efficient. Only years later, after the disaster, did Halpin begin to suspect that the work he'd been assigned might have been part of a larger deception. He realised that the extensive swapping of components between the ships could have been part of a process of switching their identities entirely. These worker testimonies are supported by documentary evidence from the shipyard. Harland and Wolff's work records from the winter of 1911 to 1912 show extensive modifications being made to both ships. While much of this work was clearly related to repairing the Olympic's collision damage, some entries describe tasks that seem unrelated to the repairs. For example, records show work being done on both ships' passenger cabin configurations, dining room layouts, and recreational facilities. This work is described in vague terms that make it difficult to determine exactly what was being done, but the volume of interior modification seems excessive for routine maintenance or repair work. More suspicious are gaps in the documentation. Several weeks' worth of work records are missing from the shipyard files, apparently lost or destroyed. The missing records cover precisely the period when the most extensive work was being done on both ships. Additionally, some surviving records contain unusual notations and corrections that suggest original entries were altered or replaced. Work orders that originally specified tasks for the Olympic appear to have been changed to specify the same work for the Titanic and vice versa. Switch theory proponents also point to photographic evidence from inside the ships. Comparison of interior photographs taken during construction with photographs taken aboard the ship that sailed from Southampton reveals several discrepancies. The most notable differences involve the first-class dining room and the grand staircase. The Olympic's dining room was originally designed with a specific pattern of decorative panels and light fixtures. The Titanic was planned to have an improved version of the same space, with subtle but distinctive differences in the decorative scheme. Photographs taken aboard the ship at Southampton show decorative features that match the Olympic's original design, rather than the improvements planned for the Titanic. Similarly, details of the grand staircase appear to match the Olympic's configuration, rather than the Titanic's planned modifications. These interior discrepancies are particularly significant because they would be difficult to fake or alter after the disaster. Unlike exterior features that might be changed by salvage operations or natural deterioration, interior photographs taken before the voyage provide a permanent record of the ship's actual configuration. However, the most dramatic physical evidence cited by switch theory proponents involves the ship's construction numbers. Every vessel built by Harland and Wolff was assigned a unique yard number that was stamped or engraved on various components throughout the ship. These numbers served as permanent identification that could not be easily altered or forged. The Olympic was assigned yard number 301. The Titanic was assigned yard number 3909. According to the theory, components with the Olympic's number should have been found on the wreck if it was actually the Titanic that sank. When the Titanic wreck was discovered in 1985, some of the recovered artifacts did indeed show construction numbers. However, examining these numbers has proven difficult due to the condition of the wreck and the limited access to recovered materials. Some switch theory proponents claim that construction numbers found on wreck components match the Olympic rather than the Titanic, but this claim is disputed by maritime historians and wreck researchers. The numbers are often partially obscured or damaged, making definitive identification difficult. More recently, some researchers have used advanced imaging techniques to examine construction details on the wreck itself. These studies have identified several features that appear to match the Olympic's configuration rather than the Titanic's planned design. For example, the propeller arrangement on the wreck appears to show evidence of the repair work done to the Olympic's damaged propulsion system. The centre propeller, which should have been a 3-blade design on the Titanic, appears to be a 4-blade configuration that matches repairs made to the Olympic. Similarly, hull plates in areas that should have been newly constructed for the Titanic show evidence of previous damage and repair that would be consistent with the Olympic's collision damage. However, these findings are highly technical and disputed by many experts. The condition of the wreck after more than a century on the ocean floor makes definitive identification of small details extremely difficult. Corrosion, collapse, and damage from the sinking itself have obscured many of the features that might provide conclusive evidence. The physical evidence for the switch theory remains controversial and disputed. While proponents point to numerous discrepancies between the ship that sailed and the ship that was supposed to sail, skeptics argue that these differences can be explained by changes made during construction, errors in documentation, or misinterpretation of photographic evidence. What is not disputed is that significant work was done on both ships during the winter of 1911 to 1912, that modifications were made that went beyond simple repair work, and that there are photographic and documentary discrepancies that have never been fully explained. Whether these discrepancies prove a conspiracy or simply reflect the normal complexities of building and modifying massive ships remains a matter of debate. But for switch theory proponents, the physical evidence forms a compelling case that something was not right about the ship that sailed from Southampton on that April morning in 1912. However, physical evidence is only part of the story. To truly understand the scope of the alleged conspiracy, we must examine not just what was done to the ships, but who was aboard them. The passenger list of the Titanic's final voyage contains names that would reshape the world of finance and politics, and according to the theory, this was no coincidence. Sometimes the most revealing evidence is not what happened, but who was present when it happened. In the case of the Titanic disaster, the passenger manifest reads like a who's who of early 20th century power and influence. But according to the switch theory, this prestigious passenger list was not assembled by chance. Instead, it was carefully curated to serve the purposes of a conspiracy that extended far beyond simple insurance fraud. To understand the significance of the Titanic's passengers, we must first understand the broader context of American politics and finance in 1912. The United States was on the verge of fundamental changes in how its financial system operated. The country had experienced several financial panics in recent decades, and there was growing pressure to create a more stable and centralized banking system. J.P. Morgan and his allies favored the creation of a central bank that would be controlled by major financial institutions. This system, which would eventually become the Federal Reserve, would give unprecedented power to a small group of bankers and financiers. They would control the nation's money supply, interest rates, and credit availability. However, this plan faced significant opposition from wealthy Americans who preferred the existing decentralized system. These opponents feared that a central bank controlled by Morgan and his associates would concentrate too much financial power in too few hands. They argued for maintaining a system where multiple independent banks could compete and where no single institution could dominate the nation's finances. The debate over banking reform was not merely academic. Billions of dollars in wealth and decades of political power hung in the balance. If Morgan's vision prevailed, he and his allies would control the financial destiny of the United States. If his opponents succeeded in blocking the plan, Morgan's influence would be significantly diminished. Into this high-stakes political battle sailed the Titanic, carrying some of the most influential participants in the banking debate. And remarkably, almost all of the Federal Reserve's most powerful opponents happened to be aboard, while Morgan and his supporters were conspicuously absent. The most prominent opponent aboard was Benjamin Guggenheim, heir to one of America's great mining fortunes. The Guggenheim family controlled vast mineral resources and had accumulated enormous wealth through copper, silver and gold mining operations around the world. Benjamin was not just wealthy but politically influential, serving on the boards of multiple corporations and maintaining extensive connections in Washington. Guggenheim had been a vocal critic of Morgan's banking proposals. He argued that a centralized system would stifle competition and innovation in American finance. He favoured maintaining the existing system of independent banks and opposed giving any single institution the power to control the nation's money supply. On the night of April 14th, as the Titanic began to sink, Benjamin Guggenheim reportedly dressed in his finest evening clothes and told fellow passengers, "We are prepared to go down like gentlemen." His body was never recovered. Also aboard was Isidor Straus, co-owner of Macy's department store and another influential voice in American business. Straus had built his retail empire through careful management and conservative financial practices. He distrusted the kind of financial manipulation that Morgan specialized in and opposed the creation of a central bank that would facilitate such practices. Straus was particularly concerned about the impact of centralized banking on smaller businesses. He argued that a Morgan-controlled central bank would favor large corporations at the expense of independent merchants and entrepreneurs. His opposition to the Federal Reserve Plan was well known in political circles. When the Titanic began to sink, Isidore and his wife Ida were offered places in a lifeboat. According to witnesses, Ada refused to leave her husband, saying, "We have lived together for 40 years. Where you go, I go." They were last seen sitting together on deck chairs as the ship tilted toward her final plunge. Neither body was ever found. Perhaps most significant was the presence of John Jacob Astor IV, one of the wealthiest Americans and a man whose financial influence rivaled Morgan's own. Astor had inherited a vast real estate empire and had expanded it into hotels, railroads, and other investments. His personal fortune was estimated at over $87 million, roughly $2 billion in today's currency. Astor was not merely wealthy, but politically sophisticated. He understood the implications of Morgan's banking proposals and opposed them on both economic and political grounds. He argued that giving Morgan's group control over the nation's banking system would create a financial oligarchy that would undermine American democratic institutions. More than any other individual, Astor had the wealth and influence to effectively oppose Morgan's plans. His opposition carried weight in Congress and in the financial community. If anyone could have blocked the creation of the Federal Reserve, it was John Jacob Astor IV. Astor was travelling on the Titanic with his pregnant young wife, Madeline. When the ship began to sink, he helped her into a lifeboat but was refused passage himself under the Women and Children First protocol. His body was recovered days later, reportedly with his gold watch still in his pocket and over $2,000 in cash. His death eliminated one of the most powerful obstacles to Morgan's banking ambitions. These three men, Guggenheim, Strauss and Astor, represented the core of wealthy American opposition to the Federal Reserve Plan. Their combined influence, both financial and political, posed a serious threat to Morgan's vision of centralized banking control. Their deaths removed major obstacles to the passage of Federal Reserve legislation. But the passenger list's significance extends beyond these three prominent figures. Several other Titanic passengers had connections to the banking debate or to Morgan's business interests. Some were allies who might have provided testimonial support that could have been problematic for the conspiracy. Others were neutral parties whose presence might have been seen as providing legitimacy to the voyage. The theory suggests that the passenger list was carefully managed to ensure that the right people were aboard and the wrong people were not. Key figures in the banking debate who opposed Morgan were encouraged or induced to sail, while those who might have interfered with the plan were kept away. This management allegedly extended to the crew assignments as well. Captain Edward Smith, who commanded the ship, was nearing retirement, and may have been chosen partly because his career was ending anyway. If he survived the disaster, he would soon be out of the shipping business and less likely to cause problems. If he didn't survive, his death would be seen as a heroic sacrifice, rather than evidence of conspiracy. Other key crew members were reportedly chosen for their loyalty to the White Star Line or their lack of detailed knowledge about the ship's construction. Engineers and officers who might have been able to identify discrepancies between the Olympic and Titanic were either not assigned to the voyage or were placed in positions where they would be unlikely to survive if something went wrong. Perhaps most tellingly, J.P. Morgan himself had originally booked passage on the Titanic's maiden voyage. As the owner of the shipping line and the man whose vision the voyage was meant to showcase, Morgan's presence would have been expected and appropriate. His cabin had been reserved, his passage confirmed, and his attendance at various social events planned. But at the last minute, Morgan cancelled his trip, citing illness. He claimed to be suffering from a minor ailment that prevented him from travelling, and he remained in France where he had been vacationing. Remarkably, several of Morgan's close business associates also cancelled their bookings at the last minute, citing various personal and business reasons. The pattern of cancellations was so notable that it attracted attention even at the time. Several newspapers commented on the unusual number of prominent businessmen who had changed their travel plans. Some observers wondered whether there might have been advance warning of problems with the ship or the voyage. Morgan's cancellation is particularly suspicious because he was photographed in apparently good health at a French resort just days after the disaster. He showed no signs of the illness that had supposedly prevented him from travelling, and he resumed his normal activities immediately after learning of the Titanic's fate. Even more suspicious were the cancellations by Morgan's business partners. Henry Clay Frick, the steel magnate and longtime Morgan ally, had booked passage but cancelled, citing his wife's health. George Washington Vanderbilt II, another Morgan associate, also cancelled his booking at the last minute. Milton Hershey, the chocolate manufacturer who had business relationships with Morgan's interests, similarly changed his travel plans. The pattern suggests that Morgan and his inner circle knew something that the general passengers did not. Whether they had advanced knowledge of the planned disaster, or simply knew that the ship was not safe due to the identity switch, they took steps to avoid being aboard when the conspiracy was carried out. Meanwhile, Morgan's opponents in the banking debates sailed to their deaths, apparently unaware of the danger they faced. The convenient elimination of the Federal Reserve's most powerful critics cleared the way for the legislation that Morgan had been promoting. Indeed, the Federal Reserve Act was passed by Congress in December 1913, less than 2 years after the Titanic disaster. The legislation created the central banking system that Morgan had long advocated, giving him and his associates unprecedented control over American finance. The deaths of Astor, Guggenheim, and Strauss had removed the most influential voices that might have prevented this outcome. Some versions of the switch theory go even further, suggesting that the passenger list was managed not just to eliminate political opponents, but also to provide witnesses who would support the official story of the disaster. Certain passengers and crew members who survived the sinking provided testimony that reinforced the narrative of an accidental collision with an iceberg. These survivors described the impact, the flooding, and the sinking in ways that supported the insurance claims and deflected suspicion from the possibility of sabotage or deliberate destruction. Their accounts helped establish the official version of events that has persisted for over a century. However, other survivors provided testimony that was less helpful to the official narrative. Some reported hearing explosions before the ship began to sink, suggesting possible sabotage. Others described unusual behaviour by crew members or problems with the ship's equipment that might have indicated advanced planning of the disaster. These problematic testimonies were reportedly suppressed or discredited during the official investigations. Survivors who told inconvenient stories found their credibility questioned, or their testimony excluded from the final reports. The investigation focused on technical questions about ship design and safety procedures rather than examining the possibility of deliberate destruction. The passenger list evidence is compelling but circumstantial. The coincidence of having so many Federal Reserve opponents aboard while Morgan and his allies stayed away is remarkable, but it could be explained by factors other than conspiracy. The timing of the banking legislation might have been influenced by the victims' deaths, but correlation does not necessarily prove causation. However, when combined with the physical evidence and the financial motives, the passenger list adds another layer to the case for the switch theory. The pattern of who was aboard and who wasn't suggests a level of planning and coordination that goes beyond simple insurance fraud. If the theory is correct, the Titanic disaster was not just about swapping damaged ships or collecting insurance money. It was about reshaping the American financial system and eliminating opposition to a plan that would concentrate enormous power in the hands of a few men. But such an ambitious conspiracy would require more than just manipulating passenger lists and switching ships. It would require control over the disaster itself, ensuring that the sinking occurred under circumstances that would support the official story while achieving the conspiracy's goals. As we'll see in the next chapter, proponents of the switch theory believe that every aspect of the sinking was carefully planned and executed. The final act of any great conspiracy must be the most carefully orchestrated. If the switch theory is correct, then the night of April 14th to 15th, 1912 represented not a tragic accident, but the culmination of months of planning designed to create the appearance of disaster while achieving very specific goals. Every detail of how the ship encountered the iceberg, how she sank, and how the rescue efforts unfolded would need to serve the larger purpose of the conspiracy. To understand how the sinking might have been deliberately orchestrated, we must first examine the unusual circumstances that made the disaster possible. The night of April 14th was characterised by conditions that maritime experts describe as extraordinarily rare and dangerous. The sea was unusually calm, so still that there were no waves breaking against icebergs to make them visible from a distance. The night was moonless, creating darkness so complete that lookouts had virtually no natural illumination to aid their watch. Most unusually, the atmosphere was clear and cold, creating temperature inversion conditions that could cause unusual optical effects, making distant objects appear closer or farther than they actually were. These conditions, while natural, were so unusual that many experienced sailors reported they had never encountered anything like them. Captain Smith himself, with 4 decades of experience on the North Atlantic, had never commanded a ship through such treacherous natural circumstances. But according to the switch theory, these conditions were not just unfortunate coincidences. They were anticipated and exploited by conspirators who had carefully planned the ship's route and timing to take advantage of known dangerous conditions. The theory suggests that the ship's course was deliberately set to take her through areas where icebergs were known to be present. Radio warnings about ice had been received throughout the day, but many of these warnings were reportedly not passed to the bridge crew, or were ignored by officers who should have taken precautionary measures. The ship Californian, which belonged to the same parent company as the Titanic, had stopped for the night in the ice field, her captain declaring conditions too dangerous for navigation. Yet the Titanic continued at nearly full speed through the same waters, despite multiple warnings about the presence of ice. Switch theory proponents argue that this dangerous navigation was not the result of overconfidence or poor judgment, but rather deliberate policy designed to ensure that an accident would occur. The ship needed to encounter an iceberg in order to provide a plausible explanation for her sinking, and her officers were instructed to maintain course and speed despite the obvious dangers. The collision itself occurred under circumstances that some witnesses found suspicious. Frederick Fleet, the lookout who first spotted the iceberg, reported that the berg appeared suddenly out of the darkness, giving him only seconds to sound the alarm. However, other witnesses reported seeing the iceberg minutes before the collision, suggesting that it should have been visible to trained lookouts much earlier. Some survivors reported that the ship seemed to turn toward the iceberg rather than away from it in the final moments before impact. While this could be explained by the physics of large ship manoeuvring, it raises questions about whether the collision was truly accidental or was deliberately engineered to ensure maximum damage. More suspicious were reports of explosions aboard the ship shortly after the collision. Multiple witnesses, including passengers and crew members, reported hearing loud bangs and feeling vibrations that seemed separate from the impact with the iceberg. These explosions were officially attributed to boilers bursting as cold water flooded the engine rooms, but some witnesses believed they occurred too soon after the collision to be explained by flooding alone. The switch theory suggests that these explosions may have been caused by deliberately placed charges designed to ensure that the ship would sink quickly and completely. If the collision with the iceberg was not sufficient to guarantee the ship's destruction, additional sabotage might have been necessary to achieve the conspiracy's goals. The pattern of flooding also struck some observers as unusual. While the official investigation concluded that the iceberg had opened 5 compartments to the sea, causing fatal flooding, some witnesses reported that water seemed to be entering the ship from multiple locations, not just the area of the supposed iceberg damage. Crew members working in areas far from the collision reported rapid flooding that seemed inconsistent with damage caused by scraping along an iceberg. Some suggested that the ship's hull might have been weakened in advance, either through the supposed identity switch or through deliberate sabotage, making her more vulnerable to catastrophic damage. The behaviour of some crew members during the disaster also raised questions. While many officers and crew performed heroically, trying to save as many passengers as possible, others seemed strangely unprepared for the emergency or reluctant to take action that might have saved more lives. The ship's wireless operators continued sending routine commercial messages even after the collision, delaying distress calls that might have brought rescue ships more quickly. Some officers seemed confused about the severity of the damage or uncertain about proper emergency procedures, suggesting that they might not have been fully briefed on the ship's actual condition or capabilities. Most suspiciously, the ship's lifeboats were launched with far fewer passengers than their capacity allowed. While this was officially attributed to panic and poor training, some witnesses reported that crew members actively prevented passengers from entering boats that had space available. The switch theory suggests that this was not incompetence but deliberate policy designed to ensure that specific passengers would not survive. If the conspiracy's goal was to eliminate certain individuals while allowing others to live, controlling access to lifeboats would be an effective method of determining who lived and who died. The nearby ship Californian adds another layer of suspicion to the night's events. This vessel, owned by the same International Mercantile Marine Company that controlled the White Star Line, had stopped for the night approximately 20 miles from the Titanic's position. Her captain, Stanley Lord, claimed that conditions were too dangerous for navigation and that his ship would remain stationary until dawn. However, the Californian's crew reported seeing rockets and distress signals from the direction of the Titanic throughout the night. Despite these obvious signs of a ship in distress, Captain Lord chose not to investigate or offer assistance. He claimed that he believed the signals were routine communications or celebrations, not emergency distress calls. This explanation seems implausible given that the Californian's crew were experienced sailors who should have recognised distress rockets when they saw them. The switch theory suggests that the Californian was positioned deliberately to provide rescue services for the conspiracy's chosen survivors while maintaining plausible deniability about why she didn't help the others. According to this theory, the Californian was meant to arrive at the scene early enough to rescue specific passengers, but late enough to allow the ship to sink and eliminate the unwanted victims. However, a miscommunication or timing error prevented this plan from working properly, leaving the Californian too far away to effectively participate in the rescue. Instead, the rescue was carried out by the Carpathia, a ship belonging to a different company that responded to the Titanic's distress calls and arrived at the scene several hours after the sinking. The Carpathia's captain and crew were not part of the conspiracy and performed genuine rescue work, saving over 700 survivors. But the delay in rescue efforts, whether planned or accidental, ensured that the ship sank completely and that most of her passengers and crew died in the frigid waters. This served the conspiracy's purposes by eliminating witnesses who might have been able to identify discrepancies between the Olympic and Titanic, while also removing the political opponents whose deaths were part of the larger plan. The sinking itself was remarkably complete and thorough. Unlike many shipwrecks, which settle on the ocean floor largely intact, the Titanic broke apart as she sank, scattering debris over a wide area and making subsequent examination of the wreck extremely difficult. This destruction could have been the result of natural forces acting on a ship not designed to sink at such an angle, but it also served to obscure evidence that might have revealed the ship's true identity. The complete loss of the ship meant that investigators had to rely on survivor testimony and limited physical evidence to reconstruct what had happened. Since many of the most knowledgeable witnesses had died in the disaster, and since the survivors had been through a traumatic experience that might have affected their memories, establishing definitive facts about the sinking proved difficult. This uncertainty served the conspiracy's purposes by preventing too close an examination of the evidence. Questions about the ship's identity, the cause of the sinking, or the behaviour of the crew could be deflected by pointing to the lack of conclusive evidence and the confusion inherent in any major disaster. The official investigations that followed the disaster focused primarily on technical questions about ship design and safety procedures. While these investigations identified important problems with lifeboat capacity, crew training and emergency procedures, they did not seriously examine the possibility that the sinking had been deliberately caused. The British Board of Trade Inquiry and the US Senate investigation both concluded that the disaster was the result of excessive speed in dangerous conditions, combined with design flaws that made the ship vulnerable to the type of damage caused by the iceberg collision. These findings supported the official narrative of an accidental tragedy, while deflecting attention from possible evidence of conspiracy. However, some evidence presented to these investigations was inconsistent with the official conclusions. Witnesses testified about explosions, unusual flooding patterns, and crew behaviour that suggested advanced knowledge of the disaster. This testimony was generally dismissed or explained away, but it remained part of the official record for those who knew where to look for it. The investigations also revealed suspicious gaps in the documentary evidence. Ship logs, construction records, and other documents that might have provided definitive information about the vessel's identity or condition were missing or had been destroyed. While this was officially attributed to the chaos of the disaster, it prevented investigators from definitively establishing key facts about the ship and her voyage. Perhaps most tellingly, the investigations made no serious attempt to examine the financial aspects of the disaster. The insurance arrangements, the ownership structure of the shipping companies, and the business relationships between key figures were not considered relevant to understanding why the ship sank. This focus on technical rather than financial questions served the conspiracy's purposes by avoiding examination of the motives that might have driven such an elaborate deception. The investigations treated the disaster as a tragic accident rather than a possible crime, and their conclusions reinforced the official narrative that has persisted for over a century. But if the switch theory is correct, the sinking of the Titanic was not just a crime, but a nearly perfect crime. The destruction of evidence, the elimination of witnesses, and the misdirection of official investigations created a cover-up so complete that the truth has remained hidden for more than 100 years. As we'll see in the next chapter, maintaining this cover-up required ongoing efforts by powerful interests to suppress evidence, discredit investigators, and control the historical narrative of the disaster. In the aftermath of any major conspiracy, the cover-up often proves more challenging than the original crime. Evidence must be suppressed, witnesses must be silenced or discredited, and investigators must be misdirected away from uncomfortable truths. If the switch theory is correct, the years following the Titanic disaster saw one of the most comprehensive and successful cover-ups in modern history. The cover-up began almost immediately after news of the disaster reached shore. Within hours of the Carpathia's arrival in New York with the Titanic survivors, powerful interests were already working to control the narrative of what had happened and to prevent inconvenient questions from being asked. J.P. Morgan's representatives were among the first to arrive at the dock, not to provide comfort to survivors, but to begin the process of managing information. Survivors were reportedly approached by company officials and lawyers who offered assistance with travel arrangements, medical care and financial support. However, this assistance came with subtle but clear expectations about what survivors should and should not say about their experiences. Some survivors later reported being advised to focus their testimony on the heroism of the crew and the tragedy of insufficient lifeboats, while avoiding speculation about the cause of the disaster or unusual circumstances they might have observed. Those who had noticed discrepancies between the ship they boarded and the ship they expected to board were encouraged to attribute these differences to their own confusion or lack of technical knowledge. More direct pressure was reportedly applied to survivors whose testimony might have been particularly damaging to the official narrative. Crew members who had worked on both the Olympic and Titanic and might have been able to identify which ship actually sank were offered generous severance packages and assistance finding new employment, with the understanding that their maritime careers would be over if they spoke publicly about their experiences. The most dangerous witnesses were those who had observed the supposed identity switch taking place in the Belfast shipyard. These workers faced more serious consequences if they chose to speak out. Some reported being visited by company representatives who made it clear that their employment, their safety, and the welfare of their families depended on their discretion. James Fenton, the painter who had noticed unusual modifications being made to the Olympic, later claimed that he was approached by men who warned him that discussing his observations would be considered a breach of his employment contract and potentially a criminal violation of trade secrets laws. He was told that speaking to journalists or investigators could result in prosecution and imprisonment. Other shipyard workers reported similar intimidation. Some were offered money to relocate to distant cities where they would be less likely to encounter investigators or journalists. Others were simply fired from their jobs and found that their names had been blacklisted throughout the shipbuilding industry, making it impossible for them to find similar work. The most comprehensive aspect of the cover-up involved the systematic destruction or alteration of documentary evidence. Harland and Wolff shipyard records that might have revealed the true extent of work done on both ships were reportedly destroyed in a series of accidental fires and floods that occurred in the months following the disaster. Work orders, progress reports, and material requisitions that could have definitively established which ship was which were among the documents lost in these convenient accidents. The missing records covered precisely the time period when the alleged identity switch would have taken place, eliminating the most direct evidence of the conspiracy. More subtly, surviving documents were reportedly altered to remove inconvenient details or to create confusion about the timeline of work done on both ships. Serial numbers were changed, dates were altered, and work descriptions were modified to obscure the true nature of the modifications that had been made. The British Board of Trade investigation, which was the primary official inquiry into the disaster, showed unusual patterns in how it gathered and evaluated evidence. The investigation focused almost exclusively on technical questions about ship design and safety procedures, while avoiding examination of financial motives or business relationships that might have suggested conspiracy. Key witnesses who might have provided inconvenient testimony were not called to testify, or their testimony was limited to narrow technical questions that avoided broader issues about the ship's identity or the circumstances of the voyage. The investigation's final report contained numerous conclusions that were not fully supported by the evidence presented, suggesting that the outcomes had been predetermined. Even more suspicious was the speed with which the investigation was concluded and its findings accepted by government authorities. For a disaster of such magnitude and complexity, the investigation was remarkably brief and superficial. Important questions were left unanswered, and significant discrepancies in witness testimony were ignored or explained away without adequate investigation. The US Senate investigation, led by Senator William Alden Smith, initially appeared more thorough and independent. Senator Smith was known for his skepticism of large corporations and his willingness to challenge powerful interests. His investigation called numerous witnesses and examined many aspects of the disaster that the British inquiry had ignored. However, as the investigation proceeded, it became apparent that Senator Smith was facing pressure from influential sources to limit the scope of his inquiry. Key witnesses were suddenly unavailable or changed their testimony between preliminary interviews and formal hearings. Documentary evidence that had been promised to the investigation failed to materialize or was found to be incomplete. Most tellingly, the investigation avoided examining the financial aspects of the disaster. Despite the enormous insurance claims involved and the clear financial benefits that accrued to certain parties, the investigation treated these as irrelevant side issues rather than potential motives for conspiracy. The final report of the Senate investigation contained strong criticisms of White Star Line safety procedures and British maritime regulations, but it concluded that the disaster was fundamentally accidental. Like the British inquiry, it avoided any suggestion that the sinking might have been deliberately caused, or that there might have been financial motives behind the tragedy. In the years following the official investigations, efforts to independently examine the disaster faced systematic obstruction. Journalists who attempted to investigate discrepancies in the official story found their sources drying up and their access to information restricted. Maritime historians who raised questions about the disaster's circumstances found their work discredited or their employment threatened. Perhaps most remarkably, several independent investigators who had begun to uncover evidence supporting the switch theory died under suspicious circumstances. Some died in apparent accidents, others from sudden illnesses, and still others simply disappeared while pursuing their research. Robert Hitchens, the shipyard worker who had observed unusual activity around the ship's nameplates, died in a fall from scaffolding while working on another project less than a year after the disaster. The accident occurred despite Hitchens' reputation as an experienced and safety-conscious worker who had never before been injured on the job. John Halpern, the ship fitter who had worked on swapping components between the Olympic and Titanic, died of a sudden heart attack despite being relatively young and having no history of heart problems. His death occurred just days before he was scheduled to be interviewed by an American journalist who was investigating discrepancies in the official story. Several other shipyard workers who had knowledge of the construction process died in various accidents or from sudden illnesses in the years immediately following the disaster. While these deaths could be coincidental, the pattern suggests a systematic effort to eliminate witnesses who might have provided inconvenient testimony. The cover-up also extended to controlling the physical evidence from the disaster. When bodies were recovered from the ocean, they were processed through facilities controlled by White Star Line representatives. Personal effects were catalogued and returned to families, but items that might have provided clues about the ship's true identity were reportedly lost or misdirected. More significantly, efforts were made to prevent independent examination of the wreck site. In the early decades after the disaster, technology did not exist to reach the wreck on the ocean floor, but White Star Line and its successors took steps to ensure that when such technology became available, access to the wreck would be controlled. Legal claims were filed asserting ownership rights over the wreck and its contents. These claims were designed to prevent independent researchers from examining the evidence without permission from the companies that had controlled the ships. By controlling access to the wreck, these interests could ensure that any examination would be conducted under their supervision and that inconvenient findings could be suppressed. The most sophisticated aspect of the cover-up involved shaping the cultural memory of the disaster. Rather than simply suppressing evidence, the conspiracy's beneficiaries actively promoted a specific narrative about the Titanic that emphasized heroism, tragedy, and the lessons learned about maritime safety. Books, articles, and eventually films about the disaster focused on human interest stories, rather than technical questions about the ship's identity or the circumstances of the sinking. The narrative of the brave band playing hymns as the ship sank, of the noble sacrifice of men who gave their lives so that women and children could survive, and of the hubris of calling any ship unsinkable, became the dominant cultural memory of the disaster. What if everything you thought you knew about the pyramids was wrong? Imagine standing inside the Great Pyramid of Giza at midnight, alone, surrounded by 2.3 million stone blocks that have kept their secrets for over 4 millennia. The air is thick with mystery, and you can feel something humming beneath your feet, a vibration so subtle it might just be your imagination. Or might it be something far more extraordinary? Tonight joined Dr. Marcus Chen, a field researcher whose life's work straddles the boundary between archaeology and physics, as he uncovers evidence that will shake the very foundations of what we believe about ancient Egypt. This isn't just another story about pharaohs and burial chambers. This is about technology so advanced, so perfectly engineered, that modern science is only beginning to understand its true purpose. Are you ready to discover that the Great Pyramid wasn't built to house the dead, but to power the living? The desert wind carried more than sand that October evening. It carried the weight of 4,000 years of secrets, swirling around the massive limestone blocks that rose from the Giza Plateau like ancient guardians against the darkening sky. Dr. Marcus Chen pulled his field jacket tighter as he approached the entrance to the Great Pyramid, his archaeological permit clutched in one hand and a case of sensitive instruments in the other. For 15 years, Marcus had studied these monuments from afar, poring over blueprints in university libraries, analysing satellite imagery, and debating theories with colleagues over late-night coffee. He'd written papers on the pyramid's mathematical precision, its astronomical alignments, and its construction techniques. But nothing, absolutely nothing, had prepared him for this moment. The entrance shaft yawned before him like the mouth of some primordial beast. His Egyptian guide, Hassan, gestured him forward with a weathered hand that had led countless tourists through these passages. But tonight was different. Tonight Marcus had special permission to remain inside after closing, to conduct his research in the profound silence that only comes when the tourist crowds fade away. "Doctor?" "Chen," Hassan said, his English tinged with the accent of the Nile Delta. "You're sure you want to stay alone? The pyramid. She speaks differently at night." Marcus nodded, though he wasn't entirely sure what Hassan meant. "I need to take measurements without interference. The electromagnetic readings are too important to risk contamination from cameras and cell phones." As they ducked through the entrance and began their descent into the ancient passageway, Marcus felt something he hadn't expected, a subtle vibration through the soles of his boots. It was barely perceptible, like standing near a power plant or a subway station, but unmistakably present. The limestone blocks seemed to pulse with their own rhythm, as if the entire structure were somehow alive. "Hassan," he said, pausing to place his palm against the cool stone wall, Do you feel that? The guide's eyes met his in the dim LED lighting they'd strung along the passage. You feel it too? Most visitors, they notice nothing. But some, the ones who know how to listen, they feel the heart of the pyramid beating. Marcus's scientific mind immediately began cataloguing possible explanations. Seismic activity from Cairo traffic, thermal expansion and contraction of the limestone, perhaps underground water movement. But as they climbed deeper into the structure, following the grand gallery toward the king's chamber, the sensation only grew stronger. The textbooks had described every measurement, every angle, every architectural feature, but they had failed to capture this, the sense that he was walking through the corridors of a machine rather than a tomb. The walls weren't just precisely cut, they were purposeful, functional, as if each block had been positioned not just to support weight, but to channel something else entirely. By the time Hassan left him alone in the king's chamber with his instruments, and a promise to return at dawn, Marcus was beginning to suspect that everything he thought he knew about the Great Pyramid was about to change. The silence in the king's chamber was absolute. Not the gentle quiet of a library or the muffled stillness of a snow-covered landscape, but the profound absence of sound that only exists deep within solid rock far from the surface world. Marcus set his equipment case on the granite floor and began unpacking his instruments, but his eyes kept returning to the walls around him. For a structure supposedly built as the eternal resting place of Pharaoh Khufu, the king's chamber was remarkably empty. No hieroglyphs adorned the walls, no colourful depictions of the pharaoh's journey to the afterlife, no ornate decorations celebrating his divine status, just smooth, precisely fitted granite blocks that formed a perfect rectangular space. Marcus had visited dozens of legitimate Egyptian tombs, from the elaborate burial chambers in the Valley of the Kings to smaller mastabas scattered throughout the desert. Every single one had been filled with artwork, inscriptions and symbolic elements designed to guide and protect the deceased in the afterlife. The Egyptians were obsessive about decorating their tombs. It was perhaps their most distinctive cultural trait. So why was the most important tomb in Egypt completely bare? He pulled out his digital calipers and began measuring the chamber's dimensions, cross-referencing them with his notes. 10.47 metres long, 5.24 metres wide, 5.84 metres high. But as he worked, something else caught his attention. The acoustics. "Hello?" he called out softly, and the word came back to him transformed. Not a simple echo, but something more complex. A resonance that seemed to build upon itself, creating harmonics that his voice alone couldn't produce. He clapped his hands sharply and the sound reverberated through the chamber in waves, each echo slightly different from the last. Marcus had studied acoustical engineering as part of his physics background, and he knew what he was hearing. The chamber was tuned. The proportions, the materials, even the placement in the pyramid weren't arbitrary. They had been calculated to create specific resonant frequencies. He set up his sound meter and began a systematic test, clapping at different spots around the chamber and recording the acoustic response. The data was remarkable. The chamber was resonating at approximately 110 Hz, a frequency that research had shown could induce altered states of consciousness in humans. Ancient peoples around the world had built structures with similar acoustic properties. Newgrange in Ireland, the Hippogæum in Malta, certain chambers at Stonehenge. But there was something more. As Marcus moved his sound meter around the room, he noticed that the acoustic properties weren't uniform. The northeast corner produced different harmonics than the southwest. The centre of the chamber created the strongest resonance, while areas near the walls seemed to dampen certain frequencies while amplifying others. It was as if the entire chamber had been designed as a three-dimensional instrument, capable of producing complex acoustic patterns that modern sound engineers would struggle to replicate. This wasn't the work of ancient stonemasons building a burial vault. This was the product of sophisticated understanding of wave mechanics and acoustic engineering. Marcus sat cross-legged in the centre of the chamber and closed his eyes, letting the subtle vibrations he'd felt earlier wash over him. The sensation was stronger here, a low-frequency pulse that seemed to emanate from the very stones themselves. It reminded him of standing next to a massive pipe organ, feeling the bass notes resonating in his chest cavity. But there were no pipes here, no mechanical system that could produce such vibrations, unless... He opened his eyes and looked up at the ceiling, with its 9 massive granite beams supporting thousands of tons of limestone above. Each beam weighed between 25 and 80 tons, and had been quarried from Aswan 500 miles to the south. The precision with which they'd been placed was extraordinary. The gaps between them were uniform to within millimetres. What if those gaps weren't just structural? What if they were intentional spacing, designed to create specific resonant frequencies when subjected to external forces? The entire chamber could be functioning as a resonating cavity, with the granite beams acting as tuning elements. Marcus pulled out his electromagnetic field detector and switched it on. Immediately the device began registering low-level EM activity. Not strong, but definitely present and distinctly non-random. The readings were strongest near the walls and seemed to pulse in rhythm with the vibrations he could feel through the floor. No pharaoh had ever been found in this chamber. No evidence of burial had ever been discovered. No grave goods, no mummy. No indication that this space had ever served its supposed purpose as a tomb. But it was definitely serving some purpose. The question was, what? The next morning, Hassan returned to find Marcus still awake, surrounded by printouts from his instruments and covered in limestone dust. The researcher had spent the night exploring every accessible passage in the pyramid, and his findings were beginning to form a picture that contradicted everything in the archaeological textbooks. "Dr. Chen, you look like you have seen the jinn," Hassan said, offering him a thermos of strong coffee. "What did the pyramid tell you?" Marcus accepted the coffee gratefully and gestured toward his scattered notes. "Hassan, I need to see the subterranean chamber, the one most tourists never visit." Hassan's expression grew serious. "That chamber, she is dangerous, very old, very deep. The air is not good there." "I have proper equipment," Marcus insisted, "and I think what's down there might be the key to understanding what this place really is." An hour later, they were descending through a narrow shaft that led to the lowest accessible level of the pyramid. The subterranean chamber lay more than 30 metres beneath the base of the structure, carved directly from the bedrock. As they went deeper, the temperature dropped and the air grew thick with moisture. The passage opened into a rough-hewn chamber unlike anything else in the pyramid. Where the king's chamber was precisely cut granite, this space looked unfinished, almost crude. But Marcus wasn't interested in the chamber itself, he was focused on the walls. "Hassan, bring the light closer." The LED beam revealed what Marcus had hoped to find: unmistakable signs of water erosion. The limestone walls bore the smooth, flowing patterns that only come from sustained contact with moving water. Not the random pitting of desert sandstorms or the crystalline deposits of occasional flooding, but the systematic erosion of deliberate water flow. Marcus ran his fingers along the channels carved into the rock. This wasn't occasional flooding. Water flowed through here regularly, probably for centuries. Hassan nodded. "My grandfather, he told stories. Before the dam, before the modern irrigation, the Nile would flood every year. Sometimes the water would find ways underground, through cracks and caves. Maybe it came here." But Marcus was thinking about more than just flood patterns. He pulled out a geological map of the area and spread it on his portable table. The Giza Plateau sat on a limestone shelf that extended deep underground, honeycombed with natural caves and passages. The Nile, just a few kilometres away, had carved its path through this same limestone over millions of years. Hassan, what if the annual flooding wasn't accidental? What if this chamber was designed to flood? He pointed to the roughly carved passages that branched off from the main chamber, disappearing into darkness. These could be intake channels. When the Nile floods, water would flow through underground passages and fill this chamber, then rise up through the pyramid's internal structure. Marcus began sketching a diagram, his excitement growing. "Look at this. Water enters here, rises through the Grand Gallery, which is angled like a spillway, and reaches the king's chamber. But that chamber isn't at the top of the pyramid. There are shafts leading up from it." Hassan studied the drawing. "You think the pyramid was some kind of water machine? Not just water. Think about what happens when you force pressurized water through granite." Hassan looked puzzled, so Marcus elaborated. "Granite contains quartz crystals. When you subject quartz to mechanical pressure, like water flowing under pressure, it generates electricity. It's called the piezoelectric effect. We use it in modern electronics. The implications were staggering. If Marcus was right, the Great Pyramid wasn't a tomb at all. It was a hydroelectric generator, using the annual Nile floods to create pressurized water flow through chambers lined with granite. The precise positioning of the granite blocks, the careful engineering of the internal passages, the acoustic tuning of the chambers, all of it could be explained as components of a massive power generation system. Marcus spent the next several hours taking measurements of the subterranean chamber, documenting the erosion patterns and mapping the passages. Every piece of evidence supported his growing hypothesis. The pyramid builders hadn't just been skilled stonemasons, they had been hydraulic engineers, working with an understanding of electricity that wouldn't be rediscovered until the 18th century. But that raised an even more disturbing question. If the ancient Egyptians possessed this level of technological sophistication, what else had they known that modern archaeology had missed? And why had this knowledge been lost? As they climbed back toward the surface, Marcus couldn't shake the feeling that he was walking through the ruins of a civilization far more advanced than anyone had imagined. The desert wind that greeted them at the pyramid's entrance seemed to carry whispers of forgotten science, lost wisdom, and secrets that someone had gone to great lengths to hide. The next day found Marcus standing on the Giza plateau at dawn, his GPS equipment spread out on a folding table, as the first rays of sunlight painted the ancient stones in shades of gold and amber. Hassan had brought along his cousin Karim, a modern engineer who worked for the Egyptian Ministry of Tourism and had access to more sophisticated surveying equipment than Marcus could carry. "Dr. Chen, you said you wanted to verify the pyramid's alignment," Karim asked, adjusting the precision GPS receiver. "I must tell you, this has been measured many times. The accuracy is well documented." Marcus nodded, checking his own instruments. "I'm not questioning the accuracy. I'm trying to understand why that accuracy was necessary." The numbers were indeed remarkable. As the GPS data streamed in and the surveying laser painted its invisible lines across the desert, the measurements confirmed what archaeologists had known for decades. The Great Pyramid was aligned to true north, with an accuracy of just 3 arc minutes, less than 1/20th of a degree. In modern terms, that was more precise than the magnetic compasses available to 19th century explorers. But Marcus was looking at more than just cardinal directions. He had brought along a magnetometer, an instrument that could detect variations in the Earth's magnetic field. As he moved the device around the pyramid's base, the readings told a fascinating story. "Karim, look at this." Marcus showed him the magnetometer display. "The pyramid isn't just aligned to true north, it's positioned at a point where the Earth's magnetic field shows unusual characteristics. The Giza plateau sat at a convergence point of several magnetic anomalies. Underground iron ore deposits created localized field variations, while the limestone bedrock contained enough ferrous minerals to influence compass readings. But more significantly, the pyramid's position corresponded to a point where the Earth's natural electromagnetic currents were particularly strong. Marcus had studied similar phenomena at other ancient sites. Stonehenge sat on a complex intersection of underground streams and geological fault lines that created measurable electromagnetic effects. Newgrange in Ireland was positioned where 2 underground rivers converged, creating conditions that produced natural electrical fields. Machu Picchu was built on a granite peak that generated piezoelectric charges during seismic activity. The pattern was consistent. Ancient builders had chosen locations where the Earth's natural electromagnetic properties were enhanced. They hadn't just been looking for stable ground or religious significance, they had been searching for specific energetic conditions. "Hassan," Marcus called to his guide, who was photographing the sunrise from the pyramid's eastern face, "your grandfather's stories, did any of them mention lights?" Hassan walked over, his expression thoughtful. "Lights? You mean like the tourist illumination?" "No, I mean lights that might have been seen historically, strange lights, unexplained phenomena." Hassan's eyes widened slightly. "Ah, yes. The old people, they would speak of the lights that danced around the pyramid during certain seasons, usually during the flood time, when the Nile was high. They called them the souls of the pharaohs, but my grandfather, he was an educated man. He thought maybe they were something else. Marcus felt his pulse quicken. What kind of something else? He worked for British archaeologists in the 1920s. They had instruments, cameras. One night during flood season, they saw lights moving around the pyramid's apex. Blue-white lights, like electricity. The photographs they took showed, what do you call them? Discharge patterns. Electromagnetic discharge. Marcus had seen similar phenomena at other ancient sites during periods of high atmospheric electricity. If the pyramid was designed to interact with the Earth's electromagnetic field, then during certain conditions, perhaps when underground water levels were high and atmospheric electrical activity was increased, it might actually generate visible electrical discharges. Marcus spent the morning taking detailed measurements of the electromagnetic conditions around the pyramid. The data revealed a complex pattern of electrical activity that varied with the time of day, the season, and the underground water levels. The pyramid wasn't just passively sitting in an electromagnetically active location. It appeared to be designed to harness and focus that activity. The internal structure suddenly made more sense. The king's chamber, with its precise granite construction, would act as a focal point for electromagnetic energy generated by the pressure of water on quartz crystals. The shaft systems leading from the chamber would serve as waveguides, directing the electrical energy toward the pyramid's apex. The entire structure was essentially a massive electromagnetic antenna, designed to capture, generate and transmit electrical energy using natural forces. But transmit it where? And for what purpose? As Marcus packed his equipment, he realized he was no longer looking at an ancient tomb or even an advanced power plant. He was looking at a piece of technology so sophisticated that modern science was only beginning to understand its principles. The builders of the Great Pyramid hadn't just mastered hydraulic engineering and electromagnetic theory. They had created a machine that interfaced directly with the planet's own energy systems. The question that haunted him as they walked back to the nearby village was this: if such advanced technology had existed over 4,000 years ago, what had happened to the civilization that created it? Dr. Amara Soliman met Marcus at a coffee shop in central Cairo, away from the tourist crowds and government oversight that surrounded the Giza Plateau. As one of Egypt's leading thermal imaging specialists, she'd been involved in some of the most significant recent discoveries at the pyramids, including the 2015 detection of mysterious voids within the Great Pyramid structure. "Dr. Chen," she said, sliding a tablet across the small table between them, "what you're asking to see, these images are not for public distribution. The Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities has been very careful about how this information is released." Marcus studied the thermal imaging data on the screen. The pyramid appeared as a three-dimensional wireframe, with different colours indicating temperature variations within the stone. But there, clearly visible in the computer-enhanced images, were several dark voids, empty spaces within the solid limestone structure where no chambers were supposed to exist. "How many voids have you detected?" Marcus asked. "At least 4 significant ones," Dr. Soliman replied, her voice dropping to almost a whisper. 2 above the king's chamber, 1 behind the queen's chamber, and 1 near the base that appears to connect to the subterranean areas. But there's something else. She switched to a different set of images, these taken with ground-penetrating radar and electromagnetic sensors. These voids aren't natural. They show clear geometric patterns, right angles, precisely measured dimensions. Someone built these spaces intentionally, then sealed them so completely that they've remained hidden for over 4,000 years. Marcus felt a chill that had nothing to do with the air conditioning. "Have there been any attempts to access them?" Dr. Solomon's expression grew troubled. "That's where things become political." In 2017, an international team proposed using micro-robotics to explore one of the smaller voids. They had the technology, the funding, and preliminary approval from the Archaeological Committee. Then suddenly the project was cancelled. No explanation, no appeal process, just stopped. She leaned closer, her voice barely audible above the coffee shop's ambient noise. "Dr. Chen, I've worked on heritage preservation projects throughout Egypt for 15 years. I've seen government bureaucracy, funding problems, international disputes over archaeological sites. This was different. This was suppression." Marcus thought about his own experience getting research permission. The process had taken 8 months, and required letters of recommendation from 3 different universities, a detailed research proposal, and a substantial fee. But even with all that paperwork, his access was limited to already known chambers during specific time windows. "What do you think is in the sealed chambers?" he asked. Dr. Solomon switched to another set of images, these showing electromagnetic anomalies within the hidden voids. These readings suggest metallic objects, not just small artifacts, large structures with geometric patterns. If I had to guess based on the electromagnetic signatures, I'd say we're looking at copper or bronze constructions, possibly in the form of coils or geometric frameworks. Marcus's mind raced. Copper coils would be consistent with his power plant hypothesis. They could serve as electromagnetic conductors or even primitive electrical components. Bronze geometric frameworks might function as focusing elements for electromagnetic energy. "There's something else, Doctor," Solomon continued, bringing up a final image. "This thermal scan was taken during different seasons over a 3-year period. Look at how the temperature signatures in the voids change. The hidden chambers appeared to respond to external conditions, cooling during dry seasons and warming during periods of high humidity. More intriguingly, the temperature variations showed patterns that corresponded to the Nile's traditional flood cycle, even though the river had been controlled by dams for decades. It's as if these chambers are still responding to environmental changes," Dr. Solomon said, "as if whatever system they're part of is still partially functional." Marcus studied the data for several minutes, his theory crystallizing into something approaching certainty. The Great Pyramid wasn't just an ancient power plant. It was a machine with components that were still sealed inside, still responding to the same environmental triggers that had activated it thousands of years ago. Dr. Solomon, hypothetically, if someone wanted to access these chambers using modern technology, how would they do it? She looked around the coffee shop nervously. Hypothetically? Millimeter wave radar could map the internal structure precisely. Microbore drilling could create access holes small enough to insert fibre optic cameras. With the right equipment, you could explore these spaces without causing significant structural damage to the pyramid. Marcus nodded, already calculating what such an expedition would cost and how it might be organised. But Dr. Solomon wasn't finished. "Dr. Chen, there's something you should know. I'm not the first person to detect these chambers, and I won't be the last. But every researcher who has tried to investigate them seriously has found their access restricted, their funding cut, or their careers redirected. The Egyptian government isn't trying to preserve the pyramid from damage. They're trying to preserve its secrets from discovery." As Marcus walked back through Cairo's bustling streets, he realized he was no longer conducting academic research. He was investigating a cover-up that had been maintained for decades, possibly longer. The question was no longer what the pyramid had been designed to do. It was why someone was so determined to prevent modern science from finding out. That night, Marcus returned to the pyramid alone. Hassan had arranged for him to have extended access, though the guide had seemed reluctant to leave him there as darkness settled over the Giza plateau. "Dr. Chen, the pyramid. She's different at night. You be careful, yes? Some knowledge, it comes with price." Now, sitting in absolute darkness in the king's chamber with his instruments powered down and his cell phone turned off, Marcus could feel what Hassan had meant. The vibrations he'd noticed on his first day weren't stronger at night. They were clearer, unmasked by the electromagnetic interference of modern technology and the subtle vibrations of daytime activity. The feeling was unmistakable now, a low-frequency pulse that seemed to emanate from the very stones around him. It reminded him of sitting in a car with a powerful subwoofer, feeling the bass notes resonating in his chest. Except this sensation seemed to penetrate deeper, affecting not just his body but his consciousness itself. Marcus had brought along a new piece of equipment, a sensitive electromagnetic field detector borrowed from Dr. Solomon's laboratory. In the complete darkness and electrical silence of the chamber, the device could register even the faintest electromagnetic activity. He switched it on and watched the display with growing amazement. The pyramid was generating electricity. Not much. The readings were measured in millivolts and microamps, but the output was consistent, rhythmic, and definitely real. The electromagnetic field strength varied in cycles that corresponded to the acoustic resonance he'd measured earlier. The entire structure was functioning as a low-level electrical generator, powered by forces he was only beginning to understand. Marcus activated his night vision camera and began recording, speaking in whispers to avoid disturbing whatever delicate processes he was observing. The electromagnetic readings are strongest near the northeast corner of the chamber, consistent with the acoustic anomalies I documented earlier. The field strength appears to correlate with lunar cycles. Tonight's readings are approximately 20% higher than last week's, coinciding with the new moon. He moved the detector around the chamber, mapping the electromagnetic field as he had mapped the acoustics. The patterns were complex but consistent, forming a three-dimensional matrix of electrical activity that encompassed the entire chamber. At the centre of the room, where the pharaoh's sarcophagus should have been, the electromagnetic field reached its peak intensity. But there was something else. As Marcus sat in the centre of the chamber, surrounded by the electrical field generated by 4,000 years of precisely engineered stone, he began to experience something unexpected: altered consciousness. It started as a subtle shift in perception, similar to the disorientation he'd felt at high altitude or during meditation. But as he remained motionless in the electromagnetic field, the sensation deepened. His thoughts became clearer, more focused, while his awareness of the chamber around him expanded. He could sense the massive weight of the pyramid above him, the underground chambers below, even the subtle movements of air through the shaft systems. Marcus realised that the 110 Hz acoustic resonance he'd measured wasn't accidental. It was the exact frequency that research had shown could induce theta brainwave states associated with deep meditation, enhanced creativity, and altered consciousness. Combined with the electromagnetic field, the King's Chamber functioned as a consciousness-altering device. But why? What purpose would ancient builders have had for creating a machine that could systematically alter human consciousness? As Marcus sat in the pyramid's electromagnetic embrace, understanding dawned on him like sunrise over the desert. The pyramid wasn't just a power plant, it was a communication device. The electrical energy it generated wasn't meant to power lights or machinery. It was designed to amplify and transmit human consciousness itself. The ancient Egyptians had built the ultimate meditation chamber, a place where human awareness could be enhanced, expanded, and potentially transmitted across vast distances. The precision engineering, the electromagnetic properties, the acoustic tuning, all of it served to create conditions where consciousness could transcend the normal limitations of the human brain. Marcus thought about the ancient Egyptian concepts of Ka and Ba, aspects of the human soul that could travel beyond the physical body. What if these weren't just religious beliefs, but actual descriptions of consciousness, projection experiences facilitated by the pyramid's technology? The implications were staggering. If ancient Egyptians had mastered consciousness projection, they could have explored distant lands without physical travel, communicated across vast distances without messengers, and perhaps even preserved knowledge in ways that transcended physical destruction. The pyramid might have been their internet, their telecommunications network, their method of backing up human consciousness itself. Marcus's instruments continued recording as his awareness expanded further. He could sense other presences in the chamber, not supernatural entities, but echoes of the thousands of people who had experienced altered states in this space over the millennia. The pyramid had been accumulating consciousness, storing it in some form that science didn't yet understand. As the hours passed, Marcus began to comprehend the magnitude of what he'd discovered. The Great Pyramid wasn't just an ancient monument, it was a machine for expanding human potential, built by a civilization that understood the relationship between consciousness, electromagnetic energy, and the fundamental structure of reality itself. But why had this knowledge been lost, and why were modern authorities so determined to prevent its rediscovery? As dawn approached and the electromagnetic readings began to fluctuate with the rising sun, Marcus made a decision that would change the course of his research, and possibly his life. He wasn't going to publish his findings in academic journals where they could be dismissed or suppressed. He was going to find a way to demonstrate the pyramid's true capabilities to the world. The Age of Secrets was about to end. 3 weeks after his night in the King's Chamber, Marcus found himself in a secure conference room at Cairo University, surrounded by researchers who had responded to his carefully worded communications. Dr. Solomon sat across from him, along with Dr. James Morrison, a British archaeoacoustic specialist, Dr. Elena Kozlov, a Russian electromagnetic researcher, and surprisingly, Dr. Sarah Running Bear, a Lakota physicist who studied indigenous sacred sites in North America. "What you're suggesting, Doctor?" "Chen," Dr. Morrison said, reviewing Marcus's data on his tablet, "goes beyond revolutionary. You're proposing that ancient civilizations possess technology that we're only beginning to understand." Marcus nodded, pulling up a global map on the room's display screen. Red dots marked locations across every continent. "It's not just a proposal anymore. Thanks to Dr. Running Bear's research, we've identified 47 sites worldwide that show identical electromagnetic signatures to the Great Pyramid." Dr. Running Bear leaned forward, her voice carrying the weight of generational knowledge. "My people have always known that certain places were different. We called them places where the Earth speaks. The acoustic properties, the electromagnetic anomalies, the consciousness-altering effects, they're all documented in our oral traditions." She pointed to several dots in North America. Serpent Mound in Ohio, the Medicine Wheels of Wyoming, certain kivas in the southwest. They all show the same engineering principles, positioning at electromagnetic convergence points, internal geometries designed for acoustic resonance, materials chosen for their piezoelectric properties. Dr. Kozlov, who had been quietly analysing electromagnetic data, looked up with excitement. "I've been comparing the frequency patterns from these sites. They're not random, they form a harmonic sequence. Each site resonates at frequencies that complement the others, as if they were designed to work together as a single system." Marcus felt his pulse quicken. A single system spanning the entire globe. "More than that," Dr. Kozlov continued, pulling up a complex waveform analysis. "If all these sites were activated simultaneously, the combined electromagnetic output would create a standing wave pattern around the Earth. The planet itself would become a resonating chamber." The implications hung heavy in the room. Marcus thought back to his experience in the King's Chamber, the sense of connecting not just to the pyramid, but to something vast and worldwide. Had he been tapping into a dormant global network that once linked human consciousness across continents? Dr. Morrison cleared his throat. "There's something else we need to consider. I've been analysing historical records of these sites, looking for patterns of suppression. It's remarkable how consistently ancient knowledge about these places has been discouraged." He brought up a timeline on his laptop. The Library of Alexandria burned multiple times, always targeting texts about natural philosophy and sacred geometry. The Spanish conquistadors systematically destroyed Mayan and Aztec codices that contained astronomical and architectural knowledge. The British Empire consistently relocated indigenous populations away from sites that showed electromagnetic anomalies. Dr. Running Bear's expression darkened. "My ancestors were forced from sacred sites across North America. The official reason was always agricultural development or mineral rights, but they consistently targeted places where consciousness-altering experiences were known to occur." Marcus felt a chill of recognition. The same pattern of suppression he'd encountered with the pyramid's hidden chambers was part of a much larger historical trend. Someone, or some group, had been systematically working for centuries to prevent humanity from rediscovering its technological and spiritual heritage. "The question is," Dr. Solomon said quietly, "what would happen if we reactivated this network?" Dr. Solomon's question haunted Marcus for days. The theoretical implications of reactivating an ancient global consciousness network were staggering, but the practical challenges seemed insurmountable. Most of the sites were under government control, protected by restricted access, or surrounded by modern development that would interfere with their electromagnetic properties. But Marcus couldn't let go of what he'd experienced in the King's Chamber. The sense of expanded awareness, of connection to something vast and ancient, had fundamentally changed his understanding of human potential. If that experience could be replicated and shared, it might represent the next stage of human evolution. The answer came from an unexpected source. Hassan appeared at Marcus's hotel room door early one morning, carrying a worn leather satchel and wearing an expression of nervous determination. "Doctor, Chen, my family. We have been guardians longer than we have been guides. My great-grandfather, before the British came, before the tourists, he was keeper of the old knowledge." Hassan opened the satchel to reveal documents that made Marcus's breath catch. Hand-drawn maps showing underground passages throughout the Giza Plateau. Detailed diagrams of the pyramid's internal structure, including chambers that weren't on any official archaeological survey. And most remarkably, technical drawings that showed how the pyramid systems could be manually activated. "The old knowledge, it was never lost completely," Hassan continued. "Hidden, yes. Dangerous to speak of, yes. But preserved by families like mine, waiting for someone who could understand its importance." The drawings revealed that the pyramid's consciousness-amplifying effects weren't automatic. They required specific activation procedures. Water had to be introduced into the subterranean chambers at precise volumes and timing. Certain crystals needed to be placed in the sealed chambers to focus the electromagnetic fields. And most crucially, multiple people had to participate simultaneously, their consciousness working together to achieve resonance with the global network. "Hassan, this is incredible, but how could we possibly implement it? We'd need access to the sealed chambers, permission for extended stays in the pyramid, and coordination with researchers at sites around the world." Hassan smiled, the expression of a man who had been preparing for this moment his entire life. "Dr. Chen, who do you think has been maintaining the pyramid systems all these years? The tourist guides, the security staff, the maintenance workers. Many of us are descendants of the original guardians. We have been waiting for someone like you, someone who could understand what we have been protecting." Over the next few hours, Hassan revealed the existence of a network of guardians at ancient sites worldwide. Families who had maintained the old knowledge for generations, keeping the sites minimally functional while waiting for the time when they could be fully reactivated. The suppression Marcus had encountered wasn't just from modern governments. It was part of an ancient conflict between those who sought to preserve transformative knowledge and those who feared its implications for existing power structures. "But now," Hassan said, his eyes bright with possibility, "the time of hiding is ending. The world is ready for the old wisdom to return." Marcus spent the next week in secret meetings with Hassan's network. They showed him hidden passages that connected the pyramids at Giza to underground chambers extending for kilometers beneath the desert. They revealed caches of ancient crystals and metallic components that could be used to restore the pyramid's full functionality. Most remarkably, they demonstrated that they had been maintaining contact with Guardian networks at other sites around the world, using methods that seemed to blend ancient wisdom with modern technology. The plan they developed was audacious beyond anything Marcus had imagined. On the night of the next new moon, when electromagnetic conditions would be optimal, Guardian networks at 12 major sites would simultaneously activate their monuments' consciousness-amplifying systems. The Great Pyramid would serve as the primary node, with Marcus and the research team providing scientific documentation of the process. If successful, the experiment would create the first coordinated activation of the global consciousness network in over 3,000 years. The effects, according to the Guardian's preserved knowledge, would be felt worldwide. A sudden expansion of human awareness that could fundamentally alter the course of civilization. But there were risks. The ancient texts spoke of individuals who had been unprepared for the experience, whose consciousness had been overwhelmed by the sudden expansion of awareness. There were warnings about the network attracting the attention of forces that had opposed its use in the past, and there was the very real possibility that modern governments would respond to the activation with force, viewing it as a threat to established order. As Marcus stood in the king's chamber 1 week before the planned activation, surrounded by crystals and metallic components that Hassan's people had been safeguarding for millennia, he realized that he was about to participate in either the most important experiment in human history or the most dangerous. The pyramid hummed around him with renewed energy, its systems responding to the presence of the missing components. Through his consciousness, he could sense the other sites coming online around the world, their guardians preparing for an event that would either herald humanity's next evolutionary leap or mark the end of the Age of Secrets forever. The night of the new moon arrived with unprecedented atmospheric conditions. Aurora activity extended far beyond the polar regions, creating shimmering curtains of light visible even in Egypt's desert sky. Electromagnetic storms disrupted satellite communications worldwide, while seismic monitoring stations detected subtle but synchronized vibrations from ancient sites across the globe. Marcus stood in the King's Chamber surrounded by Hassan's Guardian network and the international research team. The chamber had been transformed. Crystalline structures now occupied the corners, their faceted surfaces catching and redirecting the subtle light from their instruments. Copper coils, fashioned according to ancient diagrams, had been positioned to enhance the room's natural electromagnetic properties. Most remarkably, water from the Nile's ancient flood channels had been carefully directed into the subterranean chambers, creating the hydraulic pressure needed to activate the pyramid's piezoelectric systems. Dr. Running Bear checked her communication device one final time. Serpent Mound is reporting full activation. The electromagnetic readings are unlike anything we've ever recorded. Dr. Morrison, monitoring from Newgrange and Ireland, transmitted similar reports. The acoustic resonance here is building beyond our measurement capabilities. The entire mound is vibrating in harmony with frequencies we didn't know existed. Around the world, Guardian networks at sites from Machu Picchu to Angkor Wat were reporting the same phenomenon. Ancient monuments that had been dormant for millennia were awakening, their consciousness-amplifying systems responding to coordinated activation for the first time in recorded history. In the King's Chamber, Marcus felt the familiar sensation of expanded awareness beginning to build, but this time it was different, stronger, more focused, and connected to something vast beyond individual consciousness. Through the electromagnetic field generated by the activated pyramid, he could sense the presence of people at the other sites, their awareness merging into a collective experience that transcended physical distance. Dr. Kozlov, monitoring the electromagnetic readings, whispered in amazement, "The standing wave pattern is forming exactly as predicted. The Earth's electromagnetic field is reorganizing itself around these sites." But the experience went beyond scientific measurement. As the network reached full activation, Marcus found his consciousness expanding not just across space but across time. He could sense the pyramid builders themselves, not as historical figures but as present awareness, as if their consciousness had been preserved within the structure itself, waiting for this moment of reactivation. The ancient Egyptians hadn't just built a machine for amplifying consciousness, they had created a means of preserving it across millennia. The pyramid was a library of human awareness, containing the accumulated wisdom of a civilization that had achieved levels of understanding that modern science was only beginning to approach. Through the network, Marcus experienced visions of the ancient world as it had truly been. Not the primitive civilization described in history textbooks, but a global culture connected by consciousness-amplifying technology, capable of feats that seemed magical only because the principles had been forgotten. He saw the construction of the monuments not as slave labour directed by megalomaniacal pharaohs, but as collaborative projects undertaken by people who understood their role in maintaining humanity's connection to higher levels of awareness. Most remarkably, he experienced the reason why the network had been deactivated. As human civilizations became more hierarchical and centralized, the egalitarian consciousness expansion technology had been seen as a threat to emerging power structures. Rulers who depended on controlling information and limiting awareness had systematically dismantled the network, replacing consciousness expanding wisdom traditions with belief systems that emphasized obedience and separation. The suppression hadn't been accidental. It had been deliberate, coordinated across cultures and centuries by those who understood that widespread access to expanded consciousness would make traditional forms of dominance impossible to maintain. But the network had been designed with safeguards. The consciousness of its builders had been preserved within the structures themselves, waiting for a time when humanity would be ready to reclaim its heritage. That time, Marcus realized, was now. As the activation reached its peak, effects began manifesting around the world. Dr. Running Bear reported that people living near the activated sites were spontaneously experiencing expanded states of consciousness. Emergency services were receiving calls about strange lights and telepathic experiences. Social media was flooded with reports of sudden insights, creative breakthroughs, and experiences of connection that transcended normal human limitations, but there was resistance as well. Military aircraft were scrambling towards several of the activated sites. Government communications were buzzing with references to unauthorized experiments and potential security threats. The same forces that had suppressed the ancient knowledge were mobilizing to contain its return. Hassan, who had been monitoring communications with Guardian networks worldwide, turned to Marcus with urgent concern. "Doctor, Chen, we have perhaps 30 minutes before official intervention begins. The network is fully activated, but maintaining it will require ongoing commitment from people around the world." Marcus understood. The ancient network hadn't been maintained by technology alone. It had required conscious participation from people who understood its importance. The reactivation was just the beginning. For the consciousness expanding effects to continue, individuals at sites around the world would need to take responsibility for maintaining the system, despite inevitable opposition from established power structures. As sirens began wailing in the distance and the first military helicopters appeared on the horizon, Marcus made his final recordings. The scientific data would be crucial for documenting what had occurred, but the real proof would be the ongoing transformation of human consciousness that the network had initiated. The age of secrets was truly ending. But as Marcus and his team prepared to face the consequences of their world-changing experiment, he realized that the real work was just beginning. 6 months after the Global Awakening, as the media had dubbed it, Marcus sat in a small cafe in Prague, one of dozens of cities where consciousness research centres had spontaneously emerged. Around the world, people who had experienced the network activation had begun gathering, sharing their experiences and developing new applications for expanded awareness. The official response had been predictable. Governments had classified the event as a coordinated hoax involving atmospheric anomalies and mass suggestion. The Guardian networks had been disbanded, the sites placed under increased security, and several researchers had found their careers and funding mysteriously terminated. But the consciousness genie was out of the bottle. Dr. Running Bear, now leading a consortium of indigenous researchers, had documented over 10,000 cases of enhanced psychic abilities manifesting in people who had been near activated sites. Dr. Kozlov was working with a network of physicists who had detected fundamental changes in quantum field behaviour around former network locations. Even Dr. Morrison, despite losing his university position, continued documenting the ongoing acoustic anomalies at ancient sites worldwide. Most remarkably, people were spontaneously rediscovering consciousness expansion techniques that had been lost for millennia. Meditation practices, acoustic healing methods, and electromagnetic sensitivity training were emerging independently in communities around the globe, as if the network activation had reawakened dormant human capabilities. Hassan had become something of a folk hero in Egypt, his family's guardianship role finally acknowledged by people who had experienced the pyramid's true power. Though official access remained restricted, underground tours of the pyramid's hidden systems had become a pilgrimage for those seeking direct experience of expanded consciousness. Marcus himself had changed profoundly. The night in the activated King's Chamber had left him with permanent access to expanded awareness states. He could sense the electromagnetic fields of other people, communicate telepathically with others who had experienced the network, and access information through methods that conventional science couldn't explain. But perhaps the most significant change was happening at a societal level. The consciousness expansion experienced by millions of people worldwide had created a generation less susceptible to manipulation, more capable of independent thinking, and naturally inclined toward cooperation rather than competition. Political movements based on fear and division were finding it increasingly difficult to gain traction. Economic systems that depended on artificial scarcity and manufactured desire were being replaced by resource-sharing networks organised through enhanced human communication abilities. The ancient pyramid builders' greatest achievement wasn't the monuments themselves, it was the civilization they had made possible. A society where expanded consciousness was the norm rather than the exception, where human potential was fully realized, and where technology served to enhance rather than replace natural human capabilities. As Marcus finished his coffee and prepared for another day of documenting the ongoing transformation, he reflected on the pyramid's true message. The structure itself had been important, but it was ultimately just a tool. The real power had always been within human consciousness itself, the capacity for awareness to expand, connect, and transcend the limitations that seemed so absolute. The pyramids had been built not to house the dead, but to awaken the living, and after 4,000 years of slumber, humanity was finally ready to reclaim its birthright. Standing in the Prague sunlight, Marcus could sense the presence of others around the world who had experienced the awakening. Through the invisible network that still connected activated sites, he felt their determination to ensure that the consciousness-expanding knowledge would never again be lost or suppressed. They told us the pyramids were tombs, but standing here, I know that's a lie. This wasn't built to bury the dead. It was built to keep the world alive, to preserve and transmit the highest potentials of human consciousness across the millennia, waiting for a time when humanity would be ready to reclaim its forgotten heritage. That time had finally come. The age of expanded consciousness had begun, and no force on earth could put the awakened human spirit back to sleep. The network hummed silently across the globe, connecting minds and hearts in ways that transcended physical distance. The ancient guardian's work was complete. The future of human consciousness stretched ahead like dawn breaking over the desert, infinite with possibility. Marcus smiled, feeling the pyramid's eternal presence in his consciousness, and stepped forward into humanity's transformed tomorrow. What if everything you thought you knew about those mysterious men in black suits was just the beginning? Tonight's story comes from a video suggestion by Kelly Dooley, and it's one that will make you question every shadow at your window and every unexplained silence in your neighbourhood. If you enjoy these spine-chilling tales, please like and subscribe to Sleep Theories, and don't forget to leave your own scary story suggestions in the comments below. Now, let's dive into a tale of surveillance, secrets, and the terrifying price of knowing too much. The October wind carried the smell of dying leaves and something else I couldn't quite place as I pulled into the gravel driveway of 1247 Maple Street. Something metallic and stale, like coins left too long in stagnant water. I'd been working welfare checks for Millfield County for 3 years, and that smell usually meant one thing: I was too late. Henry Mallory's house sat like a dark wound against the grey afternoon sky. Every window was covered with what looked like blackout curtains, the kind photographers use, but these were different somehow. Thicker, more deliberate. The mailbox overflowed with weeks of accumulated mail, and newspapers in yellow plastic bags lay scattered across the brown lawn like forgotten promises. And I knocked on the front door, calling out the standard greeting I'd rehearsed hundreds of times. "Mr. Mallory, this is Jamie from Millfield County Social Services. We're here for a wellness check." The words echoed back at me, swallowed by the unnatural quiet that seemed to press against the house from all sides. No answer, no movement, not even the shuffle of slippered feet or the distant sound of a television that usually accompanied these visits. I tried the door handle, locked, walked the perimeter, checking windows, looking for any sign of life or entry. The blackout curtains were installed on the inside of every single window, creating an impenetrable barrier between the interior and the outside world. When I pressed my ear against the glass of what might have been a living room window, I heard something that made my skin crawl. The steady hiss of television static playing endlessly like white noise. The spare key was exactly where Mrs. Henderson next door said it would be, under the ceramic frog by the back steps. As I turned it in the lock, that metallic smell hit me full force, and I knew what I was walking into. Henry Mallory sat in a brown recliner facing an old cathode ray television, the screen filled with dancing static. His head was tilted back at an unnatural angle, mouth slightly open, eyes fixed on something I couldn't see. The calendar on the kitchen wall was still turned to October 15th, though today was the 29th. 2 weeks. Maybe longer. The house felt wrong in a way that went beyond death. It was too quiet, even accounting for the obvious. No hum of a refrigerator, no ticking clocks, no settling sounds that old houses make. Just that constant static from the television, and a silence so complete it felt like being underwater. I called the coroner and settled in to wait, doing my job of securing the scene and documenting what I found. That's when I really started looking around. Every surface was covered in a thin layer of dust except for well-worn paths between the kitchen, bathroom and living room. But what caught my attention were the notebooks. Dozens of them, stacked on every available surface, filled with Henry's spidery handwriting. I opened one at random, October 3rd, 2025. Black sedan, licence obscured, parked across street 11:47 p.m. to 4:23 a.m. 2 occupants, no movement. September 28th, 2025. Phone rang 17 times between 2 a.m. and 5 a.m. No voice when answered. September 15th, 2025. Footprints in garden. Size unknown. Pattern suggests standing in place for extended period. Page after page of similar entries going back months. I flipped to earlier notebooks and found the dates stretched back years. Decades even. All documenting the same kinds of things. Unexplained visitors, strange cars, odd occurrences that might seem mundane to anyone else but had clearly consumed Henry Mallory's life. The coroner arrived as the sun was setting, casting long shadows through the spaces between the blackout curtains. Patricia Williams had been doing this job longer than I'd been alive, and she took one look at Henry and shook her head. Natural causes, she said, checking his pulse points and examining his eyes with a small flashlight. Heart, probably. Happens all the time with folks his age, especially the isolated ones. Body's been here about 2 weeks, maybe a bit more. As she worked, I found myself drawn to those notebooks, flipping through pages of meticulous documentation that painted a picture of a man living in constant fear of being watched. The handwriting grew shakier in the more recent entries, but never stopped. Right up until the day he died, Henry Mallory had been taking notes. "You okay?" Patricia asked as she finished her examination. "You look pale." "Just the smell," I lied, though the truth was something about this place was getting under my skin. "How long until you can remove the body?" "Van's on the way. Should be another hour or so." She packed her equipment back into her black bag. "You staying to secure the house?" I nodded. It was standard protocol. Someone from the county had to stay until next of kin were notified and arrangements made for securing the property. Henry had a nephew in California who wouldn't arrive for several days, according to our records. After Patricia left, the house seemed to grow even quieter. I wandered through the rooms, clipboard in hand, documenting personal effects for the estate. That's how I found the basement door. It was in a narrow hallway between the kitchen and what had once been a dining room but now served as Henry's filing system. More notebooks, folders full of newspaper clippings, and boxes labelled with dates stretching back to the 1970s. The basement door was painted the same dingy white as the walls, but what made it stand out was the heavy padlock securing it shut. I tried the handle anyway, locked tight. The padlock was new, industrial grade, not something you'd pick up at a hardware store. Someone had wanted to keep that door very securely closed, or keep something very securely contained. I made a note on my report. Basement access secured with padlock. Key location unknown. Will require locksmith for estate inventory. But as I wrote those words, I found myself staring at that door and wondering what Henry Mallory had thought was important enough to lock away so completely. The van arrived to collect Henry's body just as full darkness fell. I helped load him up, signed the necessary paperwork, and watched the taillights disappear down Maple Street. Then I was alone in the house with nothing but static from the television and the growing certainty that I was missing something important. Before I left, I turned off the television. The silence that followed was so complete, it felt like a physical presence. I stood there for a moment, listening to nothing, then flicked the switch back on. The static resumed, filling the void. Some silences I was learning were worse than noise. I couldn't stop thinking about that padlocked door. 3 days after we'd removed Henry's body, I was back at 1247 Maple Street with a locksmith named Pete, who charged the county $50 to cut through security hardware. The nephew in California had given permission over the phone for a complete inventory of the property, and I was determined to be thorough. "Heavy-duty stuff," Pete muttered as he examined the padlock. Guy really didn't want anyone getting in there. The lock gave way with a sharp crack, and the basement door swung open to reveal wooden stairs descending into darkness. I fumbled for a light switch and found one just inside the doorframe. A single bare bulb illuminated a stairway that looked like it hadn't been disturbed in years. "You want me to stick around?" Pete asked, peering down into the basement. "No, I've got it from here. Thanks." After he left, I stood at the top of those stairs for a long time, flashlight in hand even though the overhead light was working. Something about descending into Henry Mallory's locked basement felt like crossing a line I couldn't uncross. The stairs creaked under my weight, but they held. The basement was larger than I'd expected, running the full length of the house with a low ceiling and concrete walls that had been painted white decades ago. Now they were stained with moisture and age, creating abstract patterns in the dim light. But what took my breath away were the shelves. They lined every wall, floor to ceiling, packed with VHS tapes in neat rows like a video store from the 1980s. Each tape was labelled in Henry's careful handwriting with dates: March 15th, 1978, August 22nd, 1981, November the 7th, 1985. The dates went on and on, hundreds of them, stretching from the late 70s all the way up to 2004. In the centre of the basement sat a card table with an old camcorder, the kind that recorded directly to VHS. Beside it were boxes of film reels, some so old the labels had faded to illegibility. More notebooks, these ones bound in black leather, filled with the same spidery handwriting I'd seen upstairs. I pulled one notebook at random and opened it. June 12th, 1983. Witness, Morrison, J. Reports lights over reservoir. Local paper runs story page 3. Black sedan arrives outside Morrison residence June 14th. Morrison recounts story June 15th. New statement, thought it was airplane. June 18th, 1983. 2 men in dark suits visit newspaper office. Editor Thompson nervous when asked about Morrison's story. Refuses to discuss. June 20th, 1983. Morrison family leaves town suddenly. House sold within week to cash buyer. No forwarding address. Page after page of similar entries, documenting what appeared to be a pattern of witness intimidation following unexplained sightings around Millfield. But it was more than just documentation. Henry had been actively investigating these incidents for decades. I moved to the shelves and pulled a tape at random. September 3rd, 1987 was written on the label in Henry's neat script. Below that, in smaller text, Diner, 2 a.m. There was a VHS player on a small television in the corner of the basement. The setup looked like it hadn't been disturbed in years, but everything was clean, maintained. Henry had been coming down here regularly. I slotted the tape into the player and pressed play. Grainy footage showed the interior of Henry's car at night, dashboard illuminated by streetlights. Through the windshield, I could see the Millfield Diner, a local institution that had been serving coffee and pie to night shift workers and insomniacs for as long as anyone could remember. Henry's voice came through the speaker, younger but recognisable. September 3rd, 1987, 2:15 a.m. 2 vehicles in parking lot besides mine, waiting for target to emerge. The camera stayed focused on the diner's front entrance. After several minutes of nothing, a man emerged, middle-aged, wearing work clothes, moving quickly toward a pickup truck parked under a streetlight. Before he could reach his vehicle, 2 figures approached from the shadows. Tall men in dark suits, their faces difficult to make out in the grainy footage. They moved with an odd, synchronized precision, intercepting the worker before he could reach his truck. I leaned closer to the screen, trying to make out details. The men appeared to be speaking to the worker, though no sound carried from the diner parking lot. Their body language was somehow wrong, too stiff, too formal for what looked like a chance encounter. The worker's posture changed as they spoke. He went from hurried to rigid, then to something that looked like fear. After several minutes of conversation, one of the suited men gestured toward a black sedan I hadn't noticed parked at the far edge of the lot. The worker followed them to the car. "Jesus," Henry's voice whispered from the tape, "they're taking him." The black sedan pulled out of the parking lot with the worker inside and disappeared down Main Street. The two men in suits got into a second vehicle and followed. Henry's narration continued. Target was Eddie Morrison, age 34, maintenance worker at the power plant. Filed UFO report with county sheriff 2 days ago. Described lights over the plant Tuesday night. Today he gets a visit. The tape ended there. I sat in the dim basement staring at the static-filled screen, trying to process what I'd just seen. Eddie Morrison. That name had been in Henry's notebook upstairs. The one who'd left town suddenly after recanting his UFO story. I looked around at the hundreds of other tapes lining the shelves. How many more stories like Eddie Morrison's were documented here? How long had Henry been watching, recording, documenting these encounters? Near the bottom shelf, one tape stood out from the others. Instead of Henry's usual neat labelling, this one was marked with black marker in urgent uneven letters. Do not destroy. If found, watch. I pulled it from the shelf with hands that were suddenly less steady than I would have liked. The basement felt colder than when I'd first come down, though the October afternoon was mild. As I held that tape, I had the distinct impression that I was about to cross another line, one that might be even harder to come back from than descending into Henry's basement in the first place. But Eddie Morrison's face stayed with me. The way he'd gone from hurried to terrified in the span of a few minutes of conversation, with two men who moved like they weren't entirely human. I needed to know what was on that final tape, but not here. Not in this basement where Henry had spent decades hiding from whatever he'd discovered. I slipped the tape into my jacket pocket and headed for the stairs, leaving the rest of Henry's archive undisturbed for now. As I reached the top of the stairs and prepared to turn off the basement light, I took one last look at those hundreds of tapes. Decades of documentation, a lifetime spent watching the watchers. Henry Mallory hadn't just been a paranoid old man after all, he'd been a chronicler of something much worse. I almost didn't watch the tape that night. I sat in my living room for 2 hours, the VHS cassette on my coffee table like an unexploded bomb, while I tried to convince myself that I was getting carried away. Henry Mallory had been an elderly man living alone, probably dealing with some form of paranoia or dementia. The tape from 1987 could have been staged, or misinterpreted, or any number of rational explanations that didn't involve mysterious men in black suits disappearing people who reported UFO sightings. But I kept thinking about Eddie Morrison's face in that parking lot, the way genuine fear had replaced annoyance when those two men approached him. Around 11 p.m, I finally slid the tape into my VCR. The footage began immediately, no FB warnings or production company logos. Just Henry's voice, older now, speaking in an urgent whisper. October 27th, 2025. If you're watching this, I'm probably dead. My name is Henry James Mallory, and for the past 47 years, I have been documenting the systematic suppression of unexplained phenomena in and around Millfield County. The camera was positioned inside Henry's house, pointing out through a gap in the blackout curtains toward the street. The timestamp in the corner showed 3:47 a.m. They know I have the footage, Henry continued. They've known for years, but something's changed. They're getting bolder, more direct. Through the window I could see a black sedan parked across the street under a broken streetlight. Two figures stood beside it, perfectly still, facing Henry's house. They've been out there for 6 hours, Henry whispered. Same two as always. They don't move, don't talk to each other, don't smoke cigarettes or check their phones like normal surveillance would. They just wait. The camera stayed focused on the scene outside. In the poor lighting it was difficult to make out details of the two figures, but something about their posture was deeply unsettling. They stood too straight, too perfectly aligned, like mannequins positioned by someone who had only a theoretical understanding of how humans were supposed to look while waiting. I started filming them in 1978, Henry's narration continued. Back then, I thought I was documenting some kind of government cover-up. CIA, NSA, something like that. Men in black suits showing up after UFO sightings to intimidate witnesses. It's a well-known phenomenon. On screen, one of the figures turned slightly, and for just a moment, the angle of the streetlight illuminated what might have been a face. Pale, angular features that looked somehow wrong, though I couldn't pinpoint exactly why. But government agents would change shifts. They'd have backup. They'd show signs of fatigue or boredom during long surveillances. These things, they never change. I've filmed the same two figures for 47 years and they haven't aged a day. The timestamp jumped forward, 4:23 a.m. The figures hadn't moved. I made mistakes early on, Henry continued. Got too close to witnesses, asked too many questions. That's when they started watching me instead of just cleaning up after sightings. Been living like this for decades now, documenting everything, hoping someone would eventually find the evidence. Another time jump, 5:15 a.m. The figures were gone, but the black sedan remained. The car will stay until sunrise, Henry said, as if reading my thoughts. Then it'll drive away. No engine noise, never any engine noise. And tonight will be just like the last 15,000 nights, except... There was a long pause in the narration. When Henry spoke again, his voice had changed. More tired, resigned. Except I think they're done waiting. I found something 2 days ago. Something that explains what they are and why they're here. I hid it in the usual place, but I don't think that's going to matter anymore. The camera shifted slightly, and I caught a glimpse of Henry's reflection in the window glass. He looked exactly as I'd found him in that recliner. Elderly, frail, wearing the same clothes he'd died in. If you're watching this tape, do not try to find the other footage. Do not ask questions about what happened to the witnesses. Do not go looking for explanations. His voice carried a weight of desperate sincerity. Just walk away. Some knowledge isn't worth having. The tape went to static. I rewound it and watched again, paying closer attention to details I'd missed the first time. The timestamp showed this had been recorded just 2 days before I'd found Henry's body, which meant he'd made this final recording knowing he was about to die. But knowing how? Natural causes, the coroner had said. Heart failure brought on by stress and age. Nothing suspicious about it. On the third viewing, I started taking notes. The license plate on the sedan was obscured, just like in Henry's notebooks. The two figures never made any gestures or movements that looked definitively human. And there was something about the way they stood that reminded me of how store mannequins were positioned. Anatomically correct, but lacking the subtle, unconscious shifts that living people made even when trying to stand perfectly still. I paused the tape when the streetlight briefly illuminated one of the faces and tried to make out features. Pale skin, sharp cheekbones, dark hair. Nothing that would seem unusual in normal circumstances, but in this context everything about them felt wrong. The rational part of my mind kept insisting that this was all explainable. Hidden camera footage from a paranoid elderly man, possibly staged, definitely biased by his preconceived notions about government conspiracies and UFO cover-ups. But another part of my mind, a part I usually tried to ignore, kept thinking about how quiet Henry's house had been. How the silence had felt oppressive, unnatural. How those blackout curtains had been installed with the kind of meticulous care that came from genuine long-term fear. I ejected the tape and sat in my living room until dawn, staring out my own windows at the empty street. No black sedans, no figures standing under streetlights. But for the first time in 3 years of living in this house, I found myself getting up every few minutes to check the locks. I went back to Henry's house the next morning with a box of blank VHS tapes and a portable television. If I was going to understand what had happened to him, I needed to see more of his documentation. The nephew in California had given the county permission to dispose of the contents as we saw fit, which meant I had legal access to everything in that basement archive. What I found was a systematic documentation of 47 years of witness intimidation that followed the same pattern with disturbing consistency. The earliest tapes, dating back to 1978, were filmed with equipment that produced grainy, unstable footage. But even in those early recordings, the same two figures appeared. Always the same black sedan. Always the same methodical approach to witnesses who had reported unexplained phenomena. July 14th, 1979 showed a farming family outside their house being questioned by the suited figures after reporting strange lights over their property. The farmers had initially seemed defiant, but their body language changed as the conversation progressed. By the end of the encounter, they were nodding eagerly, agreeing to something I couldn't hear. March 22nd, 1981 captured footage of the same two figures entering the Millfield Gazette office after the newspaper ran a story about multiple UFO sightings over the reservoir. The editor, who Henry identified in his narration as Thompson, R, 15 years experience known for integrity, emerged from the meeting looking pale and shaken. November the 8th, 1983, documented the figures visiting a local auto mechanic who'd reported seeing a disc-shaped object hovering over the interstate. The mechanic's initial statement to police had been detailed and confident. After the visit, he claimed he'd been mistaken, probably saw a helicopter. Tape after tape showed the same story. Witnesses reported something unexplained. The story appeared in local media or police reports. The two figures appeared. The witnesses recanted their stories and often left town shortly afterward. But what made my blood run cold was the consistency of the figures themselves. In 1978, they looked exactly the same as in Henry's final tape from 2025. Same height, same build, same angular features when the camera caught them in the right light. 47 years, and they hadn't aged a day. I started cross-referencing Henry's notebooks with the video footage, building a timeline of incidents. The pattern was so consistent it felt almost mechanical. Day 1. Unusual sighting reported day 2 to 3. Story appears in local media or official reports. Day 4 to 5. Black sedan appears in vicinity day 6. Direct contact with witnesses. Day 7. Witness recounts story day 8 to 14. Witness often relocates permanently, but the most disturbing tape was dated September 15th, 1996. This one was different from the others. Instead of filming from his car or house, Henry had positioned the camera in what looked like dense woods. Through the trees, I could see the Millfield Reservoir, its dark surface reflecting a cloudy afternoon sky. September 15th, 1996, Henry's voice whispered from behind the camera. Following up on the Patterson sighting from last week, multiple witnesses reported object emerging from water around midnight September 8th. The camera showed the shoreline, empty except for some scattered fishing equipment left by weekend anglers. Henry's breathing was audible, nervous. Been watching for 3 hours, nothing unusual until a black sedan emerged from the tree line, driving slowly along a dirt access road I hadn't noticed before. It parked near the shoreline, and the two familiar figures got out. But this time, they weren't approaching witnesses. They were alone at the reservoir, and their behaviour was completely different. Instead of their usual rigid, formal posture, they moved with fluid precision, like dancers performing a choreographed routine. They walked to the water's edge and stood perfectly still for several minutes, facing the centre of the reservoir. Then, without any visible signal or communication, they began to undress. I paused the tape, not sure I was ready to see what came next, but I forced myself to continue. The figures removed their clothing with the same synchronised precision they'd shown in every other recording. Underneath their suits, their bodies were pale, almost luminescent in the afternoon light. Too thin, with limbs that seemed slightly too long for their torsos. They walked into the water without hesitation, continuing until they were completely submerged. The reservoir surface showed no ripples, no disturbance of any kind. Henry's camera remained fixed on the water for the next 20 minutes of tape. Nothing happened. No bubbles, no movement, nothing to suggest that two people had just walked into the depths of a 40-foot deep reservoir. Then, at the 23-minute mark, they emerged. But they didn't surface like drowning victims or swimmers coming up for air. They simply appeared at the water's edge, as if they had materialised there. Completely dry. They dressed with the same mechanical precision and returned to their vehicle. As the black sedan drove away, Henry's whispered narration resumed. I don't think they're human. The tape ended there. I sat in Henry's basement for a long time after that, staring at the static-filled screen and trying to process what I'd just seen. Every rational explanation I could think of fell apart under scrutiny. Special effects didn't exist in 1996 that could create that kind of footage, especially not for an amateur filmmaker using a home video camera. I looked around at the hundreds of remaining tapes and realised I'd barely scratched the surface of Henry's documentation. How much more evidence was stored in this basement? How many more incidents had he recorded over nearly 5 decades? But more importantly, if these figures weren't human, what were they? And why had they been systematically suppressing reports of unexplained phenomena in Millfield County for almost 50 years? I selected 3 more tapes at random and settled in to continue watching. Outside, afternoon was fading into evening, but I barely noticed. I was beginning to understand why Henry had covered all his windows with blackout curtains. Some things were better observed from the shadows. The next tape, dated April 7th, 2001, showed the 2 figures visiting an elderly woman at her farmhouse outside town. She had reported seeing lights in formation, moving across her property for 3 consecutive nights. The footage was clearer than the earlier recordings. Henry had upgraded his equipment by then. I watched the figures approach the woman's front door with their characteristic synchronized movement. She answered their knock, spoke with them for approximately 15 minutes, then nodded several times before closing the door. 3 days later, according to Henry's notes, she died of a heart attack. Natural causes, the coroner had ruled. No signs of violence or foul play. But watching the tape, I noticed something chilling about the encounter. During the entire 15-minute conversation, the woman never looked directly at either of the figures. Her eyes remained fixed on a point somewhere between them, as if she was physically unable to make direct eye contact. The 4th tape was even more disturbing. December 23rd, 2003 showed the interior of what I recognised as the Millfield Diner, the same location where Eddie Morrison had been approached 16 years earlier. But this time, the camera was positioned inside the restaurant, apparently hidden among the decorations or equipment. The timestamp showed 11:47 p.m. The diner was nearly empty. Just a waitress behind the counter, a cook visible through the kitchen window, and 1 customer seated at a booth near the back. The customer was a young man, maybe early 20s, wearing a Millfield Community College sweatshirt. He was working on what looked like homework while eating a piece of pie. At 11:52, the 2 figures entered the diner. They moved to the young man's booth and slid into the seat across from him. Unlike their usual approach to witnesses in parking lots or outside homes, this encounter was happening in public, in front of witnesses. But the waitress and cook continued their work as if nothing unusual was happening. They didn't even glance in the direction of the booth where 3 people were now engaged in what appeared to be an intense conversation. The young man's body language progressed through the same stages I'd seen in other encounters. Initial confusion, growing alarm, then fearful compliance. After approximately 10 minutes, he gathered his books and left the diner with the 2 figures. The waitress and cook never looked up. It was as if the encounter had been completely invisible to everyone except the target and whoever was operating Henry's hidden camera. I rewound the tape and watched it again, focusing on the background. The waitress moved through her routine, wiping down counters, refilling coffee, checking orders, but her movements had a mechanical quality that reminded me of the figures themselves. The cook was equally robotic, flipping burgers and cleaning the grill with precise, repetitive motions. Neither of them had blinked during the entire encounter. The 5th and final tape I watched that day was dated August 14th, 2004, the most recent in Henry's collection, before the long gap leading up to his final recording in 2025. This one showed Henry himself. The camera was positioned to show a mirror, reflecting Henry as he sat at his kitchen table in the middle of the night. He looked younger than when I'd found his body, but already showed signs of the stress that would consume the final decades of his life. August 14th, 2004, he said to his reflection, "I think I understand now what they are and why they're here." He held up a manila folder thick with documents and photographs. It took me 26 years to piece it together, but I finally have enough evidence to prove what's been happening in Millfield County. These aren't government agents. They aren't human at all. Henry opened the folder and spread its contents across the table. Even in the mirror's reflection, I could see newspaper clippings, photographs, and what looked like official documents. They're some kind of watchers. Guardians, maybe. Their job is to maintain the cover-up, to make sure that certain kinds of information never become public knowledge. They've been doing it for decades. Maybe longer. He picked up one of the photographs and held it toward the mirror. It showed the reservoir, but from an angle I didn't recognise. The water was different, clearer, with something visible beneath the surface. The reservoir isn't natural, Henry continued. It was built in 1962 over an existing site. Government records show geological anomalies in the area dating back to the 1940s. Military interest in the region, classified research projects. He set down the photograph and picked up what looked like a government document with heavy black redactions. I think they're guarding something that was discovered here decades ago, something the public can't be allowed to know about. And these two entities, they're part of whatever was found. Henry's reflection looked directly into the camera and I saw genuine terror in his eyes. I'm going to hide this evidence tomorrow. If something happens to me, if they finally decide I know too much, maybe someone will eventually piece together the truth. The tape ended with Henry beginning to repack the folder. I sat in the basement until well after dark, surrounded by decades of documentation that painted a picture so far outside normal reality that I could barely process it. But the evidence was overwhelming, consistent, methodical. Whatever Henry Mallory had discovered, he'd spent the rest of his life documenting it with the dedication of a true believer and the precision of a trained investigator. And now, 21 years later, someone had found his final message. As I packed up the tapes I'd watched and prepared to leave the basement, I noticed something I'd missed earlier. One section of shelving was completely empty, a gap where perhaps a dozen tapes should have been stored. According to the labels on either side of the empty space, the missing tapes covered the period from 2005 to 2025. 20 years of documentation gone. But gone where and when? I had a terrible suspicion that I already knew the answer. I found the final tape 3 days later, not in the basement archive, but sitting on Henry's kitchen counter, where I was certain it hadn't been before. I'd been returning to the house every day, ostensibly to complete the estate inventory, but really to continue reviewing Henry's documentation. Each time I entered, I made a mental note of how everything was positioned, a habit that had developed from 3 years of conducting welfare checks in homes where details mattered. The tape sat next to the coffee maker, labelled in Henry's familiar handwriting, October 25th, 2025. Final entry. 2 days before I'd found his body. My hands shook as I carried it down to the basement and slid it into the VHS player. The footage began immediately, showing Henry in his living room, looking directly into the camera. Behind him, every window was covered with the blackout curtains, creating a cave-like atmosphere even in what appeared to be daylight. October 25th, 2025, Henry began, his voice steady but carrying an undertone of exhaustion. This will be my final recording. They're done waiting. He gestured toward the curtained windows. They've been outside for 6 days now. Not just at night anymore. Constant surveillance. 2 shifts, different vehicles, but always the same entities. The camera angle shifted, showing Henry's view through a gap in the curtains. A black sedan sat across the street, 2 familiar figures standing beside it in the bright afternoon sun. But now there was also a dark SUV parked at the corner, with 2 more figures visible near it. 4 of them now, Henry continued. In 47 years of watching, I've never seen more than 2 at a time. Something's changed. He moved back to his chair and I could see the stress of decades etched into his face. But there was also something else, a kind of resigned determination. I need to tell you about 1977, he said, the year before I started filming. The year everything began. Henry reached for a manila folder, the same one I'd seen in his 2004 recording. July 19th, 1977. I was working construction on the new water treatment facility. Standard job, nothing unusual about it. But we were digging foundation trenches near the old reservoir when we hit something that wasn't on any of the geological surveys. He opened the folder and pulled out a black and white photograph that he held toward the camera. It showed what looked like an excavation site, with several men in hard hats standing around a deep trench. Metal, Henry said, but not like any metal we'd ever seen. Dark, almost black, with a surface that seemed to absorb light instead of reflecting it. The shape was geometric, perfect angles, mathematical precision, obviously artificial. He set down the photograph and picked up what appeared to be an official document. Foreman called the county engineer called the state called someone in Washington. By the next morning, we had federal agents on site telling us the excavation was being classified under national security. Henry's voice grew bitter. They told us we'd been digging near an old military testing site. Unexploded ordnance, they said. Dangerous to continue. We were all sworn to secrecy, paid double our contracted rate, and told to find work elsewhere. He pulled out another photograph, this one showing the excavation site after it had been backfilled and covered with concrete. But I was curious. Started asking questions around town about the old military testing. Problem was, nobody knew anything about any military activity in the area. No records at the county office. No stories from old-timers who would have remembered. It was like the whole story had been fabricated. The camera angle shifted again, showing Henry's view of the street. The figures outside hadn't moved, but somehow they seemed closer than before. That's when I started paying attention to things that didn't quite fit. Strange lights, people reported, but that never made it into the newspaper. Witnesses who suddenly left town after talking to authorities. A pattern of suppression that had been going on for years before I noticed it. Henry turned back to the camera and I could see genuine fear in his eyes now. The thing is, I don't think they found what was buried that day. I think what was buried found them. He reached into the folder one more time and pulled out a document I hadn't seen before. A map of Millfield County with several locations marked in red ink. I've been tracking the incidents for 47 years, and they all centre around specific geographic points. The reservoir, obviously, but also the old grain elevator on Route 9, the abandoned mining complex east of town and the county landfill. Henry traced the marked locations with his finger. All of these sites show the same pattern of witness suppression. All of them have underground components, basement levels, mining tunnels, deep excavations, and all of them are connected by what the geological surveys call natural aquifer systems. He looked directly into the camera. I don't think they're natural at all. I think they're part of something larger, something that's been under Millfield County for a very long time. The tape jumped forward several hours. The timestamp now showed 11:47 p.m, and Henry looked exhausted. They're moving, he said simply. Through the gap in the curtains, I could see both vehicles had repositioned themselves. The black sedan was now directly in front of Henry's house, while the SUV had moved to the back alley. The four figures had formed a perimeter around the property. I found something yesterday, Henry continued, in the basement of the old grain elevator. Been exploring these sites for years, but this was different. There's a chamber down there, filled with the same black metal we found in 1977. He held up a small object, roughly cylindrical, about the size of a flashlight, made of the same light-absorbing material he'd described. But this was sitting on a table in the centre of the chamber, like someone left it there for me to find. Henry turned the object in his hands, and I could see symbols etched into its surface, geometric patterns that seemed to shift and move in the camera's light. When I touched it, I saw things, understood things. This isn't just about covering up UFO sightings or maintaining some government secret. This is about keeping something contained, something that's been trying to communicate with the surface world for decades. The object began to emit a faint glow, barely visible in the dim lighting of Henry's living room. The entities outside, they're not aliens or government agents, they're guardians. Part of a containment system that's been in place since whatever's down there was first discovered. And the people who report sightings, who get too close to the truth, they're not just being silenced. Henry's voice dropped to a whisper. They're being recruited. The glow from the object intensified, and Henry set it carefully on the table beside his chair. I understand now why the witnesses leave town, where they go, what they become. The sightings aren't random events, they're calls for help. Communications from something that's been trapped underground for God knows how long. Outside, the four figures had begun moving toward the house. And now it's my turn, Henry said, standing up from his chair. I've learned too much, documented too much. But maybe that was always the plan. Maybe someone was supposed to find the evidence eventually. The camera remained fixed on Henry as he moved toward his front door. Through the curtained windows, I could see flashlight beams moving across the walls. If you're watching this, you have a choice, Henry said, his hand on the doorknob. You can try to expose what I've discovered, publish the tapes, contact the media, get the truth out there. But they'll find you, just like they found me. The flashlight beams were getting brighter, and I could hear the sound of footsteps on Henry's front porch. Or you can do what I should have done 47 years ago. Walk away, forget what you've seen, let the containment system do its job. Henry opened the door. The tape went to static. I sat in the basement for a long time after the recording ended, staring at the dead screen and trying to process what I'd just witnessed. According to the timestamp, this footage had been recorded less than 48 hours before I'd found Henry's body in his living room. But the coroner had ruled it natural causes, heart failure, no signs of violence or struggle. I rewound the tape and watched the final moments again, looking for details I'd missed. When Henry opened the door, there was a brief glimpse of the figures outside, tall, pale, wearing their characteristic dark suits. But in that instant before the tape cut to static, I caught something I hadn't noticed before. They weren't alone. Behind them, barely visible in the darkness, stood other figures, dozens of them, forming a crowd that stretched beyond the range of the camera. Men and women of various ages, all wearing the same dark clothing, all standing with the same rigid posture I'd seen in Henry's surveillance footage. Eddie Morrison was among them, I was certain of it, even though the footage was too brief and dark to make out specific faces. The same build, the same work clothes I'd seen in the 1987 diner footage. How many witnesses had been recruited over the decades? How many missing persons cases could be explained by whatever process Henry had discovered? And now they had come for him. Why leave his body to be found? Why not make Henry disappear like all the others? The answer came to me as I ejected the tape and looked around at Henry's massive archive. They wanted someone to find the evidence. 47 years of documentation, carefully preserved and organised, waiting for the right person to discover it. Someone like me. I turned off the basement lights and climbed the stairs, the final tape clutched in my hand. At the top I paused and looked back down into the darkness. Henry had spent nearly half a century documenting a containment system designed to suppress knowledge of something buried beneath Millfield County. Something that communicated through unexplained phenomena trying to reach the surface world. And now I had become part of that system. The question was, what was I going to do about it? I started asking questions the next day, against every instinct screaming at me to walk away, to forget everything I'd seen in Henry's basement. I began reaching out to people who might have known him. I told myself I was just being thorough, completing the welfare check investigation properly. The truth was, I couldn't stop thinking about that crowd of figures standing behind the two guardians at Henry's door. All those missing witnesses recruited into whatever system had been containing the thing beneath Millfield County. My first stop was Mrs. Henderson, the neighbour who had provided Henry's spare key location. She was in her 70s, a retired schoolteacher who had lived on Maple Street for most of her adult life. "Poor Henry," she said, serving me coffee in her immaculate kitchen. "Always seemed like such a troubled man. Paranoid, you know. Always peeking through those awful curtains, writing in those notebooks. Did he ever talk to you about what he was documenting?" Mrs. Henderson pursed her lips. "Oh, he tried to, especially in the early years, going on about government conspiracies and mysterious visitors. I told him he was watching too much television." "What kind of mysterious visitors?" "Men in suits," he claimed. Said they were watching him, intimidating people who reported strange things. Nonsense, of course. This is Millfield County. Nothing mysterious ever happens here. But as she spoke, I noticed her hands trembling slightly as she poured the coffee. And when I asked if she'd ever seen any unusual activity around Henry's house, her answer came too quickly. Nothing at all. Very quiet neighbourhood. I mind my own business. I left her house with the distinct impression that Mrs. Henderson knew more than she was willing to admit. But whether that was from fear or something else, I couldn't tell. My next stop was the Millfield Gazette, where I hoped to find archives of the UFO reports Henry had referenced in his documentation. The current editor, a young woman named Lisa Parker, was helpful but puzzled. "We don't really cover that kind of story anymore," she said, scrolling through digital archives on her computer. "Liability issues, you know. People make wild claims, we print them, then they sue us when nothing comes of it. What about historical reports? Say from the 1980s or 1990s. Lisa frowned at her screen. "That's strange. We should have digital copies of everything from 1975 forward, but there are gaps, whole weeks missing from some years." She pulled up what appeared to be a filing system showing years and months. Large sections were greyed out, marked as archived or unavailable. "I've never noticed this before," she muttered. "Let me check the physical archives." 20 minutes later, she returned from the basement storage area looking confused. "This doesn't make sense. We have boxes for every year, but some of them are nearly empty, like someone went through and removed specific issues." "Which years?" Lisa consulted her notes. "Scattered throughout the 80s and 90s, and," she paused, checking again, 2001, 2003, 2004. Almost nothing from those years. The same years when Henry's documentation showed increased activity from the Guardians. I thanked Lisa and left the newspaper office, but I could feel her watching me through the front window as I walked to my car. In the reflection of the glass, I caught a glimpse of someone else watching from across the street. A tall figure in a dark suit standing perfectly still beside a black sedan. My heart rate spiked, but when I turned for a direct look, the street was empty. That afternoon, I drove to the Millfield Diner and spoke with the evening manager, an older man named Carl who had worked there for over 20 years. I asked about Eddie Morrison, the maintenance worker from Henry's 1987 footage. "Eddie Morrison," Carl repeated, scratching his head. "Name sounds familiar, but I can't place him. You sure he worked around here?" "He was a regular customer, apparently. Used to come in late at night." Carl's expression changed slightly. "Oh, you mean late shift Eddie? Yeah, I remember him now. Quiet guy, kept to himself, stopped coming around suddenly. Must have been the late 80s or early 90s. Do you know what happened to him? Moved away, I think. People do that sometimes. Get tired of small-town life, head for the city." But Carl avoided eye contact as he spoke, and his voice carried the same forced casualness I'd heard from Mrs. Henderson. I ordered coffee and sat in the same booth where I'd seen Eddie Morrison confronted by the Guardians. The diner felt normal. Typical small-town restaurant with checkered floors and outdated decor. But I found myself studying the other customers, looking for signs of the mechanical behaviour I'd seen in Henry's footage. Nothing seemed unusual until I got up to leave. As I paid my bill, I noticed Carl watching me with an intensity that seemed out of proportion to a simple customer interaction. When our eyes met, he looked away quickly, but not before I caught something in his expression that looked like recognition, like he knew exactly why I was asking questions about Eddie Morrison. I drove home as the sun was setting, checking my rearview mirror constantly for black sedans. The streets of Millfield seemed normal. Light traffic, people heading home from work, kids playing in front yards. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. That feeling intensified when I pulled into my driveway. Sitting on my front porch was a manila envelope with my name written on it in block letters. No postmark, no return address. Someone had delivered it by hand. Inside was a single sheet of paper with a typed message. "Stop asking questions about Henry Mallory. Some knowledge is dangerous. This is your only warning." Below the text was a photograph, a black and white image showing me leaving the newspaper office that afternoon. In the background, barely visible in the shadow of a building, stood two tall figures in dark suits. I went inside and deadbolted the door, then checked every window to make sure they were locked. The rational part of my mind insisted that this was just someone playing an elaborate prank, perhaps inspired by Henry's well-known paranoia. But the photograph was real, and the timing, delivered within hours of my investigation, suggested a level of surveillance that went far beyond anything a prankster could manage. I made dinner but couldn't eat it. Every sound outside made me jump. Cars passing, neighbours talking, the wind moving through the trees, normal suburban noises that suddenly felt threatening. Around 10 p.m, I turned off all the lights and peered through my living room curtains at the street outside. A black sedan was parked across from my house. 2 figures stood beside it, perfectly still facing my front door. In the dim light from the street lamp, I could make out their characteristic tall, thin builds and dark suits. They weren't trying to hide their presence. If anything, they seemed to want me to see them. I watched for an hour and they never moved, never spoke to each other, never showed any of the restless behaviours that normal surveillance teams would display during a long watch. At 11:15, I decided to test them. I turned on my porch light and stepped outside, making no attempt at stealth. If they were watching me, they would know I was coming. The moment I appeared on my porch, both figures turned their heads toward me with mechanical precision. Even from across the street I could see their pale faces and dark eyes. They stood perfectly aligned, like mirror images of each other. "Can I help you?" I called out, surprised by how steady my voice sounded. They didn't respond, didn't move, just stood there watching me with a kind of absolute stillness that no living person could maintain. I took a step toward the street, and they both took a step backward, maintaining the exact same distance between us. Another step forward, another synchronized step back. It was like some kind of bizarre dance, with invisible rules that kept us in perfect equilibrium. "What do you want?" I shouted. This time one of them, impossible to tell which in the poor lighting, spoke. The voice carried clearly across the distance, but it had an odd quality. Too precise, like someone reading from a script. "Return to your house. Discontinue your investigation. This is your final warning." The words were completely clear, but something about them felt wrong. The cadence was off, as if the speaker was mimicking human speech without fully understanding its natural rhythm. What happened to Henry Mallory? Mr. Mallory chose to join the containment protocol. The same choice is available to you. What containment protocol? What are you containing? But instead of answering, both figures turned away from me and got into their vehicle. The car pulled away from the curb and disappeared down the street without making a sound. No engine noise, just like Henry had described in his recordings. I stood on my porch for several more minutes, staring at the empty street and trying to process what had just happened. The conversation, if it could be called that, had felt completely surreal. Like talking to sophisticated automatons that had been programmed with just enough human behaviour to maintain a conversation, but not enough to seem genuinely alive. Back inside, I double-checked all my locks and closed every curtain. Then I sat in my living room with the lights off, thinking about what the figure had said. Mr. Mallory chose to join the containment protocol. Not that he had died. Not that he had been eliminated for knowing too much. That he had chosen to join something, and the same choice was available to me. I thought about that crowd of figures I'd seen in Henry's final recording. All those missing witnesses standing behind the Guardians like a silent army. Had they all made the same choice? And if so, what exactly were they containing? Outside, the street remained quiet, but I had the distinct feeling that this was far from over. I didn't sleep that night. Instead, I sat in my darkened living room, periodically checking the windows for any sign of the black sedan's return. Around 3 a.m, I made a decision that would have seemed insane just a week earlier. I was going to document everything just like Henry had. If something happened to me, if I chose to join the containment protocol or simply disappeared like so many witnesses before me, at least there would be a record. I set up my smartphone to record and positioned it on the coffee table, where it could capture both me and the view out my front window. Then I began to tell my story, starting with the welfare check that had led me to Henry Mallory's basement archive. I talked for 2 hours, describing everything I'd seen in his recordings, the pattern of witness intimidation, the strange behaviour of the Guardians, and my own growing certainty that something had been hidden beneath Millfield County for decades. When I finished, I uploaded the video to 3 different cloud storage services and emailed copies to friends in other states. If the Guardians could scrub newspaper archives and make entire video channels disappear overnight. I wanted to make sure this record would be harder to erase. The next morning, I drove to the one location Henry had mentioned that I hadn't yet visited, the old grain elevator on Route 9. The structure had been abandoned for at least 20 years, a massive concrete tower surrounded by rusted storage silos and overgrown with weeds. A chain-link fence topped with barbed wire surrounded the property, but age and weather had created several gaps large enough to slip through. I parked a half-mile away and approached on foot, carrying a flashlight and the smartphone I'd used for my recording the night before. If Henry had found something in the basement of this building, I needed to see it for myself. The main elevator building was 4 stories tall, with broken windows and graffiti covering most of the accessible surfaces. But what I was looking for would be underground, in the basement levels that Henry had mentioned. I found a service entrance on the north side of the building that had been secured with a padlock very similar to the one on Henry's basement door. The lock was old and rusted, and it gave way after several minutes of work with a crowbar I'd brought from my car. The door opened onto a concrete stairwell that descended into absolute darkness. My flashlight beam revealed steps leading down at least 2 levels, with water-stained walls and the musty smell of long abandonment. The first basement level was what I'd expected. Old machinery, storage rooms filled with obsolete equipment, the normal detritus of an industrial facility that had been shut down decades ago. But at the far end of the main corridor I found another stairwell leading deeper underground. This second basement was different. The walls were made of the same black metal Henry had described from the 1977 excavation. Smooth, geometrically precise surfaces that seemed to absorb my flashlight beam rather than reflect it. The corridor extended in both directions beyond the range of my light, but I could see doorways at regular intervals. I chose the left corridor and began exploring. The first door I came to was standing open, revealing a circular chamber about 20 feet in diameter. The walls, floor and ceiling were all made of the same light-absorbing material, covered with intricate geometric patterns that seemed to shift and move in my flashlight beam. In the centre of the room sat a table, or what I assumed was a table. It was integrated into the floor, rising from the black metal surface like it had been grown rather than built. On top of it lay several objects similar to the cylindrical device Henry had shown in his final recording. I approached carefully, recording everything with my phone. The objects were warm to the touch, despite the cold temperature of the underground chamber. As I picked up one of them, symbols began to appear on its surface, the same geometric patterns that covered the walls. Then I heard voices, human voices coming from deeper in the corridor. Multiple people engaged in what sounded like a conversation, though I couldn't make out words from this distance. I turned off my flashlight and followed the sound, using my phone screen to provide just enough illumination to avoid walking into walls. The voices grew clearer as I approached, and I began to recognise what I was hearing. It was Henry's voice, along with others I didn't recognise, all speaking in the same measured, precise cadence I'd heard from the guardian outside my house the night before. The corridor ended in a much larger chamber, this one filled with what looked like workstations. Dozens of people sat at tables similar to the one I'd found in the smaller room, all handling the cylindrical objects, all speaking in those same careful, scripted voices. I recognised several faces from Henry's documentation. Eddie Morrison was there, looking exactly as he had in the 1987 diner footage, despite nearly 40 years having passed. The young college student from the 2003 recording sat at a nearby table, also unchanged by time, and at the centre of the chamber, directing the activities with quiet authority, was Henry Mallory. He looked up from his work as I entered the chamber, and our eyes met across the room. For a moment his expression showed a flicker of the man I'd seen in the basement recordings. Frightened, desperate, human. Then it shifted to the same blank efficiency I'd observed in all the others. "Jamie," he said, his voice carrying that odd precision, "we've been expecting you." I took an involuntary step backward, but found my path blocked by 2 familiar figures. The guardians from my front porch stood behind me, their pale faces showing no emotion. "You have questions," Henry continued, standing up from his workstation. "That's natural. I had questions too when I first discovered this place. "What is this?" I managed to ask. "What are you doing down here?" "We're maintaining the containment," Henry said, gesturing around the chamber, "preventing the surface world from learning about what lies beneath. It's important work. Necessary work." "You're dead," I said. "I found your body. The coroner ruled it natural causes." Henry smiled, but it was wrong somehow. Too wide, too controlled. "Death is just another transition. Another form of service. We who have learned too much, who have seen too much, we're given the opportunity to become part of the solution instead of part of the problem." Around the chamber, the other workers continued their activities with mechanical precision. No one looked up from their tasks. No one showed any curiosity about my presence or the conversation taking place. "The objects we work with," Henry continued, picking up one of the cylindrical devices, "they're communication tools, translators. They allow us to interface with the entity that has been contained here since 1962. "What entity?" "Something that fell from the sky in 1947. Something that the government tried to study and couldn't understand. They built the reservoir over the crash site, thinking they could contain it with water and concrete. But it continued to communicate, continued to try to reach the surface world." Henry held up the device, and symbols began appearing on its surface. Every UFO sighting, every unexplained phenomenon reported in this county, their attempts at communication, messages trying to reach someone who could understand, and every time someone got too close to the truth, the containment protocol was activated. "So you silence them, make them disappear." "We recruit them," Henry corrected. "We give them the opportunity to understand, to become part of something larger than themselves." Around the chamber I could see dozens of workstations, each occupied by someone who had supposedly disappeared over the past several decades, all working with the same focused determination, all speaking in the same precise cadence. "What's it like?" I asked. "Being part of this containment protocol?" Henry's expression flickered again, and for just a moment I saw genuine emotion there. Fear, sadness, regret. "It's peaceful," he said, but his voice wavered slightly. "No more questions, no more uncertainty, just purpose." But as he spoke, I noticed something that chilled me more than anything I'd seen so far. Tears were running down Henry's face, even as he smiled and spoke about peace and purpose. The containment protocol hadn't just recruited him, it had trapped him. All of them. "I don't want to join," I said. "That's what I said," Henry replied, "but you will, eventually. The alternative is much worse." The two guardians stepped closer and I felt their cold hands on my shoulders, but instead of forcing me toward one of the workstations, they simply stood there, waiting. "The choice is yours," Henry said. "Join the containment protocol willingly and maintain some small part of who you were. Resist and become something else entirely." I looked around the chamber at all the missing witnesses, all the people who had supposedly chosen to join this underground operation. None of them looked up. None of them showed any sign of individual will or personality. But Henry's tears told a different story. "There's a third option," I said, "which is, I leave. I walk out of here. I never speak of what I've seen." Henry shook his head. "Too late for that. You've seen too much, learned too much. The containment protocol cannot allow that knowledge to exist outside our control." But even as he spoke, I could see doubt in his eyes, and I realized something that might be important. "You want me to choose the third option," I said. "You're hoping I'll find a way out that you couldn't." Henry's smile faltered completely. "Don't," he whispered. "Don't give them any reason to doubt your compliance." But it was too late. The guardians had heard, and their grip on my shoulders tightened. As they began to guide me toward an empty workstation, I made my own choice. I ran. I made it as far as the first basement level before they caught me. The guardians moved with inhuman speed, their footsteps completely silent on the concrete floors. When they grabbed me again, their hands were no longer cold. They burned like ice, and I could feel something changing in my body wherever they touched. They dragged me back to the chamber where Henry and the others continued their work, seemingly oblivious to my attempted escape. But as the guardians forced me into a chair at an empty workstation, Henry looked up from his own work and met my eyes. "I'm sorry," he said. and this time his voice sounded completely human. "I tried to warn you." One of the Guardians placed a cylindrical device in my hands. The moment my fingers closed around it, symbols began appearing on its surface, and I heard something that wasn't quite a voice speaking directly into my mind. "Welcome," it said. "We have been waiting for you." Images flooded my consciousness. The thing that had crashed in 1947, the government's attempts to study and contain it, the decades of communication attempts that had been systematically suppressed. I saw the truth of what the containment protocol really was. Not protection of the surface world from an alien entity. Protection of the entity from the surface world. The thing beneath Millfield County wasn't trying to escape or invade. It was dying, slowly, from decades of isolation and containment. The UFO sightings, the unexplained phenomena, they were distress calls from a being that was trapped as surely as any of the human workers in this underground chamber. The Guardians weren't protecting humanity from an alien threat. They were protecting a government cover-up that had lasted over 70 years. "Help us," the voice continued, "help us return home." And suddenly I understood what my real choice was. I could join the containment protocol, become another worker in this underground facility, and spend whatever remained of my existence helping to maintain a lie that served no one. Or I could help the entity do what it had been trying to do for decades, communicate with the outside world. I looked around the chamber at all the people who had been recruited over the years. Henry, Eddie Morrison, the college student, dozens of others, all of them working with mechanical precision to maintain the containment. But as I watched more carefully, I noticed something the Guardians had missed. Subtle glances between the workers, hand signals passed when the Guardians weren't looking. Micro expressions that suggested more awareness than they were supposed to have. The containment protocol wasn't perfect. Some part of these people's original personalities remained, buried beneath the compulsion to serve but not entirely destroyed, including Henry. When our eyes met again, he gave an almost imperceptible nod towards something behind me. I glanced back without moving my head and saw what he was indicating. A communication panel built into the wall connected to the surface world. The entity's voice continued in my mind, showing me images of its home, its people, the desperate need to re-establish contact with those who had sent it to Earth decades ago. "They told your people we were invaders. We were explorers, scientists. Peaceful contact was always our intention." I made my decision. Instead of accepting the role of containment worker, I reached for the communication panel. The moment my hand touched the controls, alarms began blaring throughout the chamber. The Guardians moved toward me with their inhuman speed, but the other workers suddenly rose from their stations. For the first time since I'd entered this underground facility, they acted like human beings instead of automatons. Eddie Morrison tackled one Guardian while the college student disabled another. Henry himself moved to help me with the communication equipment. "Hurry," he said, his voice urgent and completely human now. "The compulsion is strong. We can't fight it for long." I input the emergency broadcast codes I'd learned during my county training, patching the chamber's communication system into every radio and television frequency in the area. Then I stepped back and let the entity speak for itself. The broadcast lasted exactly 17 minutes. 17 minutes of first contact, broadcast live across 3 counties. The entity's voice translated through the cylindrical devices, speaking directly to anyone who was listening, explaining its peaceful intentions, its decades of imprisonment, its desperate need to return home. The Guardians eventually overcame the resistance of the recruited workers and shut down the broadcast, but it was too late. The truth was out there, recorded on hundreds of devices, witnessed by thousands of people. For the first time in over 70 years, the containment protocol had failed. The aftermath was swift and brutal. Within hours, the entire underground facility was evacuated by federal agents. The recruited workers, including Henry, were transferred to undisclosed locations. The grain elevator was demolished and the site covered with concrete. Official sources claimed the broadcast had been an elaborate hoax, possibly connected to terrorist activity. Anyone who tried to share recordings found their files corrupted or their accounts suspended. The story disappeared from news coverage within 48 hours, but not completely. I escaped during the evacuation. slipping away while the agents were focused on securing the facility and transporting the workers. I had 17 minutes of audio from the entity's broadcast saved on my phone, and copies hidden in cloud storage accounts the authorities hadn't yet discovered. More importantly, I had the truth. The entity had provided coordinates for its homeworld, mathematical proofs of its peaceful intentions, and detailed information about technologies that could revolutionize human understanding of physics and space travel. All of it suppressed by a containment protocol that served no one except the people who had built their careers on maintaining a 70-year-old lie. I tried to release the information through traditional channels, news outlets, scientific journals, government representatives. Every attempt was blocked, censored, or discredited before it could gain traction. But the internet is a harder thing to control completely. Anonymous accounts, encrypted files, peer-to-peer networks that existed outside government oversight. Slowly, carefully, I began sharing fragments of the truth. Not all at once. That would have been too easy to dismiss as fraud. But piece by piece, building a pattern that people could discover for themselves. UFO enthusiasts found the audio recordings. Scientists encountered the mathematical proofs. Government transparency advocates uncovered documents related to the 1947 crash and subsequent cover-up. Each piece of evidence was authentic, verifiable, impossible to completely suppress. 3 months after the failed containment protocol, a new pattern began emerging. Instead of isolated sightings that could be dismissed or intimidated into silence, coordinated contact events started occurring worldwide. The entity I'd helped contact had shared Earth's location and situation with its people. First contact wasn't a single event. It was an ongoing process that no government could control or contain. I still live in Millfield County, though I've moved to a different house on the other side of town. Sometimes I see black sedans in my neighbourhood, and occasionally I notice figures in dark suits watching me from a distance. But they don't approach anymore. The containment protocol is broken, and trying to silence individual witnesses is pointless when the truth has taken on a life of its own. Last week I received a package with no return address. Inside was a VHS tape labelled simply, "Thank you." The footage showed Henry Mallory sitting in what appeared to be a comfortable room with large windows overlooking a garden. He looked peaceful, genuinely relaxed for the first time in any recording I'd seen. Behind him, I could see other people I recognised from the underground chamber. Eddie Morrison, the college student, all the recruited witnesses. They were free. The entity kept its promise, Henry said to the camera. When contact was re-established with its people, they came for all of us. We're being taken home, not to their world, but to a place where we can live without the compulsion, without the containment protocol controlling our minds. He smiled, and this time it reached his eyes. "You did the right thing, Jamie." The truth was worth the risk. It's always worth the risk. The tape ended with a view of the garden where former witnesses walked freely, talking and laughing like human beings instead of automatons. I keep that tape in a safe place, along with copies of all the evidence I've managed to preserve. Not because I think anyone will try to take it from me, the time for that kind of suppression has passed, but because it reminds me that even the most carefully constructed lies eventually fall apart when confronted with enough truth. The entity and its people are still here, working openly with human scientists and governments to establish formal diplomatic relations. The technology they've shared has already begun revolutionizing our understanding of physics, medicine, and space travel. And somewhere in the files of a dozen different agencies, there are records of the people who spent 70 years maintaining a containment protocol that served no purpose except to protect the careers of those who had created it. Henry Mallory was right about one thing. They never do leave you alone once you've learned too much. But sometimes, if you're very careful and very lucky, you can make sure the truth survives long enough to set everyone free, including yourself. The blackout curtains are gone from my windows now. I sleep with the lights off and the doors unlocked. The shadows no longer hide watchers, and the silence is just silence. But every night before I go to bed, I look up at the stars and remember that we're not alone anymore. And that's a truth worth any price.